104. A deceptive scheme between mother and daughter. Caught. Zhang Yuqi provokes trouble. Qingmu University. Outside the door. Two women of significantly different ages stand outside, the elder holding a small note, peering up at the room number. The person in this photograph is rather handsome. The older woman, dressed in a pink, high-slit, form-fitting gown, her face heavily made up with exaggerated lips, possesses a rather ample bosom, though whether it has aged well is uncertain nonetheless. One-handed driving would certainly be a challenge. She whispered, "This is urgent. Once we enter, you'll strip him of his clothes and push him down while I discreetly use this." She gestured to her chest, where a small recording device was concealed. "Mom, don't worry. It's not my first time. While I may not excel at ensnaring wealthy suitors, I am quite adept at removing a man's clothing." Qiner, equally adorned in heavy makeup, sported false eyelashes at least 2 centimeters long. Fortunately, she was still youthful, around 21 or 22, clad in a JK uniform with a short skirt, her legs clad in white stockings, having inherited 2 of her mother's traits. The buttons on her JK top were undone, revealing a hint of her fair bosom. "Mom, why does the person in this photograph seem so familiar? I feel like I've seen him somewhere recently." "Could it be someone you've tried to ensnare before?" "Not at all, I just feel like I've encountered him recently." "Forget it. Let's act swiftly." "Qiner, does this say room 216 or 276? My friend is utterly unreliable. Her handwriting is a jumble." "Mom, stop complaining. Let's finish the task and return for the remaining payment." Qiner whispered a reminder. She glanced up at 216, then turned to search for 276, discovering it conveniently across the hall, instantly formulating a plan. "Mom, let me test the waters first." She opted for room 216, leaning against the door and speaking in a soft voice, sensual dealer, dealing cards online inside the room. Yang Jianrong and Huang Wei exchanged puzzled looks. "What shu?" Yang Jianrong gestured for silence, lowering his voice. "We've recently crossed paths with the leak repair gang. Rumor has it they've issued some sort of assassination order. We need to be cautious." "An assassination order?" Huang Wei widened his eyes. "What era are we in? Such organizations still exist?" "I suppose they do." Yang Jianrong wasn't entirely certain. Wherever there are people, there exists a world apart. Even in a well-regulated society, shadows will inevitably breed beneath the light. Huang Wei quickly scanned the room for anything that could serve as a weapon, ultimately tearing off the electric cord from the water heater and handing it to Yang Jianrong. "Use this. Check the situation, and you strike unexpectedly from behind." He took up a stainless steel kettle. "Oh, go take a look." Huang Wei silently approached the door, peering through the peephole, seeing 2 women outside. Though their faces were obscured, it was certain. They were probably not assassins. Right. Though they could be female assassins. If they were female assassins, that would be perilous. Huang Wei inwardly cursed. Thankfully, he was with Yang Jianrong, whose heightened vigilance prevented him from falling into a trap. Previously, Huang Wei had often indulged in flirtation at bars, unable to resist teasing any girl he encountered. It was only after a certain incident that he reformed this habit. Knock, knock, knock. The woman knocked again, leaning closer to the door. "Handsome, care to play some cards?" Huang Wei pondered for a moment, deliberately making a few footsteps, then lowered his voice, playfully adopting a high-pitched tone. "I'm not a handsome man, but I would like to play cards. May I ask, can you deal?" Yang Jianrong. What on earth? The mother-daughter duo outside were also taken aback. A woman's voice? In a high-pitched tone? And she wants to deal? "Wrong room," Qiner's mother softly reminded. "I know," Qiner muttered, spitting toward the inside. Disgusting high-pitched voice. Wanting to play cards, how revolting. To be insulted like that. Huang Wei grinned. It seemed even women disliked high-pitched voices. He looked through the peephole again, only able to see their profiles, unable to make out their faces. He happened to see them turn to knock on the door across the hall. "Wait," Those sisters assassins. Huang Wei couldn't help but exclaim softly. He had only seen a silhouette earlier, but now that they were knocking on the door across the hall, he could see it was two women. Though he couldn't see their faces, he had no idea they were mother and daughter. They've gone to the other door? Yang Jinrong seemed puzzled. Yes, Huang Wei nodded. There were only two possibilities. Either they were uncertain about the room number, or they weren't looking for them at all. The door's opening. Huang Wei whispered. They heard the sound of the door being unlatched. The one opening the door is bald. TSK. He looks a bit like a monk. Huang Wei spoke with enthusiasm. Did he just get pushed down? Through the peephole, he could see that as soon as the door opened, the two women took action, and soon after, the door was locked again. Jinrong, should we go take a look? Huang Wei was about to ask Yang Jinrong for his opinion, intending to listen for any sounds. But he was surprised to find Yang Jinrong pulling out her phone and dialing the police. Huang Wei was stunned. Jinrong, what are you doing? Calling the police. Yang Jinrong said earnestly, in such situations, it is every citizen's responsibility and obligation to report to the authorities. The crux was that he wasn't sure whether the people outside were indeed the assassins from the assassination order. To prevent any potential harm to the individuals next door, calling the police was the only option. This shouldn't count as us harming the people next door, right? Huang Wei muttered, if anyone is to be blamed, it's them for not being able to resist temptation and opening the door. At that moment, the call connected, and Yang Jinrong said into the phone, I want to report a case at the Four Seasons Hotel, room 276. There's someone soliciting. After hanging up the call, Huang Wei looked at Yang Jinrong in astonishment. Why did you say soliciting? Yang Jinrong shrugged. If I said there were assassins, do you think the security personnel would consider it a false alarm? That made sense. Huang Wei nodded. Inside room 376. Qiner and her mother burst into the room, swiftly removing the man's pants. Their movements rapid, catching the occupant off guard, and before he could react, his pants were half pulled down. The mother hurriedly activated the small recording device hidden in her cleavage, suddenly pausing. Why is he bald? Bald? Qiner also froze momentarily, looking up at him. She realized he was not the handsome man from the photograph at all. Instead, it was a bald old man. He must have been at least 60. This is the wrong room? Check if there are any other people in the room. Qiner steadied the bald man on the bed with one hand, quickly turning to her mother. Her mother searched the room, looking around but finding no one else, then pulled back the curtains, still discovering no one, and dashed to the bathroom, which was also empty. There's no one else. Her mother shook her head. Damn it, this old fool got lucky. Upon realizing they had entered the wrong room, Qiner, in frustration, tightened her grip on the steering wheel. Ah! The dazed bald man suddenly cried out in pain. At that moment, the door swung open. Several security personnel holding powerful flashlights and batons charged in, with Zhang Xian leading the team, striding forward and shouting, Everyone, freeze! The security personnel quickly subdued Qiner and her mother, along with the unfortunate bald man. What a coincidence today Zhang Xian was leading the team, cooperating with the city's crackdown on illegal activities. They had been conducting checks downstairs when they received word that someone had reported illicit activities in room 276. They quickly brought a staff member to open the door, catching them in the act. The scene revealed two women and a man. Their pants were down. The evidence was undeniable. Security team, crack down on illicit activities. Everyone, squat down. The three were terrified, and the mother and daughter quickly huddled in a corner. The bald man, on the other hand, clutched a blanket to cover himself. Zhang Xin's flashlight shone in the bald man's eyes. At your age, still engaging in such activities? Aren't you afraid your children will find out? How shameful. Master, I have no idea what's going on. The bald man covered his head with his hands, shamefully explaining. Master? Zhang Xian let out a laugh. You cannot possibly claim to be a monk, here in this hotel, seeking out two women to recite Buddhist scriptures, can you? The old monk truly knows not what has transpired. Upon hearing a lady calling from outside, I merely opened the door to see if I could offer assistance, only to find, alas, may the Buddha have mercy, what a transgression. The bald elder explained, while solemnly muttering his confessions. No one present was inclined to believe his words. The last time they conducted a raid, they had encountered someone who claimed to be studying a foreign language. And now, another individual professing to be a monk, here to rescue fallen women. And oh, wait, they might not even be women. You two, surely you are not so young anymore? Zhang Xian turned to the two women huddled in the corner. What brings you to this hotel room? Qiner was at a loss for words. Her mother, however, wore a fawning expression as she looked at Zhang Xian. That security officer, you may not believe it, but we truly have wandered into the wrong room. Zhang Xian raised an eyebrow. You certainly have a knack for mischief. Two women, one older man, and the man claims to be a monk, utterly bewildered by the situation, while you two insist you have merely taken a wrong turn. Do you take us for fools? Is it customary to disrobe upon mistakenly entering a room and engage in such activities? Another security officer waved his baton. Everyone, behave yourselves. Speak candidly for leniency. Resist and face severe consequences. We truly have entered the wrong room. Qiner was on the verge of tears. Her mother's acquaintance had approached them, offering 8,000 yuan for their assistance in enticing young Jinrong and recording a video as evidence to use against him for blackmail. But alas, the handwriting of her mother's friend was far too illegible. They could not distinguish between 216 and 276. Wait a moment. Hadn't they just checked room 216, which contained a woman? Now, room 276 was also incorrect. Could it be? At that moment, the door to room 216 swung open. Two young men emerged. Zhang Xian? Yang Jinrong stepped out and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Zhang Xian from room 276. What a coincidence! Yang Jinrong was also curious as to why the authorities had responded so swiftly today. It was almost miraculous. In the past, they had never arrived this quickly. Yang Jinrong. Zhang Xian was equally astonished. Could it be? How was it possible to encounter Yang Jinrong here? It seemed there was no escaping his presence. Yang Jinrong. Upon hearing the name, the mother and daughter duo in the corner simultaneously looked up, their eyes wide with disbelief, staring at Yang Jinrong. The very person they had painstakingly sought. Wasn't he right before them? The handsome man? What the hell? Li Qin felt utterly dismayed. She exchanged a glance with her mother. The expressions on their faces turned bitter in an instant. After all their efforts, the target was indeed in room 216. But wait, when they had previously probed, there had clearly been a woman's voice inside, and a rather unpleasant high-pitched one at that. Could it be? Do you know each other? Zhang Xian furrowed her brow upon hearing Li Qin's words. She had not anticipated that Yang Jinrong was acquainted with two women of questionable repute. Could it be that Yang Jinrong had introduced them? If that were the case, Zhang Xian reached to the small of her back, grasping her silver bracelet. Li Qin? Before Yang Jinrong could utter another word, Huang Wei pointed at the women in the corner, exclaiming, "My goodness! Li Qin, how could you engage in such activities? Good heavens!" Yang Jinrong was equally taken aback. What a twist of fate. To think one could encounter an acquaintance in such a circumstance. Li Qin was none other than the bubble tea girl Huang Wei had been pursuing. What had he said back then? That to win her over, he would need to provide her with 200,000 yuan in pocket money each year? He had spoken so loftily, so highly of himself. Is this really all there is to it? Huang Wei, how could it be you? Li Qin was equally astonished, casting a glance at Huang Wei before instinctively lowering her head, too embarrassed to look again. It was utterly humiliating that you two know each other. Li Qin's mother secretly relished the moment, gently nudging her daughter and whispering, "Since you are acquainted with them, Persuade them to plead with the security officer on our behalf, so we might be released. Li Qin was at a loss for words. Yes, she was familiar with him, but it was not a pleasant acquaintance. Just days ago, they had exchanged harsh words. How could she now expect him to speak favorably for her? Wait a moment. Why was Huang Wei with Yang Jinrong? Suddenly, it dawned on her. Wasn't he there a Yang Jinrong in her elementary school class? So many years had passed, her memory was hazy, yet with Huang Wei in the mix, everything came rushing back. Yang Jinrong. Huang Wei. No wonder she felt that the person in the photograph looked somewhat familiar. She had encountered them just days ago at the tea shop. Were these two the very ones she had been trying to avoid? And they were unaware of her intentions. Perhaps if she pleaded with them, they might genuinely advocate for her with the security officer. Li Qin feigned a pout, gazing up at Huang Wei with a look of feigned innocence. Huang Wei, could you perhaps speak kindly to the security officer and help release my mother and me? What? Huang Wei was taken aback, pointing at another hefty woman squatting in the corner. Did I ask this Annie your mother? Yes, yes. Li Qin's mother quickly donned a conciliatory smile and nodded vigorously. Dadel, I Qin also nodded, her expression one of distress as she gazed up at Huang Wei. Little did she expect Huang Wei would deliver a fatal blow. How could you two lack such basic decency? The mother doesn't act like a mother, bringing her daughter out to sell. The daughter doesn't behave like a daughter, shamelessly accompanying her mother in this endeavor. Li Qin felt an overwhelming rush of anger and humiliation at being publicly insulted. She wished to retort, yet Huang Wei dismissed her with contempt that a couple of days ago, when I sought you out. You were adamant that if I were to marry you, I'd have to provide you with a monthly allowance of 200,000. Zhang Xian and the others were taken aback. Is this true? How outrageous! Zhang Xian, who had arrested many women in the trade, found this situation unprecedented. Being apprehended for selling during the night, while demanding a hefty allowance during the day, was nothing short of a scandal. I ought to thank you for not agreeing to my installment proposal back then. Huang Wei continued mockingly. Otherwise, I would have been sullied too. Li Qin gritted her teeth in fury. The public humiliation struck a nerve, igniting her rage. Without regard for her image, she unleashed a torrent of words. As an old classmate, not only do you refuse to assist me, but you also take pleasure in mocking me. Have you lost your humanity? You are devoid of wealth, charm, and as a man, you lack any dignity. You deserve to remain single for the rest of your life. Even if I were to sell myself, I wouldn't consider you. Dreaming of marrying me? A toad wishing to eat swan meat. EW. Huang Wei feigned disgust, sneering, don't think that just because you wear makeup, you can pass for a beauty. Without that fade, you'd scare even the most hardened of men. He turned to the elderly man on the bed, smirking, am I right, old bald man? Old bald man? Yang Jinrong, following Huang Wei's line of thought, turned to see the bald elder at the foot of the bed and was dumbfounded. It's really you? Do you recognize this humble monk, benefactor? The old man, covering himself with a blanket, looked at Yang Jinrong with astonishment that he had believed he encountered an acquaintance who might help him. After all, he felt terribly wronged, more so than Doi. This old bald man was none other than the monk who once proclaimed, a monk speaks not of money, but of fate. 18,000 yuan, that if the bald director, Xie Kuan, were present, he would undoubtedly be even more shocked, for the old man had previously warned him of impending misfortune, which had indeed come to pass. That of course I know you, Yang Jinrong replied with a smile. But I fear this false monk does not recognize me. The years have not been kind, and my memory is indeed failing. The old man, attempting to ingratiate himself, continued, since you know me, perhaps you could explain that I am merely here to lodge. And my encounter with these two, mother and daughter, was purely accidental. The mention of mother and daughter, the old man visibly tensed, perhaps recalling the recent incident. He couldn't help but steal another glance at Li Qin and her mother. Though heavily made up, they were undeniably voluptuous. Cuff them. Zhang Xian, observing the old man's demeanor, wasted no time issuing the command. The nearby security officer promptly sprang into action. Wait, wait, the old man panicked. Benefactor, please help me explain. By the way, Yang Jinrong interjected. What is your name? The old man felt a surge of hope, believing Yang Jinrong might plead on his behalf that I am called Gao Sung, with the Dharma name Jiekai. You, a bald man, calling yourself a high monk. Huang Wei scoffed. Dharma name Jiekai? Why not Jiese? The old man's face twisted in despair. My true name is indeed Gao Sung. The Dharma name was bestowed upon me by the abbot. I cannot change it. The crowd nearly erupted in laughter. Fortunately, they were all professionally trained. Unless utterly unable to contain themselves, they would not break into laughter. Enough, enough. Take them all back to the station. Zhang Exin stifled a laugh and waved her hand to signal their departure. Wait, the high monk called out hurriedly. Zhang Exin's expression hardened. What now? The old monk, in a state of embarrassment, meekly added, I need to put on my pants. Ha ha. Huang Wei was the first to lose it. Bursting into laughter, as soon as one person laughed, the others could no longer hold back, erupting in uncontrollable giggles. Only Zhang Exin and Yang Jinrong remained composed. Zhang Exin was trained to suppress her laughter, while Yang Jinrong was lost in thought. Today was far too coincidental. When events align too perfectly, they often suggest a deeper scheme at play. Were Li Qin and her mother merely unfortunate victims of circumstance? Was the old monk a coincidence as well? If Huang Wei hadn't inadvertently revealed the truth, this situation could have spiraled out of control, that if both parties were targeting him. What were Li Qin and her mother's true intentions? And what of the old monk? Although he feigned ignorance, what if he were merely pretending? Yang Jinrong's gaze swept over Li Qin and her mother, only to be met with Li Qin's indignation as she pulled her collar and exclaimed, What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen such a big fruit? You filthy man, lacking in dignity and refusing to help plead for us, yet you still dare to gawk, thinking us easy prey. The crowd exchanged puzzled glances at Yang Jinrong. Huang Wei wore a similarly astonished expression. What was there to gawk at? Was it possible that Jinrong had never encountered a woman before, unable to tolerate such a provocative scene? Little did they know, Yang Jinrong paid no mind to Li Qin's remarks. He approached her directly, bending down. Huang Wei was immediately alarmed. Boss, what are you doing? Zhang Exin was equally taken aback, quickly interjecting. Hey, Yang Jinrong, what are you doing? Stop this at once. This was not the Yang Jinrong she remembered. The Yang Jinrong she knew would never be so brazen that he was always composed, acutely aware of what was appropriate and what was not. The other security officers also stared at Yang Jinrong in disbelief that Li Qin, on the other hand, was frozen in fear, convinced Yang Jinrong was about to strike her. But instead, he lowered himself before her mother, bending down and reaching into her bosom, extracting a small black device that a recording device. Zhang Exin gasped. These two women were not ordinary sellers. They had come equipped with a mini camcorder. Was this a honey trap? Zhang Exin was the first to consider the possibility. The others were equally astonished, their eyes wide as they fixated on the tiny recording device in Yang Jinrong's hand. They had been oblivious to this detail all along. Yet Yang Jinrong had uncovered it. Just moments ago, they had mistakenly thought him to be lecherous, only to be proven wrong. He was sharp-eyed, having detected the ruse. A wave of shame washed over the group. Yang Jinrong's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing with a fierce intensity that he demanded in a low voice. What is the true purpose of your visit to this hotel? You too? We, Li Qin's mother, intimidated by Yang Jinrong's presence, faltered, her nerves, already frayed by being handcuffed, shattered under Yang Jinrong's scrutiny. She quickly confessed, we were paid by someone to find you for a night and record a video for her. She offered us 8,000 yuan. My sister, Wang Susu, she didn't know whether you preferred young girls or more seasoned women like me. So she brought both of us along, but we ended up in the wrong room. And that led to this misunderstanding. Once again, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Goodness, it turned out that the true aim was to target Yang Jinrong. Zhang Exin's heart trembled even more. He had thought his investigation was thorough enough, only to discover that this case concealed such a shocking motive. Someone had paid to hire a mother and daughter to frame Yang Jinrong. They had almost treated it as a mere case of prostitution. And then to threaten me with rape? Yang Jinrong's gaze turned icy. A honey trap? A cover-up gang? Very well. Yang Jinrong had anticipated that this matter would not conclude swiftly, and indeed, it was as he had suspected. Zhang Xian, the security officer, please take them back for interrogation. Yang Jinrong handed over the still-warm mini-recording device to Zhang Xian, declaring that this case had constituted a criminal offense, and he would subsequently entrust his lawyer to file a lawsuit against them. Such behavior amounted to framing and constituted the crime of false accusation, which, if convicted, could lead to a prison sentence of up to 3 years. Zhang Xian nodded at this point. It was time to wrap things up. With a wave of his hand, several security officers handcuffed Li Qin and her mother. Despite their struggles, pleas, and curses, it was all in vain. The old bald monk was also taken away. Whether his actions constituted soliciting prostitution would require further investigation. You too must accompany us for further inquiries, Zhang Xian reminded. The case will be transferred to the Municipal Security Bureau, and we will cooperate with the investigation tomorrow morning. Yang Jinrong made a phone call to Zhang Hui at the Municipal Bureau, briefly outlining the situation, and then handed the phone to Zhang Xian. Their brief exchange confirmed the arrangements. The case was to be transferred to the Municipal Security Bureau for joint processing. Yang Jinrong and his companion were not required to cooperate with the investigation that night. After Zhang Xian departed, Yang Jinrong and Huang Wei returned to their room. Jinrong, your keen eye is remarkable. You actually discovered the hidden device in Li Qin's mother's vicinity, or else I would have remained oblivious. Huang Wei gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Incredible! This situation is far from simple." Yang Jinrong shared his analysis. Huang Wei immediately grew solemn. Until the cover-up gang is eradicated, they will never find peace. The enemy lurks in the shadows. While they are exposed, that a single misstep could lead to disaster. Yang Jinrong recounted his plans to Huang Wei and reorganized his thoughts. The two then retired to separate beds and fell asleep. The following day, Yang Jinrong and Huang Wei arrived early at the Municipal Security Bureau, where they met Zhang Hui. Zhang Hui led them to the office. Last night, we conducted an overnight interrogation of Li Qin and her mother, which revealed the whereabouts of Wang Susu. Zhang Hui produced a file and handed it to Yang Jinrong, stating that they had swiftly deployed personnel and captured Wang Susu and her accomplice in a van. Wang Susu is no ordinary individual. She is not only the temporary wife of Wu Chong, one of Wu Hai's associates, but also has a partner named Ma Ho. They were acting under Wu Xianggui's orders to execute a honey trap against you, specifically targeting Li Qin and her mother. Temporary spouses? Huang Wei was taken aback that they are not related by family ties. The term temporary spouses often refers to couples living together in construction sites or factories, where both parties have families back home. They come to work in a different location and require companionship both physically and emotionally. Precisely, Zhang Hui added that we interrogated Wang Susu overnight, and according to her account, the relatives who caused the disturbance at the Security Bureau are all temporary partners. Yang Jinrong began to understand, and no wonder Wu Jiang and Wu Hai had the audacity to rob in a hotel. It turned out they had no genuine family connections. Like fugitives, they were likely to abscond with the money at any moment. Living together, they were indifferent to any repercussions. This clarified everything. Have the others been apprehended? Yang Jinrong inquired. Zhang Hui understood who Yang Jinrong was referring to and continued, "We just captured 3 this morning, and the others are still being pursued." "Thank you." Yang Jinrong expressed his gratitude and no need for thanks. Safeguarding the safety of citizens is our responsibility as a security agency. Indeed, Yang Jinrong nodded that he realized that this situation would not be straightforward. Whatever number they could capture would have to suffice. Apart from firearms, he was no longer afraid of close combat. The bounty on his head, Huang Wei felt an increasing chill in his heart. Since they are all from the lowest echelons, I must also become stronger. I cannot allow Jinrong to face these troubles alone. Moreover, in Huang Wei's heart, Yang Jinrong should focus on studying and attending university. Yang Jinrong was the only brother from their orphanage who had been accepted into a first-rate university. He represented the hope of all the children from the orphanage. Anyone who interfered with Yang Jinrong's university education deserved death. After completing all procedures in cooperation with Zhang Hui, they left the security bureau. Jinrong, I'm heading to Shancheng, Huang Wei declared resolutely, without a hint of hesitation, preparing to set off immediately. To be careful, and if anything arises, contact me first. Yang Jinrong handed him a card, but Huang Wei declined, stating no need for money. I have my own ways. Jinrong, focus on your studies. Leave all other matters to me. Huang Wei departed. Before leaving, he found two brothers with whom he had shared life and death experiences, and quietly boarded a green train to Shancheng. After watching Huang Wei leave, Yang Jinrong returned to school. The Wu Xianggui case awaited further interrogation, and matters regarding compensation would have to wait until after the lawsuit and the court's final verdict. He entrusted all these matters to Yin Yin. The house awarded by the Security Bureau also needed to be renovated by a suitable company. Furthermore, with Zhuge Lily's wedding approaching, he should prepare a gift to attend her ceremony. Such a wedding, often not well accepted by society, would have few friends or family in attendance. Although he and Zhuge Lily had not interacted much, she genuinely regarded Yang Jinrong as a good friend. How could Yang Jinrong bring himself to miss her wedding? As he walked along the verdant path of the school, the dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves cast a glow upon Yang Jinrong's handsome face, making him appear as if a celestial being had descended. This drew numerous female classmates to exclaim in admiration, while a handful of socially adept girls even took the initiative to strike up conversations, hoping to arrange a date with Yang Jinrong. Such was the burden of being handsome. Yang Jinrong politely declined their advances and returned to the dormitory. Our dormitory's internet celebrity. It's been several days since I last saw you, and the internet is flooded with news about you. Zhang Xiaohua teased with a smile. Yang Jinrong, you're back. Yang Bin, wearing headphones, greeted him with a casual nod. Hey, Yang Jinrong, did you know? The big star Zhang Yuqi, who initially sparked the uproar by reposting Lin Yu's slanderous tweet about you, is trending again. Zhang Xiaohua continued to jest. Yang Jinrong glanced at him and smiled. Is that so? Zhang Xiaohua quickly urged. Check the trending topics yourself. Yang Jinrong opened Weibo and discovered that there was indeed a trending topic involving Zhang Yuqi. How coincidental. This time, Zhang Yuqi's trending topic was somewhat related to Yang Jinrong, Xiekuan, the ball director, and his wife. Huang Xiaoqin's situation in the hospital had been exposed online. Once again, Zhang Yuqi reposted and commented, standing up for women everywhere. A wife who strays is forced to relinquish her signing rights. What kind of logic is that? The law only recognizes spousal inheritance rights. How can he demand an outsider's signature while denying his wife's? She merely committed the same mistake that men universally make. The only difference is that she is a woman. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Yang Jinrong's eyes as he contemplated his next move. Just then, his phone rang. It was his long uncontacted counselor, Quan Zhui. Good day, counselor. Yang Jinrong answered. I have a matter I would like to consult your opinion on. What is it? The top domestic university, Qingmu University, has sent an invitation to our school requesting 2 outstanding students to participate in an academic exchange. The counselor's tone conveyed a sense of congratulation. The school has recommended several candidates, and you and Lu Qiqi from our law school are among them. Prepare yourself. You should be able to be selected. The academic exchange is likely to take place before the summer vacation. You wouldn't refuse, would you? 105. The youthful heart in turmoil, child trafficking. The corpse giantess view disappearance, Lu Qiqi. This name hadn't echoed in Yang Jinrong's ears for quite some time. They were classmates. Yang Jinrong was the top student among the boys, while Lu Qiqi held the same status among the girls, often revered as the goddess of the law school. Many classmates had previously playfully paired them together. However, neither of them had any interest. Lu Chi-Chi was the pragmatic type of girl that I in this era. There is nothing wrong with a girl being realistic. Being exceptional, practical, and materialistic is typical. Regardless of gender, everyone should be somewhat realistic. Any relationship that involves lowering one's status or lowering one's expectations is unlikely to last. Yet Lu Chi-Chi's pragmatism came with an additional layer of pretense, which made Yang Jinrong keep his distance. He wasn't fond of such girls and had no desire to even be friends. Over time, aside from attending classes, they ceased all interaction. Even in the same classroom, there was no communication between them. As for the monthly gatherings, social events, and outings organized by the class, Yang Jinrong hardly participated. Yang Jinrong harbors a profound appreciation for the life he currently leads, radiating positivity within the school environment as he diligently engages in his studies, continually enriching himself each day. Upon stepping outside the school gates, he endeavors to spread uplifting energy within the limits of his capabilities, expressing his indignation at injustices he encounters along the way. However, I digress. Regarding the academic exchange competition at Tsinghua University, Yang Jinrong's perception of this esteemed institution, the pinnacle of academia in the nation, has plummeted to an all-time low due to various incidents in recent years that have wounded national sentiments. It is safe to assert that every citizen of the 9 provinces harbor dreams of gaining admission to Tsinghua University during their formative years. Yet the recent series of controversies surrounding the university has severely tarnished its prestigious title. The reasons behind this decline remain obscure to the average person. Nevertheless, Yang Jinrong expressed his commitment to preparing diligently for the opportunity presented to him by his advisor. Not having declined the offer, his determination to compete wholeheartedly for this chance stems from a simple motivation. Had it not been for the system in place, he might not have contemplated such matters. However, equipped with this system, he cannot quell the restless spirit of youth within him. The desire to uncover the truth behind why this institution, which receives over 40 billion yuan annually from the state, has become embroiled in a plethora of scandals. Rest assured, you will undoubtedly succeed in your campaign, his advisor remarked with satisfaction, before reminding him of a previous inquiry regarding his plans for further studies. At that time, he had yet to make a decision. Now, however, he was compelled to reconsider. The application period for graduate school had already passed, leaving the first semester of the senior year as the only feasible time for conventional entrance examinations. As Yang Jinrong contemplated this, his advisor continued, "Or perhaps you intend to pursue civil service examinations after graduation. In that case, you would need to register in the second semester of your senior year." The scope of the civil service examinations for law majors is indeed extensive, encompassing the procuratorate, courts, judicial bureaus, public security bureaus, maritime affairs bureaus, national security agencies, and human resources departments, among others, all of which require legal professionals. However, without connections, opportunities for advancement within these institutions are limited. Hence, his advisor subtly suggested prioritizing graduate studies over civil service exams, emphasizing that preparing for graduate school would not hinder his prospect for civil service should he not gain admission to his desired institution. Yang Jinrong refrained from providing a definitive answer, already possessing a notion in his mind, but unwilling to share it with his advisor. The conversation then shifted to various other topics before concluding the call. Zhang Xiaohua, observing his advisor's evident concern for Yang Jinrong, felt a twinge of envy, noting that the advisor had never reached out to him. "I would prefer it if the advisor paid no attention to me." Yang Bin muttered, his head bowed as he engaged in a mobile game, that he had not attended classes lately, opting instead to pay classmates to sign him in while he avoided the roll call of each class. With the looming prospect of multiple failing grades in his final exams, he naturally wished to evade the advisor's scrutiny. Yang Jinrong chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. Fortunately, the dormitory was equipped with air conditioning, ensuring that his afternoon rest would not be unbearably hot. Meanwhile, a video of Yang Jinrong delivering a powerful punch that dented the door of a Lexus LM rapidly circulated online, reaching the martial arts, boxing, and combat sports communities. The incident sent shockwaves through these circles. As the adage goes, amateurs watch the spectacle, while professionals seek the intricacies. Within these groups, some individuals were unscrupulous, while others were genuinely skilled practitioners. Upon witnessing Yang Jinrong's feat, those with high standing in the circles instinctively questioned the video's authenticity. Is this not a special effects video? Even Master Ma could not possibly achieve such an impact with a single punch on a luxury vehicle. They speculated, or perhaps this vehicle is a specially designated one for demonstrations. However, thorough investigations confirmed that the car was genuine, belonging to the Pengbai News Group, and the incident was real. Contacts within Pengbai News and the Linhai Public Security Bureau corroborated the authenticity of the event. Furthermore, it was revealed that this young man, Yang Jinrong, had single-handedly taken on 8 burly men, reportedly leaving them with broken bones. The figures revered within these circles could not suppress their gasps of astonishment. Not only was his strength formidable, but his methods were also ruthlessly effective. What if we capitalize on this momentum to challenge him and broadcast our victory live? Could we not use this opportunity to gain widespread recognition? One proposed, challenge him. Forget it, I've looked into this guy. He is not merely a violent brute. Alongside his terrifying strength, he is also a law student. The most notable things about him online are his accomplishments in sending others to prison. Regardless of age or gender, another interjected, is he a practitioner of the mad dog boxing style? No, I inquired with Teacher Chen. He does not recognize Yang Jinrong. How about we approach him and inquire if he would be willing to join our ranks? Helping us in a few matches, we could offer him ample fame and fortune. I believe a young man would find such an opportunity appealing. This suggestion garnered unanimous support. Consequently, in the ensuing period, rumors began to circulate across various circles about Yang Jinrong's potential involvement with them. Unbeknownst to him, as he received a substantial sum from the court that afternoon, the long-awaited compensation from the black market intermediary case, Yang Jinrong was blissfully unaware of the stir he was causing. He received 350,000 yuan, alongside the 668,393 yuan he had previously transferred to Ding Minhui, which was also returned. With this, Yang Jinrong's savings swelled to 1.45 million yuan. Zhang Hui's call soon followed, inquiring if the compensation had arrived. I just received it, Yang Jinrong replied. That is excellent. Zhang Hui paused before continuing. We apprehended numerous individuals involved in your case during the midday operation, that we conducted several intense interrogations, uncovering not only their involvement in organized crime and deceptive practices, but also another alarming issue. What issue? Yang Jinrong inquired. Although I shouldn't disclose this to anyone outside law enforcement, given your unique circumstances, I will inform you, Zhang Hui stated gravely. Their so-called repair assistance group is also implicated in child trafficking. We have established a special task force to conduct a thorough investigation and apprehend those involved. Child trafficking? Yang Jinrong's brow furrowed. Although he had harbored suspicions, hearing it confirmed by Zhang Hui still left him taken aback. The so-called repair assistance group indeed possessed the means for such heinous acts, equipped with vans, coordinating efforts to provide cover, and utilizing maintenance work as a pretext to access various neighborhoods for such individuals. The act of abducting children would be alarmingly easy. Furthermore, the financial gains from child trafficking are staggering, with each child fetching tens of thousands to over 100,000 yuan. Even if caught, the penalties for child trafficking rarely exceed a few years in prison, presenting minimal risk for substantial rewards. Thus, there will always be those willing to take such risks. Currently, the investigation revealed that not every member of the repair assistance group was involved in child trafficking. Only select individuals were deemed qualified to participate. Zhang Hui continued, the Wu Xianggui trio did not meet the criteria for participation, which is unfortunate that a hint of regret colored Zhang Hui's tone. Had they been involved, we could have leveraged Yang Jinrong's current notoriety for educational outreach online to parents and serve as a cautionary tale to criminals. By the way, there's something else I need to mention. Zhang Hui added. The monk captured by Zhang Xin and his team yesterday has been handed over to the Municipal Bureau. After thorough investigation, no additional issues were found. and he was released today. However, I still sense something amiss that I heard you know him. Do you have more information about him? I've only encountered him a few times on the street, Yang Jinrong replied honestly. His behavior is indeed quite odd. You might want to investigate him further. The supposed monk's appearance at the Four Seasons Hotel yesterday could very well be coincidental. However, based on his previous actions and Zhang Lingtian's pursuit, it was evident that he had something to hide. Rest assured, we will assign personnel to investigate, Zhang Hui affirmed. Before imparting a serious warning, you must exercise extreme caution in the coming days. According to the accounts of those involved with the repair assistance group, a so-called underworld bounty has already been issued against you. Once this bounty is posted, it cannot be retracted, and there is a certainty that criminal elements will take up this so-called bounty. Certain that someone will take it up? Yang Jinrong was momentarily taken aback. Zhang Hui replied solemnly, according to their claims, the bounty will continue to escalate until someone accepts the task. I see. However, this bounty seems a bit fantastical, that I wonder what sort of person would take on the task of hunting me down. After inquiring about the relevant situation with Zhang Hui, he hung up the phone. In the afternoon, there were classes. Yang Jinrong, clutching his books like a serene and handsome gentleman, diligently completed his coursework. In the evening, while dining in the cafeteria, Yang Jinrong contemplated the light schedule for the next day, planning to purchase gifts for Zhuge Lily's wedding in a few days, when he received another phone call. Chewing on a chicken leg, he inquired, Comrade Zhang Exine, what is the matter? Zhang Exine's voice came through the line, heavy and somber. Just now, someone reported a body. While fishing by the river, they pulled up a female corpse. The body has already started to show signs of decomposition. At that moment, Yang Jinrong felt the chicken leg in his hand lose its allure. The term decomposition conjured images from a book he had read. The Illustrated Guide to Corpse Transformation. The so-called decomposition referred to the state where, after several days post-mortem, putrefactive bacteria proliferate wildly, generating a staggering volume of foul, greenish gases that fill the human body. What the hell? Zhang Exun, are you insane? What does the retrieval of a female corpse have to do with me, an ordinary citizen? Even if you feel compelled to inform me, must you provide such gruesome details? I wonder if the fisherman is all right. Yang Jinrong expressed his annoyance, adding, I'm at dinner, you better give me a compelling reason. Zhang Exine replied, the deceased is Yang Xiaoli. Yang Jinrong fell silent. Previously, during the court proceedings regarding the lawsuit against the Xiaoli Come Help program, the defendant, Yang Xiaoli, had gone missing. Little did he expect her reappearance would be as a corpse. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, Yang Jinrong remarked, you do not suspect that I have a motive, do you? Zhang Exine replied, devoid of emotion. If I truly suspected you, I would personally come to apprehend you, presenting you with a silver bracelet and complimentary meals that I would actually look forward to such a day. Yang Jinrong chuckled, I hope you achieve a promotion by then, so that when I am arrested, I can maintain some dignity, that if such a day arrives, I will not show mercy. Zhang Exine responded. After a brief silence, he shifted the topic, saying, you should visit Chen Xiaodian. Ever since your last visit, he has repeatedly mentioned you, expressing a desire to grow up like you, fighting against evil and defeating wrongdoers. How is little Chen Xiaodian doing lately? His condition is not very optimistic, sigh. Little Chen Xiaodian suffers from a malignant brain tumor, while his mother, Zhuang Lu, battles uremia. Yang Jinrong lamented that the system had never provided any rewards for such afflictions. He had inquired whether there were rewards for treating malignant brain tumors. The system had responded that rewards were entirely random, and apart from the 3 options it offered, there was no way to actively choose. Regrettably, in the face of Chen Xiaoyan's malignant brain tumor, even with the system's assistance, Yang Jinrong felt powerless. That it was due to Zhuang Lu's accusations that the Wenwu brothers were successfully incarcerated. In a way, his motorcycle had inadvertently entangled the mother and son. Yang Jinrong held a deep admiration for this resilient pair. After concluding the call with Zhang Exine, Yang Jinrong finished his meal and returned to his dormitory. Tomorrow, he planned to buy gifts and visit the little one. The next day, Yang Jinrong awoke naturally and first purchased some fruits and milk before heading to the hospital to visit Chen Xiaodian. The little boy maintained a positive attitude, though his health was deteriorating. Lying on the bed, his face pale, Chen Xiaodian waited until his mother left before quietly requesting, "Brother Yang, could you do me a favor?" Yang Jinrong smiled. "What kind of favor?" "I will agree if it is within my capability." Little did he know, Chen Xiaotian's request struck him like a bolt from the blue, sending chills down his spine. "Please persuade my mother to accept my kidney transplant. That way, she can live." This Yang Jinrong looked at Chen Xiaotian's face, filled with astonishment. The poor little fellow, only 7 years old, yet far too perceptive. After a long hesitation, Yang Jinrong contemplated many factors before finally nodding in agreement. "I will speak with your mother." Upon hearing Yang Jinrong's acceptance, Chen Xiaodian beamed with joy. "Thank you, Brother Yang. When I grow up in my next life, I will be just like you, sending all the bad people to prison, shining like a light to illuminate this society." Sound a silent exhale. "Brother Yang, could you talk to my mother now?" "Right now?" "Yes, I fear it may be too late if I wait." "All right." Yang Jinrong exited the ward and, at the corner of the hospital corridor, found Zhuang Lu crouched in silence, tears streaming down her face. "Sister Zhuang." Yang Jinrong offered her a tissue, organizing his thoughts. "Little Chen Xiaodian has entrusted me with a story to share with you." The tale of Erling Shin Yang Jian and the Lotus Lantern. Yang Jinrong recounted the story, detailing how Yang Jian split the mountain to rescue his mother, sacrificing his powers to save the celestial dog. He drew parallels to the struggles of little Chen Xiaodian. Yet both desired their loved ones to live well. That be why the time Zhuang Lu had not even finished listening. Her face was already drenched in tears. Once the story concluded, she tacitly accepted the outcome, inwardly consenting to the kidney transplant from her son. "That I shall not return to the ward to see little Chen Xiaodian again." Yang Jinrong bid farewell, heading to the nurses' station to inform the nurses, leaving his contact details in case the surgery costs fell short or other troubles arose. Only then did Yang Jinrong leave the hospital. However, he had not ventured far when he received a call from the nurses' station that Mr. Yang Jinrong, urgent news. "Little Chen Xiaodian, he is missing. We have alerted the entire hospital and contacted the police. But we have not found him. Do you know where he might go?" 106. Rampage. Full of rhymes, are you preparing for an exam? Have you checked the surveillance? Yang Jinrong replied calmly, "Don't tell me the hospital surveillance is malfunctioning. Such a glitch scenario should not occur in reality, only in dramas." The nurse quickly assured him, "The surveillance is operational." It captured Chen Xiaodian leaving the corridor. He walked into the stairwell and then vanished. He left by himself? Yang Jinrong frowned. That shouldn't be the case. The little fellow still had a needle inserted in his arm. Who took out the needle? Yang Jinrong retraced his steps back to the hospital, where security personnel and the hospital's guards were already searching. Zhuang Lu was in a state of panic, running around in search. They had already checked the rooftop, balcony, and stairwell, yet to no avail, instead of rushing to search. Yang Jinrong approached the nurse's station, requesting the nurse to review the surveillance footage. There were no cameras in the ward itself. Only the corridor outside had surveillance. "Look here." The nurse pointed at the screen. Explaining, Chen Xiaodian walked out on his own, slowly made his way to the stairs, which are not monitored, and then disappeared. "We checked the footage on every floor, but there is no sign of Chen Xiaodian." Yang Jinrong nodded. Little Chen Xiaodian certainly would not leave without reason, especially since he had just promised to persuade Zhuang Lu to accept his kidney transplant. There was no motive for him to leave at this moment. Yang Jinrong rewound the footage but found nothing unusual. The only individuals entering and exiting the ward were the family members and patients from the adjacent beds. Security personnel had already questioned them, and they had not spoken to Chen Xiaodian, each preoccupied with their own matters, paying little attention to him. The security personnel had also reviewed the surveillance at the hospital's various exits, but found no trace of Chen Xiaodian. The hospital had personnel assigned to search as well. Yang Jinrong did not rush outside to search that in a normal world devoid of human traffickers. Children rarely go missing unless something unfortunate occurs. Perhaps Chen Xiaotian would return to the ward. Just like when one misplaces an item, rummaging through drawers only to have it reappear days later. Suddenly, while the surveillance footage from several exits was replaying, Yang Jinrong noticed an elderly man with silver hair carrying a girl who appeared to be his granddaughter walking by. "What's wrong?" the nurse inquired hastily. "That old man seems suspicious," Yang Jinrong pointed out, indicating the elderly man's wig. The young nurse was taken aback. Many elderly people wear wigs nowadays, but who wears a silver wig? Yang Jinrong analyzed, and then there was the little girl, whose hair appeared rather unnatural. It was likely a wig. Moreover, considering it was June, in the sweltering 35-degree heat of Linhai, who would still wear long sleeves and trousers. Wouldn't that be unbearable? Ah! The young nurse couldn't help but let out a shriek. Her outburst attracted the attention of other nurses and security personnel, all eyes turning towards Yang Jinrong. The nurse, covering her mouth in astonishment, exclaimed, "I understand what you mean. That little girl is the wig-wearing Chen Xiaotian?" "It's not impossible. No wonder we mobilized so many people and still couldn't locate Chen Xiaotian. What a deception! Truly, what a deception! Use the intercom and inform everyone immediately." The scene erupted into chaos as everyone hurriedly contacted the security personnel, calling for additional searchers. Although Yang Jinrong could not assert with absolute certainty that it was indeed Chen Xiaotian, he preferred to err on the side of caution. Finding the elderly man and his granddaughter was paramount. From the surveillance footage outside the hospital, it was revealed that the elderly man had carried his granddaughter into a brown and white photon vehicle. The car sped away. The group quickly reached out to the security personnel. Yang Jinrong paused for a moment. The photon appeared familiar at first glance. Was it a hearse? "It should be," the young nurse exclaimed in surprise. "Are they taking someone to the funeral home?" "A hearse?" Yang Jinrong's initial thought turned to the only funeral home owner he knew, Zhang Lingtian. Perhaps this individual could provide some insight. After noting the license plate, Yang Jinrong called Zhang Lingtian, considering he was also within the funeral industry and might recognize the plate number. To his surprise, after 3 attempts, he could not get through. The line was busy. Consequently, he had no choice but to leave the investigation to the security personnel. The findings revealed that the hearse, after entering a secluded alley without surveillance, had been abandoned there. The vehicle's abandonment further solidified suspicions against the individuals involved. To Yang Jinrong's astonishment, the actual owner of the hearse turned out to be Zhang Lingtian himself, who had reported the vehicle stolen after it vanished the previous night. Naturally, the license plate switch was the work of a thief. At that moment, Yang Jinrong's phone rang. It was Zhang Lingtian calling. "Yang Jinrong, I just got caught up in a game. My phone was charging." "You called 3 times. Is this about my business again? Is there a death somewhere that requires urgent floral arrangements?" Yang Jinrong felt exasperated. Could he not hope for something more positive? Without further ado, he got straight to the point, inquiring about the stolen vehicle that IT was taken last night. "The security office just called to say they've found it." Zhang Lingtian bluntly responded. "What happened to my car?" "It was stolen once before, and the exhaust pipe was damaged." Yang Jinrong joked. "Was it taken by that Sango?" "How did you know?" Zhang Lingtian replied, astonished. "It really was stolen by someone named Sango. I heard he even stole a crocodile from the crocodile farm." Yang Jinrong paused briefly before returning to the matter at hand. "Do you have any suspects regarding this theft?" "None," Zhang Lingtian continued. "This old car of mine isn't appealing to many. After all, it could be considered a hearse, and many people find it inauspicious." Yang Jinrong had anticipated this response. Suddenly, he recalled something and asked, "I have another question for you." "Go ahead," Zhang Lingtian replied. "When we ran into each other by the roadside, you mentioned pursuing that fake monk. That there's something amiss with him. He is a con artist." Zhang Lingtian exclaimed, his frustration palpable. "He swindled my assistant out of money. The little girl lost her entire month's salary. I intended to confront him when I saw him, but alas, that bald-headed monk managed to escape. That all? Isn't that sufficient?" Yang Jinrong replied. Thank you. I'll hang up now. After ending the call, Yang Jinrong pondered Zhang Lingtian's words, sensing something was off, but unable to pinpoint exactly what. The mention of the bald monk reminded him of their previous encounter at the Four Seasons Hotel, where he nearly detained him for solicitation that was peculiar. Why had the bald monk appeared at the Four Seasons? He decided to return to the hotel for further investigation. Meanwhile, the security personnel confirmed through technical comparisons that the silver-haired elder carrying the child closely matched Chen Xiaotian's height and body outline. It was almost certain that Chen Xiaotian had been taken away in the hearse and subsequently moved through the alley, that a child had been abducted from the hospital, and the hospital bore some responsibility. Should public outrage escalate, both the hospital and the security department would find themselves in a precarious position. Therefore, the Security Bureau promptly decided to establish a special task force to commence a city-wide search. Various intersections throughout Linhai City began patrolling. Yang Jinrong also called Yin Yin, asking her to leverage the firm's connections to assist in the search. That he then contacted Yu Huai, urging him to keep an eye out as well. Yu Huai's business had recently expanded significantly, engaging in wholesale, naturally connecting him with a diverse array of people. That was worth a shot. Perhaps someone would have seen something. Yang Jinrong proceeded to the Four Seasons Hotel, feeling a sense of unease regarding the fake monk. Utilizing his striking looks, he managed to extract information from the front desk clerk. The fake monk checked into that room again today. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude to the clerk, Yang Jinrong made his way to room 276 on the second floor. He paused briefly at the door, indeed hearing the bald monk's voice inside. He appeared to be on the phone. Yang Jinrong caught snippets of conversation, words like panda blood and 5 million resonating through the door. That is Chen Xiaotian's mother, little Chen Xiaotian. A panda blood type? Yang Jinrong sent a message to Zhuang Lu, but received no immediate response. A sudden idea struck him. He knocked on the door, calling out 216, "Your delivery." The bald monk's voice came from within. "I didn't order any delivery. I'm in 276. The one opposite is 216. Yang Jinrong replied, "My apologies. I read the wrong number. The order clearly states 216, with a note. Sexy dealer? Online dealing? Sexy what?" The bald monk exploded in rage, storming towards the door, ready to unleash a tirade, but abruptly halted. Then came a series of rustling sounds. Yang Jinrong furrowed his brow, listening intently. After a moment, the noise ceased. Yang Jinrong raised an eyebrow. Had he fled through the window, or was he feigning escape while actually hiding inside? These were the only two possibilities that crossed Yang Jinrong's mind. Just then, he spotted a cleaning lady approaching. That he waved her over, concocting a story about forgetting his room card and asking her to let him in to clean. That in such small hotels, regulations were often lax, and cleaning staff typically carried master keys. Furthermore, how often did a cleaning lady encounter such a handsome young man? She readily opened the door. Indeed, the window was wide open. Yang Jinrong peered outside, catching sight of the bald monk sprinting away with a child in his arms. The positioning of the room was absurd. Not only was it on the rooftop terrace of a ground-floor shop, but there was also an air conditioning unit serving as a step, allowing for an easy escape. With the cleaning lady watching in astonishment, Yang Jinrong leaped through the window. The lady followed suit, peering out to see Yang Jinrong leap from the shop terrace down to the street below. Exclaiming in wonder, "Young man, your agility is impressive." On the street, the bald monk was racing away with the child. Yang Jinrong pursued him. It was a chase, each trying to outpace the other. Just as Yang Jinrong was about to catch the bald monk, a speeding Mercedes suddenly skidded around the corner with a screech, tires screeching against the pavement, forcing Yang Jinrong to retreat as it came to a halt in front of the bald monk, who quickly got into the car with the child. The Mercedes floored it, tires screeching once more as it sped away. Yang Jinrong watched helplessly as they were about to vanish, when suddenly a Lian Dongyun came around the corner. Appearing right in front of him, that a familiar face emerged from the window. "Boss, are you admiring the beauties?" Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Jinrong flung open the car door. "Get out, I'll drive." "All right." Yu Huai climbed into the passenger seat. Yang Jinrong settled into the driver's position, fastening his seatbelt. Huh. Yu Huai wondered aloud as the car suddenly surged forward, causing him to swiftly buckle up. Boss, your driving skills. Before he could finish, Yang Jinrong expertly maneuvered the car, executing a drift and merging into the lane ahead. The Yu Huai was nearly choked by the sudden rush of air, almost gagging. Boss, do you even have a driver's license? Yang Jinrong replied, no what? Yu Huai exclaimed. You remaking me drive without a license? Wait, boss, my career is just taking off. I don't want to meet my end on the slopes of Akina. Yang Jinrong rummaged through his belongings. Tossing his phone to Yu Huai, call Zhang Hui at the Municipal Security Bureau for me. The call connected swiftly, and Zhang Hui's voice came through. Yang Jinrong, are you reporting another incident? Could you not wish for something better for me? Yang Jinrong stated bluntly, Captain Zhang, I may have located Chen Xiaodian. The individual is driving a black Mercedes-Benz E and heading towards the overpass. The situation is urgent. I have just scanned with a joint cloud system, but I lack a driver's license and need to report this. All right. Zhang Hui immediately agreed upon hearing this that if you cannot catch up, do not pursue recklessly, that I will contact the traffic police to intercept. What is the license plate number? It is UC3T805. Good. Ensure you drive safely. There are countless roads, but safety is paramount. Understood. Yang Jinrong ended the call, on the straight road. He could not keep pace with the other vehicle. Fortunately, the opposing car was a new domestically manufactured Mercedes-Benz E300, which had been somewhat throttled in power and had not managed to pull away too far. Soon, they approached the overpass, where both vehicles sped along. Engaged in a frantic chase. Boss, there is a box truck following us from behind. The Yu Huai observed through the rearview mirror that a truck was tailing them, seemingly marked with the words Cold Chain Logistics. It resembled a vehicle from the docks. Recently, Yu Huai had mingled with various social circles and recognized the vehicle from behind, the dock. Yang Jinrong's first thought was of the Tianjin group, but he deemed it not a significant issue. Soon, the overpass came to an end, and he could see traffic officers attempting to intercept passing vehicles. However, this was not an American-style interception. There were no spiked strips on the ground, and the opposing vehicle barreled through. Yang Jinrong followed closely behind, racing through as well. The cold chain logistics truck from the rear relentlessly pursued them, crashing into several police cars and other vehicles that could not evade in time. One van, carrying a load of chicks, was overturned, resulting in heavy casualties among the little chicks scattered everywhere. Fortunately, the van's driver emerged relatively unscathed, merely crying as he tried to gather the chicks. Inside the cold chain logistics truck, a small, dark-skinned man glanced at the driver beside him and asked, "Brother-in-law, won't this reckless behavior lead to our own demise?" The brother-in-law shot him a glare, pondering for a moment before responding with a curse. "You're thinking too much. Do you want to take the entrance exam for graduate school?" 107. Explosive. Motorcycle girl meets her doom. Drainage ditch turns. Hunters and hidden guns, as Yang Jinrong drove his car in pursuit of the Mercedes. Exiting the city and entering the mountainous outskirts, a live stream titled Motorcycle Girl's Cute Wife showcased a thrilling mountain race. The cute wife, clad in a princess dress, rode a motorcycle adorned with pink fluff, carrying her friend, Xiao Anren, who wore a short white skirt. Both the front and back of the motorcycle were equipped with special devices, each holding a live-streaming phone, merging the two views into one stream. The fluffy motorcycle sped along under the cute wife's adept control, the wind whipping the fluff into a frenzy, resembling a roaring beast. So cool. Absolutely stunning. Our cute wife is incredible. Her riding skills are top-notch. Xiao Anren praised, but it feels a bit slow, around 60. Can't we go faster? There's no one on this road, so let's push it to 120. She urged playfully, if you can show us that speed, stop nagging. If you can afford it, then demand. If not, keep your mouth shut. The little girl appeared quite young. Did she even have a driver's license? Upon reading this comment, Xiao Anren retorted, "What do you mean I'm still a child? I'm 18. Does having a license concern you?" The cute wife accelerated the motorcycle, pushing the speed higher, straddling the yellow dashed line in the middle of the two-way road, swaying from side to side. The pink vehicle resembling a wave as it quickly maneuvered. She reveled in this showy display, feeling an exhilarating sense of freedom, which drew cheers and praise from the live stream audience. That U1S1. Cheerful crickets. The mountain race must be led by the cute wife. The other motorcycle streamers are too cautious, afraid of this or that, while the older ones strictly obey the rules, not daring to cross the yellow line. How boring. That princess dress is beautiful. I love wearing similar outfits at home, but my parents seem disgusted and repulsed by it. Sometimes my dad even hits me. Perhaps it's the outdated beliefs of the older generation. Sigh, being a man is hard. Xiao Anren continued to glance at the comments, reading out some of the more negative ones. Danger, danger. The cute wife, hearing Xiao Anren read this comment, cursed, danger? Nonsense. Don't bring your misfortune onto us. Do you even deserve to be involved? Xiao Anren seemed to enjoy countering the comments, continuing to read and reply to every non-praising remark. When the bike roars, your parents wasted their efforts raising you. Do you even have a motorcycle? Do you know how much this bike costs? Your parents' annual salary wouldn't cover it. Good advice is wasted on the damned. Adults make their own choices and bear their own consequences. If an accident occurs, don't blame others. Adults should keep their mouths shut and not chatter in my live stream. Just then, a black Mercedes sped past them, since the cute wife's motorcycle was riding along the yellow line. They nearly got sideswiped by the speeding Mercedes. Damn it. If it hits me, I'll have someone take out your whole family. The cute wife shouted at the Mercedes. Xiao Anren encouraged from behind. Chase after it. Force it to stop. Take it down. The live stream audience echoed with catch up. The cute wife, with a fiery temper, could not hold back and promptly twisted the throttle, intending to pursue. Suddenly, a white vehicle surged past her. The cute wife felt deeply insulted and shouted, "Damn it. Even a joint cloud dares to be so arrogant. I must catch up and force you to stop today." Boom! Another cold chain logistics truck barreled in from behind, its horn blaring. However, the cute wife refused to yield, deliberately positioning herself in the middle of the yellow line, preventing the truck from overtaking. The cold chain truck honked incessantly. But the cute wife paid no heed. Xiao Anren, seated behind, turned to the logistics truck and made a dismissive gesture with her middle finger. Trash, infuriated, the two men in the cold chain truck honked furiously. Brother-in-law, why not just ram through? This reckless motorcycle is courting death. The brother-in-law, Wang Xuanbao, wore a grim expression. Yang Jinrong's car is still in sight. The moment it disappears from our view will be the end for those two reckless girls. And for heaven's sake, can you stop with the rhymes? Bonaduo looked embarrassed. That if I could pass the entrance exam, I wouldn't have to work in all weather conditions. The cute wife's motorcycle continued to weave provocatively in front of the cold chain truck. Aware that the truck could not match her speed, she audaciously slowed down and then sped up again, taunting the driver. The adrenaline rush from this thrilling game heightened the excitement for both the cute wife and Xiao Anren. The live stream audience cheered wildly, relishing the thrill. So cool. So exhilarating. Those who warned her to be careful were promptly kicked from the live stream. This is my live stream. I call the shots. She disregarded any notions of safety. Above and below, I stand unrivaled. This was the motto of Xiao Anren and the cute wife. Capitalizing on the moment, Xiao Anren played her favorite hype song, Thunder. The electrifying music propelled both motorcycle girls into a frenzy, their bodies flooded with dopamine and adrenaline, feeling alive and wild. So exhilarating. Let's go. This thrilling live stream rapidly boosted the audience's numbers, soon surpassing 10,000 viewers. Is this for real? The joint cloud is chasing the Mercedes. These two have some skills. The joint cloud SUV is keeping pace with the sedan. Fast and stable, truly impressive. If I were there, I would say the joint cloud is amazing. But here on the screen, I would say, joint cloud, you still need to practice. As the numbers climbed, the comments began to shift. The cute wife and her friend had only a few fans. Most were casual viewers drawn in by the spectacle. While many were entertained, few paid attention to the streamers, leaving Xiao Anren feeling disheartened. Just then, her gaze caught a notification in the chat. Ping in funeral home has followed you. Unable to contain herself, she exclaimed, "What the hell? Whoever is named Ping in funeral home, get out of my live stream." Okay. Ping in Funeral Services. Our establishment operates year-round without, offering a comprehensive range of funeral services 24 hours a day. For updated contact information, please call 15819880438. Xiao Anren attempted to expel the representative from Ping in Funeral Services from the live broadcast room, only to discover her inability to do so, leaving her perplexed. Was her phone malfunctioning? However, she had no time to ponder this further. She clutched her adorable wife tightly and charged forth. Her delightful wife accelerated furiously, exclaiming with wild abandon, "Benz and Liandonjian ahead. Just wait to be left in my dust. Breathe in my exhaust." Ahead lay a winding mountain road. Yang Jinrong maneuvered the Koros, gripping tightly to the rear of the Benz. Wherever there were curves, Yang Jinrong closed the gap. Just then, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Extreme negative energy detected, successfully triggering a task. Option 1. The host's current actions are exceedingly perilous. One misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences, endangering innocent bystanders. This has already stirred public outcry online. To prevent a trend. The host is advised to cease these actions immediately and issue an apology, accepting the penalty for unlicensed driving. Reward: 1 Mercedes-Benz E300. Note: this Benz cannot be taken off-road. Option 2. The opposing driver is clearly a professional. The host stands no chance that IT may be wiser to abandon the pursuit, remain stationary, and play some mobile games, leaving the rest to law enforcement. Sometimes, life necessitates prudent relinquishment. Reward: a permanent skin for UG Starlight Envoy. Annotation: valued at 5,000. This can be bound to any account of the host or gifted to another. Option 3. Since the host is already engaged, retreating is not an option. The essence of life lies in relentless pursuit and constant challenge. Risks are an inherent part of existence. Fear not, cleanse the filth, and showcase youthful vigor. Retrieve Chen Xiaodian, capture the traffickers, and dismantle the trafficking ring. Reward: 1 golden treasure chest. Annotation: the golden treasure chest can randomly yield 100 items, including but not limited to gold and silver treasures, antiques, cash, skills, pills, medicine, weapons, talismans, etc. Firstly, Option 2 is dismissed. That reward is rather paltry. Even the system does not endorse giving up Midway.as for Option 1. He is already reported to the Municipal Bureau. Accepting punishment is out of the question. Even if the Benz could go off-road, he would not choose it. Only Zhou Tohai would love it to death, right? Yang Jinrong resolutely selects Option 3. A golden treasure chest. Guaranteed to yield 100 items. Just thinking about it fills him with excitement. The system's treasure chests are categorized into 3 tiers: bronze, silver, and gold. The golden chest is the pinnacle of system rewards, offering the best items. However, this task is no simple feat. To dismantle the trafficking ring requires significant effort. The silver lining is that there are no penalties for incomplete tasks, and encountering negative energy events during the task will trigger additional tasks. Completing them rewards a golden treasure chest, while failure results in the loss of a Benz. Yang Jinrong remained focused, continuing to chase the Benz with unparalleled smoothness. The distance between them decreased rapidly. "Boss, there's a super sharp turn ahead 500 meters away. The navigation indicates that this spot frequently witnesses accidents, so drive cautiously," Yu Huai warned, gripping the armrest while monitoring the navigation. Be careful not to take the inner lane. It could lead to a blowout. Hold on tight. Upon hearing this, Yang Jinrong's excitement surged at a curve. Finally, an opportunity. After all, the greater the storm, the more precious the fish. Overtaking in a straight line is child's play. Just floor the accelerator. True speed is found in the curves. Yang Jinrong possessed divine driving skills. He could handle any vehicle type, mastering the driving techniques of each beyond that of seasoned racers. Under Yang Jinrong's control, the Liandongian zipped along the mountain road like a phantom, achieving an exhilarating smoothness that even Lin Jiying in a Tesla could not match. The curve approached, the bend slowed first. Navigating the outer lane, Yang Jinrong, however, did not reduce speed. He opted for the inner lane. The tires pressed against the drainage ditch as he maneuvered the turn. He even grazed the curb, the vehicle tilting as it shot forth like lightning. This was an SUV. With such a posture, even seasoned drivers would likely find themselves overturned. Even top racing drivers would hesitate to navigate a turn so recklessly. In the blink of an eye, the Liandongian had overtaken the Benz. This scene was broadcast live by the delighted wife, igniting a frenzy among viewers. Wow, 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 so cool. Who's that dashing driver? Is he a professional racer? I'm utterly captivated. Navigating a drainage ditch. Is he the king of Akiyama? This is exhilarating and perilous. Who is the driver of the Liandongian? Why can he maneuver through a drainage ditch? Hey, I can't see their taillights. Hurry up and catch up to see who the driver of the Liandongian is. It feels like even professional racers can't match his skills. Oh no, there are so many police cars behind us. This is bad. Darling, we need to make a run for it. You don't have a license. And you're speeding. If the police catch up, we're finished. Some fans noticed the situation behind them, that in addition to the cold chain truck, there were over a dozen police cars in pursuit, their lights flashing and sirens blaring like a cinematic spectacle. The authorities had cleared the already sparse mountain road. Any vehicle passing through would face catastrophic consequences. The moment the Liandongian maneuvered through the drainage ditch and vanished from sight, it spurred the wife into action. She entered the curve without reducing speed, directly pressing through the turn. However, she was short and lacked the strength and skill. With a passenger in the back seat, she could not maintain the bike's balance. At the very moment she began to lean into the turn, the motorcycle lost balance. The pink-furred motorcycle swayed violently before completely losing control, flying off the outer edge of the turn and off the road. The phone and various parts scattered chaotically, and after a series of tumbles, the motorcycle and its passengers plummeted into the ravine below. A resounding crash echoed, followed by a billow of smoke. Flames erupted. Oh no, brother-in-law, those two motorcycle girls flew off. Though the cliff isn't high, I bet their bodies are mangled. Serves them right, exclaimed the brother-in-law Barnardo in shock and delight from the cold chain truck's cabin. Shut your mouth with your flowery language. The brother-in-law Wang Xuanbao scolded, his nerves frayed as he focused on the police cars behind them. All he wanted was to catch up to Yang Jinrong, eliminate him, and claim the 30,000 bounty on the wanted list. Brother-in-law, that's a colloquialism, not a fancy phrase. Still daring to retort? Smack. The brother-in-law delivered a swift slap to Barnardo's head, causing him to grimace in pain. The two were assassins who had come for the bounty on Yang Jinrong, but by a stroke of luck, they found themselves in today's racing chase. Fortunately, their cold chain truck was specially modified for power. While it couldn't match the trucks from Fast and Furious, it easily surpassed ordinary cargo trucks. With robust power and swift acceleration, the cold chain truck sped through the curve, pursuing the Liandongian ahead. The law enforcement officers, witnessing the motorcycles fall into the ravine, halted their police cars to rescue the victims. Meanwhile, the viewers, initially thrilled by the live broadcast, erupted in excitement. The motorcycle girl streamer has met her end. This news is enough to capture attention. It drew countless viewers and intensified discussions online. The incident, combined with the Liandongian's audacious maneuver through the drainage ditch, stirred even more public interest. The online chatter grew, with many expressing their thoughts. Even Yang Jinrong's fans flocked to his personal account, eager to know his take on the matter. However, regrettably for them, Yang Jinrong did not respond that moment. He was speeding ahead of the Benz. Unable to find an opportunity to force a stop an hour later, the paved cement road had long disappeared, leaving only an unpaved dirt path. The Benz E200, through several turns, road changes, and U-turns, found itself repeatedly overtaken by Yang Jinrong. After a thrilling chase, Yang Jinrong finally cornered the bends. 3 individuals emerged from the vehicle. Young men adorned with heart tattoos on their arms. Each wielded a machete, exuding an intimidating aura, their eyes fierce, clearly seasoned fighters. "Boss, take this!" Yu Huai, in the passenger seat, suppressed his nausea, retrieving 2 daggers from the armrest compartment, handing one to Yang Jinrong while keeping one for himself. However, the moment the 3 tattooed young men stepped out, their fierce demeanor vanished as they bent over the bends, retching violently. Yu Huai couldn't help but burst into laughter upon opening the car door, though he barely managed to laugh before succumbing to his own nausea. Retching all over the ground, only Yang Jinrong, feeling invigorated and alert, stepped toward the 3 retching youths. With a sudden burst of speed, he raised his foot and delivered a kick to one of them, snapping his knee with a sickening crack. The anguish cries had scarcely faded when Yang Jinrong unleashed 2 powerful punches. The fierce and domineering Baji Quan struck the chests of the remaining 2 tattooed youths with a thunderous impact. A sickening crack echoed, signifying the shattering of their ribs. The 3 fell to the ground, rolling in their own vomit, the knife they once wielded long forgotten and kicked aside by Yang Jinrong. Yu Huai, still retching, stared in shock. "What the hell, boss?" Yu Huai's mind was in turmoil, his mouth agape, as if it could accommodate a banana, struggling for a suitable adjective, finally exclaiming, "Unbelievable! I am not a martial artist. Why should I adhere to martial ethics?" Yang Jinrong chuckled, delivering a couple more kicks to the 3 tattooed youths before opening the rear door of the Mercedes that he dragged the foam monk out. Yang Jinrong's kick nearly shattered the foam monk's bones, sending him sprawling like a dog in the dirt, his mouth filled with dust. Yang Jinrong teased, "Old bald donkey, the Buddha has no affinity with you. Why hasn't he come to save you? Perhaps you haven't made offerings to him lately. A heart lacking sincerity yields no results. Da goo 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 goo." The high monk's mouth was full of dirt, mumbling incomprehensibly. "Bind him up." Yang Jinrong pulled out Xiao and Xiao Dian from the car, while Yu Huai had already tightly bound the old bald donkey. "Boss, the car is out of fuel. How do we get back?" Yu Huai spat a few times at the old bald donkey, kicking him a few more times for good measure, then turned to Yang Jinrong, that if the car is out of fuel, then we simply won't go back. Before Yang Jinrong could respond, 2 figures emerged from the bushes. That it was the exam preparation duo. Panting as they approached, a brother-in-law, Wang Xuanbao, clutched a large frozen fish in his hand. He sneered at Yang Jinrong. "You little brat zigzagging around, you drained my modified fuel tank dry. Luckily, we managed to catch up while you were going in circles." Sister-in-law Banadu followed suit, also brandishing a frozen fish, chuckling. "This is what they call striking iron while it's hot, without expending any effort." Wang Xuanbao, dragging the large frozen fish, strode forward with an air of indifference. "We brothers have taken down a bounty worth 300,000. Sister-in-law Banadu mimicked his brother-in-law, albeit with a somewhat comical gait. "Brother-in-law, after killing someone, can we still eat this frozen fish?" Bang bang. However, before the duo could take further action, 2 gunshots rang out, echoing in rapid succession. The brothers collapsed to the ground, struck by bullets, falling lifelessly. "Run!" Yu Huai and Yang Jinrong shouted in unison, reacting almost simultaneously, each diving into the bushes. Yang Jinrong had never anticipated that someone was stalking them behind the exam preparation duo. A mantis stalking a cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. No, no, no. The hunter was at the end. Moreover, the hunter was armed. Though Yang Jinrong's body had undergone systematic enhancement, granting him unlimited combat ability and master-level Baji Quan. This was close-quarters combat. Faced with gunfire, he could not block with his flesh. Holding the unconscious Xiao Dian in his arms, he crouched in the bushes, paralyzed with fear, contemplating his next move. Sitting idly by was not his style. Yang Jinrong had never entrusted his fate to chance, nor would he leave it to his enemies. On the other side, Yu Huai lay flat on the ground, holding his breath, his mind racing as he sought a way for at least one of them to survive. Almost simultaneously, rustling sounds emanated from nearby. The enemy lay hidden in the shadows. Right there, Yang Jinrong and Yu Huai simultaneously turned their gazes toward the source of the sound. 108. The conclusion. The authorities were shaken. The entire city was in an uproar. The internet was ablaze. Amidst the thicket-covered mountain, Yang Jinrong and Yu Huai lay low, using the bushes for concealment to avoid detection. After undergoing systematic enhancement, Yang Jinrong's vision had become exceptionally acute. He quickly pinpointed the sound's origin, and upon focusing his gaze, he was taken aback. He saw a man in camouflage, wielding a black Type 54 pistol, dragging one leg, approaching him directly. Indeed, he was dragging one leg. His right leg was lame, that he held the gun in his right hand, while his left hung limply, seemingly injured at the shoulder and unable to function properly. This incapacitated assassin sent Yang Jinrong's heart racing. For he recognized who it was. Who could it be? Nearby, Yu Huai looked at Yang Jinrong in confusion, his eyes conveying questions. Yang Jinrong subtly shook his head, signaling Yu Huai not to act rashly. A flurry of thoughts raced through Yang Jinrong's mind. This gunman was unlikely to be a hired killer sent after him due to a bounty. The authorities were on the mountain, closing in. The distant sound of sirens was already faintly audible. Given his condition, he would never escape after committing murder. That it was improbable that he would risk capture for a paltry sum to kill Yang Jinrong. This was a matter of personal vendetta, a deadly feud. Could it be the Tianjin group? Yang Jinrong recalled a piece of grim news that Yin Yan had shared with him earlier. Zhao Haiba's most trusted right-hand man from the Tianjin group, Old Mo. This man had previously escaped during a transfer from the detention center to prison. Moreover, the assassin before him matched Yin Yan's description of someone shot multiple times, with his left hand and right leg incapacitated, likely due to gunshot wounds. The moment Yang Jinrong recognized Old Mo, he shot a glance at Yu Huai, signaling him to remain quiet and indicating danger, extreme danger. Simultaneously, Yang Jinrong's mind raced. In the domestic version. A Type 54 pistol could hold only 8 rounds, while the export model had a double-stack magazine with 14 rounds. Yang Jinrong had no way of knowing which version the assailant was using or how many bullets remained in the magazine. Gambling was not Yang Jinrong's style. Yet it seemed he had entered a deadlock. He pondered every means at his disposal, yet none could resolve the current predicament. That a different strategy was required. This was the first time in his life Yang Jinrong had encountered such peril. Any misstep could lead to instant death at the hands of his adversary. How to survive? The enemy held a gun. Should he gamble on a missed shot? But even if he dodged one bullet, there were many more to come. Could he rely on his agility to evade the bullets? Even if he dodged 5 or 6 shots, a single mistake would surely mean his demise. The enemy could afford to miss several shots. But Yang Jinrong could not afford a single error. The stakes were too high. He would not gamble. Thump, thump, thump. Yang Jinrong could even hear the frantic beating of his own heart. In the face of death, adrenaline surged uncontrollably, fear enveloping every cell of his being. That he held his breath, forcing himself to remain calm. That he had to devise a plan. That Yu Huai, on the other hand, was even more anxious. That he feared for his own life and was equally concerned for Yang Jinrong's safety. At that moment, he contemplated many things. That he had yet to earn enough money, had not fully enjoyed the beauty of love with Gung Gung, and had left no descendants behind, just as he was about to earn money. His impoverished parents, whom he had never repaid, were still wallowing in sorrow. Yet, he could not bear to watch Yang Jinrong fall into crisis. Without Yang Jinrong, Yu Huai would likely be languishing in prison now. His parents and girlfriend would still be drowning in tears of grief. That Yu Huai steeled his resolve to fight for a sliver of hope for Yang Jinrong, but noticed Yang Jinrong shooting him a stern look. The two had been working together since their freshman year, their synergy impeccable. This look from Yang Jinrong conveyed that he had devised a plan that would benefit both. That Yu Huai gritted his teeth. Suppressing the urge to rush out, he was ready to charge at a moment's notice but did not sit idly by. Instead, he began to stealthily dig into the earth beneath him, searching for a stone. Yang Jinrong gently set Xiao Chen Xiaotian aside. Fortunately, the mountain was rich in moisture, and the thickets offered ample shade. The damp fallen leaves made for silent movements. Yang Jinrong carefully covered Xiao Chen Xiaotian with dry leaves, and then stealthily shifted a few dozen centimeters. Any further, and he would risk being discovered. After making all necessary preparations, old Amo was already dragging his injured leg, slowly approaching within 20 meters of Yang Jinrong. At this distance, old Mo's marksmanship was impeccable. He would not miss by a hair's breadth. Furthermore, old Amo had already deduced Yang Jinrong's approximate location. With one shot, he could startle Yang Jinrong, and with a second shot, he could pinpoint his position and execute him. Bayubi just at this critical juncture. The vehicle unexpectedly emitted a sound. Old Mo instinctively turned to look at the white vehicle, in the blink of an eye. As Yang Jinrong tossed the car keys, he sprang into action with the agility of a cheetah. Darting to the side, bang, bang, 2 gunshots rang out. One bullet struck the spot where Yang Jinrong had just hidden, the newly vacated position, while the other hit his afterimage, sending a spray of dirt flying. Yet a shadow sped past. Yang Jinrong quickly took cover behind the Mercedes. This harrowing scene left Yu Huai's scalp tingling, his heart lodged in his throat, the fear and tension rendering his body rigid. His gaze fixed firmly on the weapon in old Mo's hand, but he gripped a small stone tightly in his hand. As a child, he had excelled at using stones to smash the roofs of enemy houses. Every time, he managed to strike the transparent glass tile, causing significant losses to his adversaries. Yet he would invariably be compelled by his parents to apologize and compensate the enemies. As Yu Huai matured and became more sensible, he ceased to engage in foolish antics that caused his parents distress. However, this innate talent for precision seemed to accompany him throughout his life. Recently, he accompanied Gung Gung to enjoy a balloon-popping game, spending 10 yuan for 10 shots, and emerged victorious with a plethora of stuffed toys, though Yu Huai did not hope that a small stone could harm his opponent. Yet, if given the chance, he could disrupt the adversary to the fullest, granting Yang Jinrong a chance to escape, which was sufficient. Yang Jinrong was hiding beside a Mercedes, with 3 tattooed youths beneath him, rendered unconscious by his blows that he strained to listen for Lao Mo's footsteps while silently praying for the tattooed youth he had grasped. Lifting one of the youth's hands, bang, a gunshot. The bullet pierced through the tattooed youth's arm, and as blood sprayed forth, the youth awakened in agony. He screamed, attempting to retract his arm, only to realize he was utterly powerless. His body was riddled with fractures, leaving him incapable of movement. Even now, awakened by pain, he could only writhe in torment and fear. The excruciating agony caused him to lose consciousness once more. Yang Jinrong. Lao Mo's voice was hoarse and low. Your life? I must take that my life. You may take as well. That he advanced slowly towards the Mercedes, fully aware of Yang Jinrong's prowess in close combat. However, he had no intention of engaging in hand-to-hand combat. Rather, he aimed to draw nearer, making it easier to deliver a fatal shot. As the saying goes, outside 7 steps, the gun is swift. Within 7 steps, it is both precise and swift. Yang Jinrong remained silent. At that moment, the old bald monk beside the Mercedes suddenly awoke. He sat up, only to be met with the dark muzzle of a gun. Terrified, the monk dared not open his eyes, hastily shutting them. Clasping his hands together, trembling and muttering, Amitabha, may the Buddha protect me. Alas, it was too late. His desperate plea lacked sincerity, and the Buddha did not manifest to shield him. Bang. After the gunshot, the so-called Buddha has fate, 100,000, 8,000 yuan false monk. A trafficker was shot dead on the spot. The monk's eyes widened in shock as he collapsed lifelessly. Initially, even if caught and imprisoned, he anticipated a mere 5-year sentence. Moreover, he had connections and was backed by a powerful group with ties to the prison system, that if he hired a formidable lawyer and behaved well in prison, he could be out in 3 to 4 years. However, he never imagined that Lao Mo would suddenly appear. silent as a shadow, delivering a bullet that sent him to meet the Buddha that I in his final moments. The monk envisioned the Buddha, bathed in golden light, arriving to escort him. Had he known, he would have declined this task. He was merely an ordinary trafficker. Just days prior, he had received an assignment from the group to abduct a boy with rare blood type from the hospital, promising tenfold the usual earnings, without hesitation. The old bald monk prepared and commenced his mission, hiding in a hotel after being discovered, thinking the most dangerous place is the safest. Yet he was ultimately tracked down by Yang Jinrong, in the end. He had delivered his cargo, poised to receive payment, and could have lived a carefree life. Yet he found himself pursued relentlessly by Yang Jinrong, and now, shot dead by a stranger with a limp in the final second of his life. The old bald monk's memories flashed before him like a slideshow, that he had once enjoyed a prosperous family life, but succumbed to gambling, losing everything. His wife left him for another, and he sold his child for 10,000 yuan, only to lose it all in a single night at the casino. Later, he nearly starved to death at his doorstep until a compassionate neighbor's daughter offered him a bun, which he then exploited, trafficking her for a handsome sum. Yet he squandered that money as well. Thus began his descent into child trafficking that he assumed countless identities, ultimately finding that masquerading as a monk was the most convenient way to gain trust and escape. Under the guise of a false monk, he traversed multiple provinces, losing count of how many children he had trafficked. With the money earned, he only engaged in one activity: gambling. When Li Qin and her daughter lured him in with promises of sexy dealers. Online dealing. His instinct was to open the door. Such a man deserved no mercy. Unfortunately, more information about the trafficking ring would die with him, as the scent of blood overwhelmed Yang Jinrong. He realized that any misstep could lead to his own demise. Taking a deep breath through clenched teeth, he cautiously retrieved a machete from the ground. Bang! Another shot rang out. The rear window of the Mercedes shattered, the bullet narrowly missing Yang Jinrong's cheek, with a shard of glass slicing his skin. Blood trickling down and staining his collar. Yang Jinrong stifled his pain, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Yu Huai watched from the bushes, heart racing, that he understood the moment was not yet ripe and dared not squander this rare opportunity to assist. Bang! Another shot. Lao Mo wasted no time, circling the Mercedes while firing. This time, the bullet struck the car, sending sparks flying and leaving a dent in the body. Yang Jinrong also maneuvered around the vehicle to evade the gunfire. Bang! Another shot. This time, a tire of the Mercedes burst, deflating. However, the Mercedes E-Class was equipped with run-flat tires, filled with materials that allowed it to remain upright even after a puncture, not affecting Yang Jinrong's hiding spot. Bang! A bullet struck the tattooed youth beneath Yang Jinrong, who emitted a few gasps before meeting his end. Yang Jinrong gritted his teeth, mentally tallying the bullets fired by his opponent. 8 or 14 shots. Eventually, the magazine would run dry. Yet crack! Lao Mo surprisingly replaced the entire magazine. Hearing the sound of the magazine change, Yang Jinrong felt a wave of dread wash over him. Damn it! Why was this man so meticulous? Where on earth did Zhao Haibo find such a monster? Here he was, merely a student, and yet he had prepared 2 magazines to deal with him. Lao Mo continued to close in on the Mercedes. Just as he approached what he believed to be a corpse, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. The previously shot Wang Xuanbao, part of the graduate student duo, suddenly rose, clutching a frozen fish, and hurled it at Lao Mo's gun-wielding arm from barely over a meter away. Bang! In the blink of an eye, a bullet fired from the .54 pistol, striking Wang Xuanbao. As blood splattered, the frozen fish struck Lao Mo's arm. Thud! Both the fish and the gun fell to the ground. In that moment, Yang Jinrong caught sight of the firearm hitting the ground and surged forward like a desperate cheetah, unleashing a speed never before witnessed. Lao Mo reacted quickly, rushing for the gun. Yet he was still limping. How could he possibly match Yang Jinrong's life-or-death velocity? Buzz! Yang Jinrong swung the machete towards Lao Mo's reaching hand for the gun, the blade slicing through the air with a whoosh. Then crashing down on the weapon, sending it flying and kicking up dust, forcing Lao Mo to retreat. Whoosh! Simultaneously, a stone hurtled through the air, striking Lao Mo on the back of the head. Lao Mo winced in pain but had no time to turn back. For Yang Jinrong had already surged forward in a close combat. Unmatched in hand-to-hand combat, Yang Jinrong unleashed a fierce strike, a powerful punch, forceful and unstoppable, connecting squarely with Lao Mo's temple. Crack! The blow was so forceful, imbued with the raw strength of ancient forces, that it seemed to shatter bones upon impact. Thud! Lao Mo was sent flying, crashing to the ground with a thud, raising a cloud of dust. His body went rigid. The lifeless form skidded across the ground, stirring up debris. Yet, Yang Jinrong offered no respite, in a fight for survival. He could not relent until he confirmed his enemy's demise. Indeed, Lao Mo, struck by the punch, flew several meters away, yet somehow managed to stagger back to his feet. Yang Jinrong roared in fury for the first time. In that moment, he perceived only that Lao Mo was a killer, a threat to his life, unaware that Lao Mo's unsteady rise was merely a final flicker of life before his indeed as Yang Jinrong charged forward. Another punch landed on Lao Mo's head. Crack! This time, the sound of shattering bone was particularly crisp and resounding, echoing far and wide. Lao Mo's body resembled that of a zombie, his neck twisted, head askew, propelled several meters away. Blood spewed from his mouth, and his body arced through the air before crashing heavily onto the roof of a vehicle, falling silent. There was no sign of movement, not even a twitch of death. For the moment he was struck by the first punch, he had already been teetering on the brink of death. His feeble rise was merely the final gasp of a dying man. Murderer! At that moment, a piercing scream from a woman echoed down the mountain path. Yang Jinrong turned to look, and to his astonishment, a female reporter wielding a camera had appeared, her lens aimed directly at him, capturing the final punch he delivered to Lao Mo, the punch that sent him flying. The lethal blow. At this juncture, Yang Jinrong had no inclination to concern himself with her. He stood resolutely in place, his gaze fixed upon the lifeless body of Lao Mo sprawled on the roof of the car. Heavy breaths filled the air. Thump, thump, thump. His heart throbbed violently. Having danced with death, he now witnessed the demise of his enemy. All adversaries had fallen. Finally, he could exhale, shedding the burdens of crisis. Yet a chill coursed down his spine. His body felt rigid, his feet numb, but his mind remained alert, thoughts crystal clear. Lauda! Yu Huai sprinted out from the thicket, reaching Yang Jinrong and grasping his shoulder. He intended to steady him, but found his own legs giving way, causing him to collapse onto the ground, nearly pulling Yang Jinrong down with him. Damn it! Yu Huai gasped heavily, following it with a howl directed at the heavens. His cry reverberated through the mountains, startling countless birds into flight. Caw-caw! A few crows took to the sky, hastily fleeing the area, while Yu Huai's hands trembled as he extracted a flattened pack of cigarettes from his pocket, his unsteady fingers retrieving a crumpled stick, which he offered to Yang Jinrong. Boss, here, have one. Yang Jinrong accepted the cigarette, a radiant smile illuminating his face. A smile that was exceptionally bright and cheerful, unprecedented in its brilliance. With a flick, the lighter sparked to life. The non-smoker, Yang Jinrong, took his first drag while Yu Huai followed suit, inhaling deeply and emptying his mind. Having brushed against death, both felt as if they had been reborn. One sat on the ground while the other stood tall, both smoking and exchanging smiles. The mountain breeze tousled their hair. The two youthful and impetuous boys reveled in the gentle caress of the wind, savoring the cacophony of startled birds as if it were the applause of a vast audience. Old man, let loose the youthful spirit, pulling the yellow and raising the azure. Yu Huai burst into laughter. Yang Jinrong couldn't help but join in, exuding a defiant air. adorned in a luxurious fur coat. As if riding atop an army sweeping across the plains, the wailing sirens of police cars finally drew near, growing ever closer, that a dozen police vehicles came to a halt not far away. Law enforcement officers disembarked, and upon witnessing the hellish scene before them, their eyes widened in disbelief, jaws agape, utterly stupefied. What is this? Some instinctively voiced their thoughts, counting the fallen figures. 7 people. This is too horrifying. Right. Did we really do all this? What on earth transpired here? What about the gunshots we heard earlier? How did those on the car roof get there? Shock, unparalleled shock engulfed them. Among the law enforcement officers, even the most seasoned veterans, who had witnessed countless dramatic scenes over their decades of service, found themselves confronted with a sight unlike any other. 2 young men nonchalantly smoking, exuding the aura of victorious conquerors, surrounded by a gruesome array of bodies. What manner of youths are these? How could they have achieved this? What kind of terrifying event unfolded here? Such questions flooded the minds of every officer present, sending shivers down their spines. These were elite law enforcement officers from the Municipal Bureau. Even before their arrival, they had heard the relentless gunfire, and now, combined with the horrific scene, their astonishment only deepened. That person is the death row inmate, Chen Jima. Zhang Hui stepped forward, focusing intently on the figure atop the car. And upon closer inspection, he immediately recognized him, involuntarily gasping. The fugitive death row inmate, Chen Jingma. He dared not raise his voice, but felt a chill of dread creeping into his heart. After escaping from the transport vehicle, he had been shot multiple times, plunging into the Pujiang River, completely vanishing. The Law Enforcement Bureau had invested untold resources in search efforts, yet found nothing. No sign of life or death. Little did they know. He had met his end here, at the hands of Yang Jinro. Zhang Hui quickly gestured for a few officers to approach. Captain, what is this? Several recognized Lao Mo, their pupils dilating in horror as they stared at the lifeless figure on the car roof. Shoo! Do not make a sound, Zhang Hui swiftly cautioned, silencing the officers' shocked murmurs. This matter required discretion. Even though the death row inmate was now dead, news of his escape would undoubtedly spark public outcry, with many seizing the opportunity to criticize the law enforcement agency, inciting panic and eroding public trust. Quickly, cover it with a black cloth. Zhang Hui instructed in a hushed tone. One officer promptly turned and rushed back to the police vehicle, retrieving a black cloth to drape over Lao Mo's corpse that we can't let the outside world know. Captain Zhang, there's a reporter present, someone whispered. Zhang Hui's gaze discreetly flitted to the female reporter. A foreboding feeling stirring within him. One by one, more people began to arrive at the scene, most of whom were journalists. After all, several vehicles had raced from the city to the mountain road, and with the involvement of a motorcycle girl streamer, the tragic accident had already drawn significant local media attention. What on earth had occurred here? So many dead. It was terrifying. Who were those 2 youths? Why were they here? Hiss. There's another body on that white car. How did that corpse get on the roof? The journalists were shaken, gas escaping their lips as they absorbed the shocking scene. This case was destined to make headlines across the entire city. The entire population of Linhai, numbering in the millions, would be shaken by this. Journalists continued snapping photos, some even broadcasting live. Look at that car. There is a body on the roof. The Lian Dongyun. It's the Lian Dongyun that crashed into the drainage ditch. The license plate. Yes, it's this Lian Dongyun. The one that crushed the Mercedes. Who was driving the Lian Dongyun? Can anyone tell me? So many people have died here. What on earth happened? Quickly capture this moment. It's a once-in-a-century story for Linhai, bound to shock the nation and ignite a massive media frenzy. That boy standing and smoking. Is Yang Jinrong? Someone recognized him. Unable to contain their astonishment at AS journalists, especially those from Linhai, nearly everyone was familiar with Yang Jinrong. Since the Shaoli comes to help incident, no journalist in Linhai had remained unaware of him. It was indeed Yang Jinrong. How could it be him again? Was he the one who killed these people? Surely not. Wasn't he just a student? How could a student? Wait a moment. Yang Jinrong previously punched Alexis into oblivion. Shocked gasps filled the air as the journalists clamped their mouths shut, afraid to speak further. While punching Alexis into oblivion was an exaggeration, as journalists, they were aware of the news regarding Yang Jinrong's earlier feat of smashing Alexis' door open. Now, seeing him at the scene, as one of the only two survivors, the circumstances were difficult to overlook, leading them to speculate that Yang Jinrong might be the ruthless killer responsible for the deaths of the others. Shoo, don't let it be known. Be careful not to let Yang Jinrong hear you that if he truly is the murderer. That would be horrifying. It must be a coincidence. He probably came here chasing the news just like us, albeit arriving a bit earlier. Until the truth is unveiled, we must be cautious in our statements, especially in our news reports, that we must be wary not only of a lawsuit from Yang Jinrong, but also of potential retaliation. Many dared not pursue the thought further. Murder, and so many dead. In modern society, it was truly terrifying. The shock was no longer the only emotion. A creeping chill from head to toe enveloped the reporters, a pervasive fear coursing through their very beings. They sensed that this situation was far from ordinary. Even those who doubted the coincidence of Yang Jinrong's presence dared not voice their skepticism. Today's events would undoubtedly be impossible to conceal, destined for complete exposure across the internet. Especially with Yang Jinrong's label as a hot search specialist, this incident was bound to ignite online discussions. What Zhang Hui feared most was not merely the incident making headlines, but the possibility of the death row inmate, Chen Jimao's face, being captured in photographs. Once the originally death-sentenced criminal Chen Jimao escapes and is exposed, it will undoubtedly deliver a fatal blow to the law enforcement agencies in Linhai. This is one of the downsides of the internet age, that IT magnifies even the slightest blemish to an unimaginable extent. Despite Zhang Hui and his comrades having dedicated their lives for the safety of Linhai over the years, with numerous comrades sacrificing their lives and countless others injured, any blemish publicized today would render all their past efforts futile. Especially with reporters wielding cameras, embellishing and fabricating stories, the law enforcement department would undoubtedly crumble under the pressure of public opinion, and Linhai's safety would be deemed the worst, that IT could even descend into a state where it is reviled like a rat crossing the street. This situation is akin to a certain tourist destination that barred a family from entering the park to relieve themselves, despite clear signs indicating public restrooms 100 meters away, as a result of media hype. The park was forced to close overnight during the peak holiday season for a thorough investigation. This exemplifies the terrifying power of public opinion. Should we confiscate all their photography equipment? One law enforcement officer suggested. Absolutely not. Zhang Hui quickly interjected. What nonsense! To go and confiscate the reporter's equipment now would be akin to drawing attention to the very issue we wish to conceal. It would be better to arrest them all instead. It would lead to the same dead end. Zhang Hui quickly called a few officers to maintain order among the media, setting up a cordon to keep the crowd at a distance. They could take photos, but they must refrain from fabricating stories. Until the official announcement is made, the law enforcement department would initiate legal proceedings against any media outlet found to be distorting the truth, holding the reporters legally accountable. Simultaneously, Zhang Hui made a call to his superior, quietly relaying the situation to the director, including the involvement of Yang Jinrong and the circumstances on site. What? The death sentence criminal Chen Jingma has died on the scene? The director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau was utterly taken aback, feeling a mix of shock, joy, and concern. That he took a deep breath, exhaled heavily, and with utmost seriousness stated, "Quickly handle the body and do not let this information leak. I will convene an internal meeting immediately to discuss how to address this matter." After hanging up, the director's astonishment only intensified. Although the exact events at the scene remained unclear, one thing was certain. Yang Jinrong had pursued the traffickers in his vehicle and ultimately eliminated them on the mountain, where among the deceased was the long-sought death sentence criminal Chen Jingma. Yang Jinrong, truly a heroic youth. The director pondered a way to defuse public scrutiny by embracing the situation, to manage rather than suppress. The law enforcement department could proactively admit to mistakes, shoulder the responsibility, and simultaneously shift the credit for the death of the death sentence criminal onto Yang Jinrong, presenting him as a hero of Linhai. Although the director had his own interests at heart, the outcome would ultimately be positive. However, this matter was not yet resolved that a meeting must be convened and higher authorities must be informed at the scene. Once the officers finished gathering evidence, they began to handle the bodies. Black body bags were brought forth to contain the confirmed deceased. There were no survivors. The 2 graduate students were dead. The fake monk and the tattooed trio were dead. Finally, the old MO who perished atop the vehicle. Jinrong, brother. Just as Yang Jinrong intended to reveal the hidden Chen Xiaotian from the bushes, he noticed the little one miraculously awakening on his own. Cautiously, he stepped out, and upon seeing Yang Jinrong, he was overwhelmed with emotion and nearly cried. Yang Jinrong flicked away the extinguished cigarette but from his mouth and embraced the little one. Zhang Hui immediately arranged for a few officers to approach and inquire about any medical needs. He refrained from hastily questioning Yang Jinrong and Yu Huai. It was not the appropriate moment for inquiries. Any matters would have to be addressed back at the bureau. Suddenly, Zhang Hui lowered his head, catching a glimpse of the cigarette but just discarded by Yang Jinrong. The entire but was soaked in blood. It was a shocking sight. Zhang Hui's heart was once again jolted, although the complete details of the incident remained unknown. One thing was abundantly clear. Yang Jinrong had sacrificed immensely today. He had undoubtedly faced a life-threatening crisis. Zhang Hui donned gloves, picked up the cigarette, but placed it in an evidence bag and ensured it was preserved for his subordinate. This subordinate, a female officer, noticed the cigarette but saturated in blood, her shock evident, and was about to exclaim when Zhang Hui silenced her. Shu first arranged for a doctor to examine Yang Jinrong. The female officer couldn't help but feel immense admiration. Her eyes filled with shock and respect as she gazed at Yang Jinrong. Outside the cordon, reporters were abuzz with speculation. What had transpired? A latecomer journalist, having missed the action, inquired of his colleagues. You missed the thrilling scene. Check our report later, Dada. It's all because of my clunky car. What kind of car do you drive? That one. The late-arriving journalist pointed to a red vehicle below. Many colleagues turned to look, unable to suppress their laughter at the sight of the red Mazda. You drive a Mazda? No wonder you got stuck in traffic. Yang Jinrong, Yu Huai, and Chen Xiaotian were all undergoing examinations. The aftermath at the scene was left to the law enforcement department that Yu Huai had not sustained injuries, merely experiencing some shock and excessive excitement, along with a touch of nausea. Little Chen Xiaotian, having been drugged, although the effects had worn off, remained frail and in dire need of medical attention. Naturally, the officers promptly informed Chen Xiaotian's mother, assuring her not to worry. No injuries were found on Yang Jinrong either. Yet Zhang Hui firmly believed he had suffered internal injuries and insisted on transporting him to the hospital for treatment. Additionally, a psychologist was dispatched to provide counseling for Yang Jinrong and the others. Such a hellish scene. Even a mere glance would evoke terror. For Yang Jinrong and his companions, who experienced it firsthand, psychological scars were inevitable. The trio was escorted down the mountain. Zhang Hui stayed behind to manage the aftermath. While the officers were processing the scene, one approached Zhang Hui, leaning in to whisper, Captain Zhang. Based on the bullet analysis, only a Type 54 pistol was used at the scene, but the gun is missing. 109. Public opinion erupts. The truth reverses, shocking the entire internet. Yang Jinrong is prosecuted. You mean to say? Yang Jinrong single-handedly took down 3 tattooed youths? Within the Public Security Bureau, the officer responsible for documenting the case stared wide-eyed, brow furrowed in disbelief, then recounted how he had rescued the child, followed by the appearance of 2 killers wielding frozen fish. Then the killers were shot dead. Ultimately, Yang Jinrong, unarmed from several dozen meters away, utilized a speeding car for cover to eliminate the armed assailants. Is this for real? Yu Huai and Yang Jinrong were separated into different offices for questioning. When Yu Huai flawlessly recounted the entire scene to the officers, they collectively expressed disbelief. Who will believe this? They found it hard to accept. Yet they had all witnessed the hellish scene firsthand. Those with weaker nerves had vomited upon encountering the carnage. Bodies lay strewn about, blood staining the earth. What shocked the officers most was the corpse atop the vehicle. The unfortunate Lin Dongyun. No one spoke up for him. According to your account, it perfectly aligns with the evidence at the scene, but the officer paused for a moment, only to ponder, could Yang Jinrong truly be that formidable? Based on Yu Huai's description, Yang Jinrong had surpassed even the best of special forces. With extreme acceleration, dodging bullets with agility, and delivering lethal punches to old Mo. It must be noted that Yang Jinrong was not facing an ordinary criminal, but a death-sentence felon. A university student unarmed, confronting a gun-wielding death-sentence criminal. And even turning the tables, the officers found it hard to envision such a scenario, that an ordinary university student would likely be paralyzed with fear upon encountering a death-sentence criminal. Right, an ordinary. Yet Yang Jinrong was no ordinary student. The officers exchanged glances, well acquainted with Yang Jinrong through numerous cases. They had long since become immune to his extraordinary nature, though he was indeed exceptional. One officer still wore an expression of disbelief, pondering if Yang Jinrong was truly that fierce, at a loss for a more suitable word to describe Yang Jinrong beyond fierce. Well, I've said all I can say. Yu Huai shrugged. If you don't believe me, there is nothing I can do. It is what it is. There were no other eyewitnesses at the scene. That Yu Huai's account matched the evidence perfectly. Meanwhile, another officer questioning Yang Jinrong emerged with the statements. The two sides compared notes that Yu Huai and Yang Jinrong's accounts were consistent. There was no need for doubt. Neither Yang Jinrong nor Yu Huai intended to lie. Everything was acknowledged directly. No need for concealment. Director Zhao. At that moment, the director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, Zhao Donglai, approached. That he appeared to be in his 40s, exuding an air of integrity, that he took the initiative to walk over to Yang Jinrong and Yu Huai, extending his hand with a smile while exclaiming, "Young heroes, you both are truly young heroes." Yang Jinrong and Yu Huai shook hands with the director in turn. Zhao Donglai, with a friendly smile, expressed his heartfelt gratitude, stating, "Thank you immensely for risking your lives to eliminate a highly dangerous criminal from Linhai City, while simultaneously rescuing a young boy. That we have learned that the boy, Chen Xiaodian, is gravely ill, and the city has decided to reimburse all medical expenses for both him and his mother. Of course, you have sacrificed the most, and on behalf of the City Bureau, I wish to award you personally. Please await further details until our Bureau's press conference, where you will be invited to participate in the announcement of the medal and monetary reward." The stance of the Municipal Public Security Bureau was unequivocal. The incident had garnered significant attention within the city, reaching higher authorities. The leadership team took the matter very seriously. Following a high-level meeting, a final decision was made. Given that the news had already spread throughout the city and gone viral online, they opted to actively hold a press conference. They would clarify what needed clarification, admit to any mistakes, punish those responsible for the escape of the death row inmate, Mo Chun, and reward the deserving. As for the pressure from public opinion, they would simply redirect it, creating a city hero in the process. Naturally, the spotlight shifted to Yang Jinrong. Upon hearing the rewards mentioned by Director Zhao, Yang Jinrong surmised the general approach. These seasoned individuals would never engage in a losing venture. Nevertheless, Yang Jinrong had no intention of feigning aloofness or rejecting the overtures of a director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Unless one possessed absolutely no emotional intelligence, it would be impossible to decline. Subsequently, there followed a series of concerned inquiries. Including Yu Huai, they both enjoyed the affectionate attentions of Director Zhao, who showcased his amiable side to the fullest. Ultimately, they were escorted to the psychological counseling room of the Municipal Public Security Bureau for complementary therapy. The outcome left the psychologists dumbfounded. The two university students, who had been deemed to have suffered psychological trauma, appeared completely unscathed, exhibiting an astonishing level of normalcy. The psychologist was at a loss. Just moments ago, relatives of Zhao had mentioned that these two had just experienced a gruesome scene, and had even shown the psychologist detailed records of the case. Initially, the psychologist had assumed that encountering such a terrifying event would have left a deep psychological scar on the two students. However, the results indicated that they were entirely fine, leading the psychologist to doubt their own assessments. Thus, the psychologist, bewildered, sent the two out of the treatment room, stating they were free to go. Yang Jinrong and Yu Huai returned home. However, before departing, they were informed by the Municipal Public Security Bureau that they could not leave Linhai City for the time being and would need to cooperate with further investigations. Given the high casualty count, both Yang Jinrong and Yu Huai expressed their understanding that on the way home, Yang Jinrong received a video call on WeChat from Zhuang Lu, who began with a torrent of gratitude, followed by a glimpse of little Chen Xiaodian lying on a clean, white hospital bed, expressing his thankfulness for Yang Jinrong's life-saving actions. That it was evident that the boy had been transferred to a VIP ward. With all medical expenses covered, for the mother and son, the debt of gratitude had grown to such an extent that they were at a loss as to how to repay it. After concluding the video call, Yang Jinrong headed back to school. In the office of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, Director Zhao was met by Zhang Hui, who had returned after handling the scene, to report new intelligence regarding the case. The three young men with tattoos found dead at the scene were not human traffickers, but rather smugglers. Smugglers? Yes, the customs had already been monitoring them, but had yet to make an arrest. Now that they are dead, the lead has been severed. The smugglers had colluded with human traffickers. Zhao Donglai furrowed his brow. There is one more thing, Zhang Hui continued in a hushed tone. The primary reason for the multiple fatalities at the scene was that the escaped death row inmate, Chun Jingma, possessed a Type 54 pistol. However, the gun is missing. We scoured the scene but failed to locate it. Zhao Donglai felt a wave of frustration wash over him. How could so many issues intertwine? Thankfully, the firearm did not belong to the Public Security Department. Otherwise, the situation would have escalated dramatically. Zhao Donglai rubbed his temples. Have all individuals present at the scene been investigated? We handled it discreetly, checking the credentials of the reporters as an excuse while examining the perimeter personnel, and found no traces or clues. And Yang Jinrong. Have they been questioned? Yang Jinrong and Yu Huai were specifically arranged to pass through the metal detector before we questioned them. Our security personnel also casually inquired and found nothing unusual. Document everything clearly, and we can continue our investigation at a later time. Online, news of the major homicide in Linhai City quickly surged to the top of trending topics, overshadowing the previous trending story of Yang Jinrong's punch that had damaged a Lexus door. 7 lives lost were sufficient to shock the nation. Notably, the graphic scene photographs were also leaked, even though the platform required them to be blurred. They still instilled dread in viewers. Bodies lay strewn across the ground, blood-soaked earth, and shattered vehicles adorned with evident bullet marks. Each photograph was chilling and stirred horror and outrage among netizens nationwide. What had transpired in Linhai? Previously, there was the incident where Yang Jinrong had punched a Lexus MPV, and now another case involving reckless driving and fatalities. Linhai was certainly stealing headlines. Unfortunately for Yang Jinrong, he had just ascended to trending status only to be overshadowed again. What kind of terrifying attack had unfolded at the scene? Corpses littered the ground, and bodies were sprawled atop vehicles. It felt reminiscent of a gangland shootout. Moreover, with the presence of gunshot wounds, one could hardly believe that firearms still existed among civilians in this day and age. Were they certain those were gunshot marks? Did anyone capture the presence of a gun at the scene? This scenario appeared as if it had been lifted from a martial arts film. A shooting incident could not possibly be this grandiose. One must not forget that just before the homicide was revealed, Linhai had also witnessed another case, the cute wife motorcycle incident. Indeed, the linked incidents of the Lingdong Cloud and the Mercedes E-Class, navigating a drainage ditch. This was undeniably a connected case, if I am not mistaken. Did the cute wife voluntarily plunge into a shocking homicide? This case had not merely claimed 7 lives, it claimed 9. As the connection between the two cases dawned on many, it sent shockwaves through countless viewers. The Linhai case contained an abundance of eye-popping, thrilling elements, frantic high-speed chases, navigating a drainage ditch, the tragic fall of a motorcycling girl, a deadly shootout on a mountaintop claiming 7 lives. The cute wife and Xiao Anren were truly deserving of their fates. Let this serve as a warning to others not to assume that riding a motorcycle makes one invincible. U1S1, motorcycles should only be ridden at noon, for one must feast during the early morning and evening. How many people sit at your tables during meals? We gather 12 per table, a grand feast. Speaking of which, the quality of Lingdong Cloud is truly impressive. Combined with the driver's superb skills, it managed to surpass a Mercedes. Domestic vehicles are indeed formidable. I am now quite curious about the identity of the individual driving the Lingdong Cloud. Are they still alive? Most likely not, right? Haven't you seen those gangster dramas? Typically, in gang shootouts, both sides end up perishing. With so many casualties, why hasn't the Linhai authorities issued a statement? What are they concealing? The fervent discussions online continued that a small faction of netizens frantically tagged Lingdong Cloud, suspecting it to be an advertisement stunt, with the vehicle modified specifically for comparison with a Mercedes, aimed solely at achieving advertising impact. The current trending topics were undoubtedly purchased. Naturally, some individuals directed messages to Mercedes, questioning how a Mercedes E-Class luxury sedan, priced 5 to 6 times higher, could be outperformed by a domestic SUV costing merely around $100,000. That upon learning of the situation, Lingdong Cloud promptly released a statement. We regret to inform netizens that we are unaware of the Linhai case and did not have a public relations team involved. The vehicle in question is our standard Lingdong Cloud Coros 5 SUV that we welcome interested netizens to rent or test drive locally. Lingdong Cloud not only issued a statement, but also enjoyed a slight rise in stock prices due to the ensuing publicity. With the officials reaching out to Yuhuai, neither pursuing accountability nor revealing personal information, instead gifting a Coros 5 to Yuhuai as a form of advertising expense. Meanwhile, Mercedes maintained its usual aloof demeanor, arrogantly ignoring everything. Likewise, numerous netizens tagged renowned domestic racing drivers, inquiring if they knew the identity of the driver of the Lingdong Cloud and whether they possess comparable driving skills. Numerous race car drivers have responded on various online platforms, stating that, based on a simple analysis of the video, the driving skills exhibited by the driver of Lingdong Yun are indeed quite impressive. However, they do not recommend that anyone attempt to emulate such behavior, pursuing at speeds exceeding 100 miles per hour on mountain roads, merging into corners without decelerating, and navigating turns via drainage ditches is an exceedingly perilous practice, likely to result in blown tires, vehicle rollovers, and other extreme dangers. Most race car drivers echoed this sentiment. Naturally, this has drawn the attention of many racing enthusiasts in Linhai, who are eager to uncover the identity of the Lingdong Yun driver. Individuals connected to local traffic safety authorities have made inquiries, only to be met with the response that it is currently inconvenient to disclose such information, that in the absence of formal approval from the city, an official announcement has been prepared but must undergo procedural scrutiny. Various departments are reluctant to divulge any details. This, in turn, has heightened curiosity regarding the driver's identity. Amidst the growing intrigue, a drone-captured video surfaced online, showcasing a Mercedes and Lingdong Yun racing in the city. The footage slows down and freezes, revealing a clear image of the Lingdong Yun driver, Yang Jinrong. This video rapidly went viral, with countless viewers recognizing Yang Jinrong as the driver of Lingdong Yun, who has recently garnered unprecedented attention. What a revelation! The individual who executed such a remarkable maneuver through drainage ditches is none other than Yang Jinrong. Just moments ago, it was mentioned that his trending topic had been overshadowed. Yet here he is again, back in the spotlight. Astonishingly, he has managed to plummet the stock price of Lexus with a single blow, and now, by piloting Lian Dongyun, he has shattered the stock price of Mercedes. Truly a miraculous feat. But wait, are you not misplacing your focus? Yang Jinrong, in his pursuit of the Mercedes, left behind 7 casualties. What about Yang Jinrong himself? Where is he? Could it be that he has also perished? Due to the efforts of reporters at the scene, who aimed to enhance the visual impact of their photographs, the footage capturing Yang Jinrong was cut, emphasizing the gruesome images of the deceased, leading many online to mistakenly believe that Yang Jinrong was among the casualties. His fans inundated his social media with frantic messages, desperately urging him to come forward and reassure them. "Brother, please don't do this. We are terrified. Is this how you leave us? Did you sacrifice yourself for justice?" A person's death can either weigh heavily like a mountain or be as light as a feather. Yet your passing feels monumental. Family, mourn well. Does anyone know Yang Jinrong's address? I wish to send him a wreath. The fans' comments grew increasingly fervent and chaotic, some even mocking from the sidelines. Rumors spread like wildfire across the internet, claiming that Yang Jinrong had died atop the mountain. His legendary driving skills, marked by the drainage ditch maneuver, would become a tale of tragedy. Numerous race car drivers took to social media to express their sorrow, mourning the loss of Yang Jinrong. The trending topics were dominated by discussions of his supposed demise, prompting tears from his devoted followers. The truth is utterly brutal. Moreover, as rumors evolved, whispers began circulating that Yang Jinrong had actually passed away long before being slandered by a senior figure, and that the subsequent narrative was merely a fade constructed by officials to manage public sentiment. Ultimately, it transformed into the notion that Yang Jinrong was nothing more than a fictional embodiment of justice, a character conjured by our unwillingness to accept reality, never having truly existed. Support for this theory grew. And following Yang Jinrong's death, his fanbase surged dramatically as many sought to commemorate the fleeting light he represented. Yet, there remained a steadfast group of believers who insisted that Yang Jinrong had indeed existed in reality. In this tumultuous moment, a self-identified journalist unveiled another video. The footage depicted Yang Jinrong delivering a powerful blow that sent an individual soaring through the air, crimson blood spraying forth as the struck party arced gracefully before crashing onto the roof of the Lian Dongyun vehicle. Meanwhile, Yang Jinrong stood resolute, resembling an unfathomable war deity, towering over the scene with an awe-inspiring presence, far surpassing the impact of the drainage ditch maneuver or the 7 fallen bodies. The release of this video sent shockwaves through the internet, leaving countless viewers in disbelief that my word. Not only is Yang Jinrong alive, but he is also the ultimate victor of this confrontation. So, was all of this orchestrated by Yang Jinrong? The sheer incredibility of Yang Jinrong's strength, sending a full-grown man flying with a single punch, was staggering. Naturally, this was alarming, as the stock prices of Lexus had already faced a downturn, and now Mercedes was teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet, where was Yang Jinrong? Why has he not issued a statement? I was just mourning his death, only to discover he was alive. Yang Jinrong has committed murder, hasn't he? Surely he must have been apprehended by the authorities. How could he possibly make a statement now? I suspect the occupants of that Mercedes were nefarious individuals. Why did Yang Jinrong pursue them? Why did he take matters into his own hands? Such questions flooded the comment section, with fans expressing their concern for Yang Jinrong's well-being in custody. Was he cold? Was the food adequate? They also pondered how he would confront those he had previously incarcerated. Devoted fans were at a loss. This transcended mere scandal. It involved murder, criminality, and potentially capital punishment. Their anguish was palpable, with many expressing, "I would rather you had died than become a murderer." Such sentiments reflected the deep sorrow of countless fans. However, at this juncture, the Linghai authorities, who had remained silent, finally issued a joint statement from the city's Public Security Bureau, municipal government, and traffic safety departments. The announcement detailed the events leading up to the incident, clarifying that Yang Jinrong had indeed killed the person atop the car, an escaped death row inmate, thus earning him accolades and a reward. The other deceased were not victims of Yang Jinrong's actions, but rather casualties of the death row inmates' gunfire. Among the deceased were 4 human traffickers implicated in the abduction of a child from our city. Yang Jinrong's pursuit of the Mercedes was deemed an act of bravery, having informed the authorities in advance and received permission for his actions, which were nonetheless highly dangerous and should not be emulated. The remaining 2 deceased were individuals who had been paid to retaliate against Yang Jinrong. The internet erupted following the release of this announcement, with no one anticipating such a multitude of twists in the case. Time and time again, the revelations astonished the public, in the end. Yang Jinrong emerged not only as the slayer of a death row inmate, but also as a hero who rescued a child from human traffickers. The rapidity of this turnaround left many fans, still grieving, nearly breathless with shock. What a delightful surprise! Yang Jinrong is alive and is not a murderer, but rather a bona fide hero, officially recognized as such. How could this not be a profound moment of astonishment? The Lian Dongyun officials were taken aback. They had just contacted the car renter, Yu Huai, and swiftly provided a vehicle under confidentiality, only to discover that the true driver was none other than the controversial internet legend, Yang Jinrong. The Lian Dongyun team was at a loss, questioning why the renter, Yu Huai, felt so justified in accepting their vehicle. Moreover, they were too embarrassed to ask for it back. Should they perhaps provide Yang Jinrong with a vehicle as well? That seemed inappropriate. After gifting a $10,000 car to the renter, could they possibly offer the same to a hero? Surely, it must be something of greater value. Yet their most expensive model retails for only $20,000. Internally, Lian Dongyun was in disarray. Simultaneously, Mercedes found itself in a predicament of its own, having been inadvertently implicated. Initially, it was merely a matter of a Mercedes losing to Lian Dongyun, but with this official announcement, it became a narrative of a criminal defeated by a champion of justice driving Lian Dongyun. The Mercedes had become the vehicle of a criminal. While this scenario is not entirely unprecedented, never before had it so monopolized the trending topics, igniting discussions among countless netizens and drawing scathing critiques from numerous advocates of justice. Meanwhile, Lexus reveled in the shifting tides of public opinion, as the storm of controversy shifted from them to Mercedes. They had yet to devise a strategy for addressing the issues of malfunctioning doors and insufficient structural integrity, only to find the narrative pivoting toward Mercedes. It was a delightful turn of events. The company now found itself uncertain whether to send a legal notice to Yang Jinrong or to express gratitude for his actions. The internet buzzed with praise for Yang Jinrong, labeling him a warrior and a hero. Many race car drivers sought to capitalize on the moment, expressing a desire to challenge the hero to a duel of driving skills. Yang Jinrong's fanbase swiftly expanded. The followers of Douyin have surpassed 10 million, while Douyin boasts over 9 million, and Bilibili has broken the 5 million mark. The fans are in a frenzy, and rightly so. Truly our certified champion of justice. Formidable indeed. That photograph of him delivering a fatal blow to a criminal is simply breathtaking. One might say, a god of war across the realms, such a remarkable man. His genes must be exceptional. I yearn to inherit his lineage. Brother Jinrong, I wish to bear your children. This humble lady is willing to don Valentino and Balenciaga for you. To those above, we have all undergone 9 years of compulsory education. Why then, do you shine so brilliantly? We all suffer from lumbar disc issues. Yet why do you stand out so prominently? Just as the fans were celebrating, another piece of news surged into the limelight. Xiao Anren, the adorable wife of a family member, publicly condemned and denounced Yang Jinrong of Linhai University online. His reckless behavior and street racing led to the tragic loss of our daughters. The grieving parents, before the media, lamented and accused. Whether you acted heroically or sought to punish evil, your so-called showing off and reckless driving are the true culprits behind our daughter's demise. Yang Jinrong, You bear an inescapable responsibility for their deaths. They were merely 18, in the bloom of youth, and your irresponsibility has cost these two flower-like girls their lives. While you bask in the glory of being a hero, have you ever considered the agony we, as parents, endure in losing our daughters? How can someone so reckless claim the title of a hero praised across the internet? Today, you must be held accountable for our daughters' deaths and provide us, the grieving parents, with an explanation. But that was not the end. After the parents tearfully recounted their grievances against Yang Jinrong, they resolutely declared that they would wield the law as their weapon, formally suing him for a sum of $5 million for each daughter's wrongful death. The video of this declaration sparked a massive uproar online, rivaling the previous frenzy. Who could have anticipated that the families of the ill-fated biker girls would choose this moment to sue Yang Jinrong? Not only are they suing, but they have also enlisted the media to publicly denounce him, attempting to pressure him. Yet, they seem to have underestimated the outrage of netizens. How can such shameless families exist in this world? While it is undoubtedly heartbreaking to lose a child, can one truly place blame on Yang Jinrong? Did not the adorable wife and Xiao Anren bring this upon themselves, riding a motorcycle without a care? At less than 5 feet tall, unable to even support a motorcycle, yet attempting to navigate sharp turns, is that not self-destructive behavior? As 18-year-old adults, they must take responsibility for their actions. Life and death lie within their own choices. Those who have not witnessed the live stream of the adorable wife cannot comprehend how they berated well-meaning viewers. Upon a mere warning of danger, they resorted to vicious insults. Is it not most absurd to engage in reckless driving while weaving dangerously? I recall vividly how a refrigerated truck was forced to retreat as they taunted it. Many who watched the adorable wife stream began to share their accounts of what transpired. The phrase "good words cannot convince a dead soul" perfectly encapsulates the reckless behavior exhibited by the adorable wife and Xiao Anren. Numerous kind-hearted viewers urged them to prioritize safety, reminding them that there are countless roads, but safety comes first. The result? Some were met with immediate insults, others were kicked from the stream, and some even faced account bans. Truly, it is ironic. Instead of acknowledging their own mistakes, they attempt to vilify a public figure and then proceed to extort him. Indeed, such are the parents of such children. You claim to be public figures. And yet, moral coercion seems to be the easiest way to extract funds from them. It really expected that Yang Jinrong would be pressured into humanitarian compensation. If that were the case, I would unfollow him. Is the person above a new fan? Any seasoned follower knows that moral coercion may work on others, but it certainly does not apply to Yang Jinrong. Before he could return to campus, he received a call from Yu Huai. "Boss, I heard you've been sued. How was I not informed? Aren't you watching videos? The internet is abuzz with your trending topic. You were initially lauded as a hero of Linhai. But suddenly, 2 families have come forward to sue you. You should check Douyin." All right. After hanging up, Yang Jinrong opened Douyin, and the first video suggested by the algorithm was that of the adorable wife and Xiao Anren's family accusing him. After watching, he shook his head. Such families. It is no wonder they raise children like the adorable wife and Xiao Anren. However, it was only now that Yang Jinrong realized that while chasing a human trafficker, he inadvertently stumbled into this minor incident. The biker girls, Yang Jinrong specifically searched for a replay of the adorable wife stream. After watching a segment, he couldn't help but think she deserved it, though it may seem disrespectful to the deceased. He couldn't resist the urge to report her. "Wait, Ping in funeral home?" Yang Jinrong suddenly noticed a comment in the replay. "Zhang Lingtian again? What a coincidence." Yang Jinrong couldn't help but feel puzzled. When the fake monk first appeared, he had coincidentally encountered Zhang Lingtian while pursuing the fake monk. When Xiaochen Xiaodian was taken by the fake monk, Zhang Lingtian was indirectly involved, the hearse. Later, while pursuing the trafficker, Zhang Lingtian was also watching in the adorable wife's live stream. What role does this Zhang Lingtian play? Is he merely passing through, or does he hold another undisclosed role? This is something to investigate thoroughly. Yang Jinrong closed the video, .as for the accusations and lawsuit from the adorable wife and Xiao Aaron's families. He had little desire to engage. He intended to call Yin Yin to authorize her to sue the opposing party. But just then, Yin Yin called him first. Ever since I became your attorney, my cases have been piling up, and my legal fees are piling up as well. Yin Yin, rarely cheerful, playfully remarked, from now on, I might as well call you Boss Yang. Yang Jinrong didn't mind letting Yin Yin earn a bit more. Well, as long as we win the case, the money will ultimately come from the defendant. Yang Jinrong complied, chuckling, call me whatever you like. A title is merely a character code. If you prefer, calling me daddy is fine too. Yin Yin was taken aback. I was just trying to make a joke, and now you're taking advantage of me. Suddenly, Yin Yin adopted a serious tone. I recorded what you just said. Expect a lawyer's letter tomorrow. She intended to frighten Yang Jinrong, but just then, a younger student clad in a Squirtle shirt approached, her eyes sparkling as she insisted on getting his autograph. This distracted Yang Jinrong, causing him to miss Yin Yan's words. And he casually asked into the phone, What's that, a lawyer's letter? Yin Yin replied irritably. Yang Jinrong gestured that he was on the phone with the Squirtle girl, instinctively asking, What lawyer? A lawyer's letter. Oh, a lawyer's letter. Yang Jinrong was bewildered. Yin Yin, are you being serious? What nonsense is this? Before he could clarify, Yin Yin had already hung up, insisting that he would receive the lawyer's letter by morning. Yang Jinrong stared at the plump Squirtle. The round and adorable Squirtle. Feeling utterly flustered, he had not meant anything by it. One could only say Squirtle was truly, well, not just white, but round. And no, that's not right. Truly, it was quite round. Please stop shoving it in my face. Yang Jinrong nearly lost his vision, quickly stepping back, and calmly asked the eager Squirtle girl, Where should I sign, Junior? By Huang Wei's standards, the unadorned junior in front of him could easily score an 8 or 9 in looks. And as for her figure, a perfect score, the adorable junior in the Squirtle shirt chirped. Why do you call me Junior? Am I that young? Suddenly, Yang Jinrong found himself enveloped in darkness. He shook his head, trying to escape the shadows and return to the light. Wait, aren't you afraid I'll send you a lawyer's letter? I could sue you, coughing. Yang Jinrong swiftly dodged, finally regaining his sight and breathing more easily. Senior Jinrong, just help me sign here. The younger female student, or rather the senior female student, spoke in a delicate tone while playfully shaking her pair of squirtlets, signaling Yang Jinrong to sign his name on the Squirtle. As Yang Jinrong gazed into the fierce eyes of the Squirtle directed at him, the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Could she not be a bit more serious? After all, I've been studying law for 2.5 years, and am as familiar with the court and police station as if they were my own home. Are you truly not afraid of me calling the police? Senior, I just want you to sign in the most dazzling spot. Yang Jinrong looked at her earnestly and inquired, What is your name? Junior. What is your major? What is your student ID? I have a gift I wish to present to you. The junior was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized and nervously replied, Senior, you're not thinking of suing me. Are you? Yang Jinrong remained silent, merely observing her. The junior soon regained her composure, hastily apologized, and fled to be, By the way, Senior, my name is Su Xiaoxiao. Her voice only reached him after she had distanced herself, upon reaching a corner of the campus. Su Xiaoxiao cautiously retrieved a manga book from her bag, murmuring, Why is it so different from what the manga describes? After mustering the courage to approach her senior, her first confession ended in such failure. Su Xiaoxiao quickly donned a sun-protective jacket, covering herself thoroughly. She had lingered at the school gate for many days, and today, finally spotting Yang Jinrong from afar, she gathered her courage to remove her protective clothing and confess exactly as depicted in the manga. The result? She nearly found herself as a defendant. This was her first time wearing a Squirtle shirt. Normally, she wouldn't dare don such flamboyant attire and would wrap herself up tightly. How utterly mortifying. Su Xiaoxiao thumped her manga book in frustration. Meanwhile, Yang Jinrong rubbed his temples, pondering the constant misfortunes he encountered daily. Like many readers, being handsome was truly a burden. Su Xiaoxiao, That name seemed rather peculiar. Yang Jinrong chose to disregard it and called Yin Yin back, explaining that a minor incident had just occurred. Contrary to his expectations, Yin Yin was not as aloof or indifferent as he had imagined. Instead, she teased him in a manner difficult to decipher. So, how did it go with your junior? Have you flirted and bantered enough? Is she good looking? How many points would you give her in terms of appearance? What about her figure? This series of questions left Yang Jinrong momentarily speechless. Her look should score around 8 or 9 points. And as for her figure, Yang Jinrong, ever honest, mentally assessed and replied, if you two practiced yoga together, she would probably be more exhausted than you. Yin Yin was evidently taken aback by his response. What do you mean by more exhausted? Never mind, let's get down to business. Are you calling me to entrust me with a case against Meng Jiaoqi and Xiao Anren's family? Indeed, Yang Jinrong confirmed. Although the other party had initiated the lawsuit against him, he too could file a countersuit. Both the main and counterclaims would be adjudicated together, thus saving time. All right, leave everything to me. But I must inform you of some unfortunate news that I know. Yang Jinrong responded that he was well aware that the opposing party was claiming a total of 10 million in damages, and should they apply for asset preservation at the court, his bank deposits would be frozen first. Dealing with intelligent individuals was indeed straightforward. Yin Yin chuckled, perhaps your bank account has already been frozen. Yang Jinrong shrugged nonchalantly, no matter. I can always use my Alipay. You read quite optimistic that I'll begin preparing the materials right away, that if the other party delays the court proceedings, I will apply for a fast-track hearing. After stating this, Yin Yin hung up the phone. Yang Jinrong tested his bank account via his mobile device, only to receive a notification indicating an anomaly that it was astonishing how swiftly the opposing party had acted. In the blink of an eye, they had applied for asset preservation. The speed of the court's acceptance was unprecedented. This was not merely a simple act of moral coercion through media and public opinion against Yang Jinrong. It felt like a meticulously crafted conspiracy. Could someone be scheming behind the scenes? Yang Jinrong frowned, realizing his enemies were multiplying. However, he was not intimidated. When he chose this path, he had already steeled himself for any challenges that lay ahead. He feared neither difficulty nor adversary. For those he could send away, he would do so without hesitation. For those he could not, he would respond with a punch if one punch wouldn't suffice. Then two would do. Upon returning to school, Yang Jinrong resumed his studies as usual. However, the school administration was taking the case very seriously that he had hoped to attend class, only to be summoned to the principal's office by his counselor. This marked Yang Jinrong's third visit. The first was due to Lin Yuyu's accusations, where he faced reprimands from various school leaders and was on the verge of expulsion at that time. The bald-headed director had been the loudest in his criticisms. Subsequently, perhaps heaven deemed the bald director's life too carefree. It orchestrated a humorous twist of fate where he was injured in a car accident, and it was Yang Jinrong who rescued him. The second visit to the principal's office was before the conclusion of Lin Yuyu's case, where the school issued a punishment against her and summoned Yang Jinrong for his signature. Now, this was his third visit. Seated in the principal's office were the same high-ranking officials as before. The art college dean, Yu Qian, who had once advised him that boys should be magnanimous and not bicker with girls, was present as well. However, today, the demeanor of all the leaders towards Yang Jinrong was markedly different. The counselor almost gestured an invitation for Yang Jinrong to take a seat at the center of the main table. The academic leaders also proactively greeted him, familiar faces indeed. Yang Jinrong, being reasonable, responded with smiles to each one, which greatly pleased the leaders, who praised him in unison. Once the pleasantries were concluded, they delved into the main topic of the day. Yang Jinrong, first and foremost, we extend our heartfelt gratitude for your exceptional contributions to a harmonious society. Principal Liu began. Whether it was during your heroic fire rescue or in subduing the fugitive sentenced to death, your noble actions are worthy of commendation from our entire school community and deserve a place on our honor roll. Principal Liu placed his speech notes on the table, preparing to elaborate on his sentiments and express the school's emphasis on Yang Jinrong's recent actions. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept into the office, scattering the principal's notes that he instinctively reached out to grasp them but failed to catch hold. The papers floated directly out of the window. Principal Liu, opting to speak off the cuff, chuckled. Since the wind won't allow me to ramble, I'll keep it brief today. Following school discussions, it has been decided that your honorable deeds will be featured in tomorrow's honor roll announcement. Furthermore, the school will award you the Excellent Student Certificate of Linhai University, the Linhai University Special Contribution Medal, and a dedicated scholarship of 29,800 yuan. This is a prestigious certificate and medal personally bestowed by the principal of a double first-rate university. Although Linhai is a directly governed city and Principal Liu holds merely a bureau-level position, the prestige remains significant. Of course, the medal and scholarship will not be presented in the office. The school has decided to incorporate your award ceremony into the 30th anniversary celebration of the university. During the anniversary lectures, a dedicated awards ceremony will be held for you. In addition to school leaders, we will also invite distinguished alumni and city officials from Linhai University. Not only that, but Principal Liu hinted that Yang Jinrong is also a designated invitee for the upcoming academic seminar at Qingmu University. No competition necessary. He has been pre-selected. Whether or not other students' object is inconsequential. Finally, Principal Liu expressed great respect for Yang Jinrong's choices, smiling benevolently. Of course, this is a unilateral decision by the school. If you have any objections, please feel free to voice them. Yang Jinrong had no objections. He stood up, expressing gratitude for the school's nurturing, appreciation for the principal's support, and thanked all the school leaders, having omitted to thank his parents. To be honest, Yang Jinrong felt nothing but confusion to have a dedicated award ceremony during the anniversary celebration was simply outrageous. This was a celebration for a double first-rate university, though Linhai University was relatively new. It had produced numerous prominent figures who were now thriving in society. The school leadership's intentions were unmistakable. They aimed to connect Yang Jinrong with influential contacts in the community, essentially paving the way for him. This was unprecedented. Perhaps there were other unknown reasons, yet Yang Jinrong remained oblivious to them. After leaving the principal's office, Yang Jinrong returned to his regular classes. His honorable deeds were recorded in the school's honor roll, causing a wave of admiration and discussion among the students of Linhai University. Naturally, this also led to an influx of admirers. Many students at Linhai University became ardent fans of Yang Jinrong. Wherever he went on campus, he was treated like a superstar, revered and pursued by his peers. Countless students approached him for autographs, and he was not spared from the enthusiastic pursuit of junior female students, who openly expressed their admiration. The younger students at Linhai University possessed remarkable beauty, one more stunning than the last. Alas, as the saying goes, fallen flowers have intentions, but flowing water is unfeeling. Yang Jinrong harbors no romantic inclinations. He does not indulge in frivolous pursuits or sprinkle in artificial flavorings. He merely faces life with tranquility, in the midst of joy and sorrow. When Liu Qiqi glimpsed Yang Jinrong's name and achievements added to the honor roll, an ominous premonition stirred within her. She yearned not to miss the opportunity for academic exchange at Qingmu University. Meanwhile, Yang Jinrong quietly prepared for the impending final examinations. Yet, while he maintained his calm, the online world was anything but tranquil. The families of Meng Jiaoqi and Xiao Anren, having received no response from Yang Jinrong, initially contemplated sending a mediator to the school to persuade him to compensate them. However, they almost simultaneously received a lawyer's letter and a court summons from Juina law firm, Yang Jinrong's counterclaim. Naturally, this matter swiftly made its way onto the internet, igniting a wave of fervent discussion among netizens. Truly, he is the law school heartthrob, fierce yet taciturn. Such a legal affair is quite serious and certainly worthy of condemnation. Strange occurrences abound. I have never witnessed anyone daring to provoke a representative of criminal law. That said, While Meng Jiaoqi and Xiao Anren's families may have displayed a degree of shamelessness, it seems they have not committed any illegal acts. Their behavior is merely unethical, even if Yang Jinrong files a counterclaim. It hardly seems criminal. Whether it is criminal or not, we shall await the court's judgment. One wonders if this case will be broadcast live. It feels as though ages have passed since I last witnessed a live courtroom session featuring Yang Jinrong. The absence is unbearable. A single day without such a spectacle leaves me feeling as if ants are crawling all over me. I implore Yang Jinrong to grace us with a courtroom live stream soon. The vast majority of netizens have displayed remarkable clarity this time, though a minority of overly sympathetic individuals espouse divergent views. They argue that the death of a person is of utmost significance. Meng Jiaoqi and Xiao Anren have already passed away. So how can you be so cold-hearted as to mock their families online? I can fully comprehend the family's decision to sue Yang Jinrong. Their intention is not genuinely to seek financial compensation, but rather to attain closure regarding their deceased child. Indeed, your lack of compassion is palpable. You offer no solace to those who have just lost their loved ones. And instead, you engage in scornful ridicule, the agony of a parent burying their child. How could you possibly fail to understand such suffering? Witnessing Yang Jinrong's counterclaim, one cannot help but feel he is excessively indifferent and unfeeling. This society desperately requires more warmth and understanding, rather than cold-hearted individuals like Yang Jinrong. The self-righteous do not vehemently condemn Yang Jinrong, for they fear the repercussions of being sued by him. Instead, they persistently criticize his apparent lack of empathy, deeming him unworthy of his millions of fans and the title of urban hero in Linhai City, a mere facade devoid of genuine compassion. Days later, the investigation into the human trafficking case concluded, yielding comprehensive results to the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Yang Jinrong and Yu Huai were summoned, in the office. They were thanked for their contributions and cooperation, and informed of the matter at hand. This time, Director Zhao Dong did not personally attend to them. Instead, it was Zhang Hui who received them. After expressing gratitude, he relayed the complete investigative process to Yang Jinrong. Following this, he announced that the city had ultimately decided to award Yang Jinrong with a certificate and medal of urban heroism, along with a monetary reward of 200,000 yuan. Yu Huai would receive a certificate and medal of outstanding citizen, along with a reward of 10,000 yuan. Yu Huai beamed with delight, thrilled to receive a medal and certificate alongside the esteemed Yang Jinrong. The monetary aspect was of little consequence. What mattered was the convenience this honor would bring in his future endeavors. Additionally, he had also acquired a car, a Koros 5, as a bonus. Zhang Hui concluded with a smile, informing them that a press conference would be held at the Public Security Bureau the following morning at 9:30, at which both would be invited to speak, and their certificates, medals, and rewards would be presented. Gentlemen, do not be late. Rest assured, we shall not be tardy. Yu Huai responded on behalf of Yang Jinrong. They awaited the forthcoming press conference with anticipation. Finally, Yang Jinrong voiced his lingering concern. Team leader, you mentioned that the surveillance showed only one refrigerated truck belonging to Wang Xuanbao and Banadu. No other suspicious vehicles were detected along the mountain road. So how did Lao Mo manage to ascend the mountain? How did he ascertain our exact location for confrontation? The recollection of that life-threatening encounter still sent shivers down Yang Jinrong's spine, evoking a sense of dread. Lao Mo was a terrifying individual, capable of launching a surprise attack without a trace. Had it not been for the intervention of Wang Xuanbao and his companion, the initial 2 bullets from Lao Mo would undoubtedly have struck Yang Jinrong and Yu Huai. We are puzzled as well, Zhang Hui replied, shaking his head. We did not detect any other suspicious vehicles or drones. As for how Chun Jingma pinpointed your precise location, that remains unknown. Zhang Hui appeared equally helpless. With all suspects deceased, there was no one to question that if any answers arise in the future, we will inform you at the earliest opportunity. He promised. Thank you, Yang Jinrong expressed courteously. Furthermore, Regarding the previous case concerning the Wu Xianggui gang, the court has decided to consolidate the public prosecution initiated by the security agency and your private prosecution for joint hearing. Zhang Hui chuckled. You should have anticipated this. Your entrusted lawyer is quite formidable. The hearing for the supplementary case would commence in 3 days, something Yang Jinrong was already aware of, that he knew that Yin Yan's background was not simple. After all, possessing an old foreign mansion left behind by the White Flag Nation was no trivial matter. This mansion, during those tumultuous times, was a true sanctuary, to draw an analogy with a survival game. It was the final safe zone amidst the chaos of poison gas. The White Flag Nation's concession. Even wealth could not procure such a location. Yang Jinrong nodded in acknowledgement, then posed another question. Team leader. Are there any additional leads regarding the human trafficking syndicate? If possible, could you share? Unfortunately, that information cannot be disclosed at this time, that we are still in the confidential investigation phase. Although your situation is rather exceptional, I am afraid I cannot share anything my apologies. The security department would not divulge any leads to the public either. IT is quite all right. Yang Jinrong replied, slightly disappointed that IT appeared he would have to pursue the investigation on his own. The golden treasure chest. After having acquired the system, it was his first opportunity to obtain a golden treasure chest. However, this task felt overwhelmingly distant. In recent days, he had meticulously reviewed the information pertaining to the Tianjin group, utilizing his top-notch hacking skills to infiltrate their networks, yet he had not gleaned any valuable insights. Yang Jinrong harbored 2 additional questions he wished to pose to Zhang Hui, but given the latter's demeanor, it was clear that inquiring today would yield no results, that he decided to wait until the press conference tomorrow to ask. Yang Jinrong contemplated the significance of the Public Security Bureau's cooperation. After all, on a professional level, it could provide him with more opportunities to uncover the human trafficking syndicate, potentially allowing him to confront them. On a personal level, it was about his golden treasure chest. The system had explained that the golden treasure chest was guaranteed to yield 100 treasures, with a 100 chance of producing miracle-level items. Could Yang Jinrong resist such temptation? However, personal endeavors often have their limitations. If only he could establish his own faction. Yang Jinrong mused inwardly that a lone wolf can only do so much against a formidable organization. Yang Jinrong had long since devised a plan, but he understood the need for gradual progress. Such matters could not be rushed. He would begin by identifying potential allies, taking his time. Although they could not disclose leads in this area, we can assist you this once, Zhang Hui whispered, lowering his voice. I heard that due to your lawsuit for $1 million in damages, your bank funds have been frozen by the court, that if you were to give the word, the city could act as a guarantor and communicate with the court. You understand. Zhang Hui initially expected Yang Jinrong to be elated and accept the offer immediately. However, to his surprise, Yang Jinrong shook his head. That will not be necessary, boss. Your bank savings have been frozen? Yu Huai exclaimed, taken aback. Why didn't you tell me? I could have given you cash. No need. Yang Jinrong waved his hand dismissively. It's merely a temporary issue. The court date is in a week, and once the hearing concludes, my bank funds will naturally be unfrozen. He then turned to Zhang Hui with a smile. Team leader, if there is nothing else, we shall take our leave. Very well. Zhang Hui personally escorted them out. The press conference in Linhai City the following day would undoubtedly attract immense attention, not only from local media and citizens, but also from countless online observers. Although an official announcement had been made previously, the participation of Yang Jinrong in the press conference ensured that netizens would not miss the opportunity to witness the unfolding events. They were curious whether Yang Jinrong would stir up any excitement at the press conference. For every time he had a court appearance, there was always something noteworthy to behold. Fans who had not witnessed a live courtroom session in ages eagerly anticipated the live broadcast of the press conference. They had also caught wind of subsequent thrilling court hearings on the horizon. The only uncertainty lies in whether the court proceedings will be broadcast live, despite the fervent inquiries of eager fans. Yang Jinrong remained seemingly detached from the world, offering no response whatsoever. This, in turn, only serves to intensify the fans' yearning. Tomorrow, we shall meet without fail. I have a premonition that Yang Jinrong will pull off something spectacular. I eagerly anticipate it. Are there any fans from Linhai? Let us gather at the venue to catch Yang Jinrong and inquire whether the subsequent 2 court sessions will be broadcast live. Although I am in Linhai, I truly do not dare to confront the host. I fear that he might have me apprehended. HHH, the online community is in an uproar in reality, within the confines of a Guoji vehicle. Yu Huai is at the wheel. Boss, regarding the 300,000 you lent me earlier, based on the profit sharing, you can expect to receive about 220,000. Would you like me to cash it out for you now? Earlier at the Public Security Bureau, Yu Huai refrained from saying too much. Now, in the car with just the 2 of them, he can speak freely. I've recently ventured into perishable goods, and it has proven quite lucrative. I plan to open a large storage facility that, if you're willing, you can invest the previous 300,000 or even contribute more. Of course, you may also withdraw it.my life. Yu Huai is all thanks to you. As for money, I would not hesitate to part with any amount at your request that no need. Initially, when Yu Huai won the case, the compensation Yang Jinrong received far exceeded 300,000. He candidly stated it was a loan to help Yu Huai start a business. But in truth, he was prepared for the eventuality of this fellow's financial ruin. Little did he expect, however, that Yu Huai would prove to be quite astute in business, making decisive, swift moves and amassing considerable wealth. If you find yourself short on funds for the storage facility, I can lend you some. Yang Jinrong added, there's no need for profit sharing, and please do not allow others to invest. You must maintain absolute control of the company. Yang Jinrong's ambitions do not lie in entrepreneurship. He has no interest in investing. His advice to Yu Huai about maintaining absolute control is a precautionary measure, as partnerships often lead to complications. Indeed, Yu Huai nodded. I share the same sentiment. Only you, boss, should have privileges. Now let us head back to school. He had already arranged for renovations on the house provided by the Public Security Bureau, but it was not yet completed. Even after the renovations, a 2 to 3 month period would be required before it could be occupied, as one must be cautious of formaldehyde. The next day, just as dawn broke, Huang Wei sent a message. He.S. back. The house belonging to Zeng Xiaoping and her daughter has been sold, and the compensation has been received. Yang Jinrong could hardly believe that Huang Wei, who often seemed unreliable, managed to resolve this troublesome matter so swiftly. He exited the school and spotted Huang Wei, burdened with a heavy backpack, at a nearby breakfast shop. Huang Wei, looking travel-worn with dark circles under his eyes, appeared to have lost a few pounds. Yet, Yang Jinrong felt that this man had undergone a transformation, as if he had shed his former self. It's been a while. One ought to see you in a new light. Thanks for your hard work. Yang Jinrong said, bumping fists with Huang Wei. How does that idiom go? Misfortune brings honor. Yang Jinrong replied, what a peculiar twist on that saying. However, he did not mind these minor details. The money is all here. Huang Wei declared, patting the heavy backpack, unzipping it slightly to reveal cash. 540,000, with 20,000 being interest. Rest assured, it's all legal, calculated at the bank's interest rates that I had the other party sign the documents you provided. Yang Jinrong felt a wave of embarrassment that it was cash. He could hardly fathom how Huang Wei had managed this. Initially, Yang Jinrong had thought the plan involved merely having the other party vacate, then applying for court enforcement, followed by a court auction to reclaim the funds that he never anticipated Huang Wei would return with bundles of cash. As per your request, there were no illegal operations involved. I'll explain how I did it later. By the way, I'm utterly exhausted. Here's the money. I need to find a place to sleep. Huang Wei handed the cash to Yang Jinrong, who, however, did not accept it. Keep it for your own use. You're planning to start a business, right? Take it that he intended to suggest depositing it in a bank, but suddenly recalled the situation with Dogecoin Bank freezing his funds. Such occurrences could become frequent nuisances. How could he risk Yang Jinrong's money on an entrepreneurial venture? What if it failed? He would feel too ashamed to flee. Huang Wei flashed a bright smile, clearly rejecting Yang Jinrong's goodwill that I have my methods concerning money. He. Yang Jinrong regarded Huang Wei with a serious expression. This truly was a transformation, akin to a boy maturing into a man overnight. In their childhood, Huang Wei had never turned down money from him. "It's fine if you don't take any, that I'll just prepare a grand gift for you on the day of your business launch. Should you ever find yourself in need, just ask, and I want to refuse. 3 days from now, the supplementary case will be heard. You should come along." Yang Jinrong accepted the backpack, glancing at the clock. It was only 5:50 in the morning. "Let us find a hotel for you to rest. That I need to be at the Public Security Bureau by 9:30 for today as press conference at a press conference." Huang Wei licked his lips. "I want to attend as well." "All right." Yang Jinrong tossed the backpack to him. "You can help me keep it safe?" "Okay." The two resumed their breakfast with vigor. Today marks the press conference for the Linhai City 615 case, which will be broadcast live across the internet. Major local media outlets and some willing out-of-town media have been invited. Online, tens of millions of netizens are focused on today's case, but alas, it starts at 9:30 during working hours. Many office workers have prepared to clock in early, intending to sneak peeks at the live stream, while others have taken leave just to watch the press conference. As the clock strikes 9, the auditorium of the Public Security Bureau is solemnly arranged. Security personnel maintain order, as entry is restricted to those with invitations. Nevertheless, the venue buzzes with activity, with numerous media representatives in attendance. Approximately 300 individuals, including journalists, photographers, and assistants. All media are permitted to broadcast live, making it an irresistible opportunity for any outlet. Even Pengbai News has promptly begun coverage. The cumulative viewership of the online live stream has reached an astonishing level in the tens of millions. Today's press conference is hosted by the Public Security Bureau, with local leaders present, including those from the prison and detention center. Some officials occupy prominent seats at the red-draped podium, while others sit in the front row of the press conference, highlighting the significance of the event, given its connection to a fugitive sentenced to death. Moreover, 7 lives were lost. The matter also involves child trafficking. Each of these cases, when considered individually, would be sufficient to capture widespread attention and media coverage. Now, all these elements have converged, already drawing the scrutiny of the entire internet. Unsurprisingly, today's press conference is the focal point of public interest. Naturally, the spotlight shines brightest on Yang Jinrong. All preparations have been meticulously completed. The security department has made the necessary arrangements. The media has swiftly taken their seats and set everything in order. The atmosphere is stable. Live broadcasts from major media outlets commence across the internet. Those unable to attend in person are also broadcasting the event. At that moment, amidst the murmurs of reporters, Yang Jinrong strides into the auditorium under the watchful gaze of the crowd. Click, click, click. The flash of cameras and lights erupt simultaneously. In this instant, photographers, videographers, and live streamers all direct their lenses toward Yang Jinrong. The cameras follow his every step. Truly, he is the center of attention. On the internet, the chat rooms are ablaze with comments. This is the pinnacle of popularity. Who would have imagined that Yang Jinrong, the spokesperson for criminal law, would ascend to such heights, and as an official invitee no less? Although this official status is merely at the municipal level, it carries enough weight to overshadow most celebrities. Yang Jinrong and Yu Huai are seated in the front row, escorted by a staff member. Both exhibit utmost politeness, nodding and greeting the numerous local leaders surrounding them. Huang Wei has been assigned to a seat at the back. With all procedural formalities completed, the press conference formally commences. At the center, a red cloth-covered podium is occupied by Zhao Donglai, the director of the Public Security Bureau, who is hosting today's press conference. His opening remarks are rather cliché, following a standard format. Once the preliminary formalities are concluded, he proceeds to elaborate on the details of the case, revealing the truth, which elicits gasps and expressions of astonishment from the audience. The issues and solutions arising from this case are summarized, along with the penalties imposed on those responsible. The guilty parties and their corresponding punishments are meticulously outlined for public disclosure. Finally, the moment everyone has been eagerly awaiting, the awards ceremony. Now, let us welcome the greatest contributor to this case, Mr. Yang Jinrong, the urban hero of Linhai City, to the stage to accept his award and deliver a speech. The audience erupts in applause. All eyes present converge upon Yang Jinrong. The flash of cameras ignites once more, illuminating the scene. In various live streaming rooms, the atmosphere becomes electrifying. The flashes of light could dazzle even the most resilient eyes. Amidst such brilliance, Yang Jinrong steps onto the grand auditorium stage, turning back to wave at the media below, acknowledging their presence at this moment. He resembles a refined and amiable young man radiating sunshine. Photographers from numerous Linhai media outlets focus their lenses on him. Reporters stand poised, ready to rush forward for interviews at any moment. According to the protocol of this press conference, after Yang Jinrong receives his medal, there will be a question-and-answer session, a crucial aspect of the reporter's purpose for being here today. Online, in various live streaming rooms, netizens fervently engage in the chat. Here comes another moment of Yang Jinrong's ostentation. New fans inquire, wondering if the host, with over 10 million followers on Douyin, intends to offer any benefits to his family. I've seen other hosts provide for their families, or at least lower their prices. What benefits will the host extend to his family? Yang Jinrong. Today, I will be providing for my family through a lottery draw, with prizes consisting of a 2.5-year prison term. $9.99. Don't ask why not 6. Because 6 has flipped. New fans, please refrain from interrupting. I merely wish to know what Yang Jinrong has planned for today. I can't shake the feeling that he might disappoint his fans. It's too formal. Just look at his attire. Dressed in formal wear with golden glasses. Aside from being handsome, I can't fathom any other purpose. Handsomeness is sufficient. With his striking presence, Yang Jinrong strides to the podium in the center of the grand auditorium, where Zhao Donglai personally presents him with a certificate, medal, and monetary award. Once the routine proceedings conclude, Zhao Donglai firmly shakes Yang Jinrong's hand, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Yang Jinrong, for your outstanding contributions to the safety of Linhai City. This is the responsibility and duty of every citizen of Linhai. Yang Jinrong's response is even more official. He smiles and states, as a citizen of Linhai City, it is my honor to contribute to the safety of our city. Well said, Zhao Donglai exclaims, leading the applause. The leaders on stage and the reporters below join in a resounding wave of applause in that moment. Yang Jinrong's lips curl into a slight, awkward yet polite smile. He suddenly realizes he is beginning to enjoy this sensation that, oh no, could it be that I am inherently suited for bureaucratic systems? That shouldn't be the case. Yang Jinrong had previously held a certain disdain for the flattery inherent in bureaucratic environments. Yet now, as the one being flattered, the feeling is undeniably different. Zhao Donglai continues to speak, denouncing human traffickers while also apologizing for the significant oversight that allowed a death row inmate to escape. Although it is not his fault, it is acceptable to apologize as part of the same system. Finally, he invites Yang Jinrong to speak, providing ample hints to avoid any indiscreet remarks. The entire internet is watching. Speak cautiously, for words can lead to missteps. Naturally, Yang Jinrong refrains from speaking recklessly. He has long prepared his remarks that he begins by expressing gratitude to the Linhai City officials, before finally stating, "May I make a small request?" Esteemed leaders? Oh! All present turn to Yang Jinrong with expressions of surprise. Who would have thought that Yang Jinrong would forego a lengthy speech in favor of a request? Several leaders exchange glances. Nodding slightly, Zhao Donglai then says, "Please proceed that I wish to visit the prison to see Zhao Haiba, who is to be sentenced to death." Zhao Haiba? The reporters in attendance are taken aback. The former founder of Qiangjin Group. The legendary former tycoon of Linhai. Why does Yang Jinrong suddenly wish to meet him? Chen Jingma was Zhao Haiba's right-hand man, and now that he has been sent to the netherworld by Yang Jinrong, It seems reasonable to want to see him. Let us observe how the officials respond. Reporters nervously ready their recording devices, aiming them at the leaders on stage. Once more, the leaders of Linhai exchange glances. Ultimately, Zhao Donglai nods in agreement, stating that it is not an issue, and that Yang Jinrong can fill out an application form later. That I have another question. Yang Jinrong unexpectedly presents a new request. Wishing to review the case files of a missing persons investigation from 5 years ago, a missing persons case file. The crowd is momentarily stunned. How could Yang Jinrong make such an unusual request at a press conference? This is something none anticipated. Zhao Donglai pauses, realizing Yang Jinrong is becoming increasingly unlikable. Must he bring such matters into the public eye? It would be better to discuss them privately. Wait a moment. Zhao Donglai suddenly comprehends that Yang Jinrong deliberately brought these two issues to the press conference to prevent the city from publicly refusing them, that if proposed privately, various excuses could easily be made to dismiss them. However, he has not considered Yang Jinrong's deeper intention, using the reporters' cameras to publicize these matters, thereby applying pressure on those lurking in the shadows. Since the enemy hides in darkness, Yang Jinrong opts for a bold strategy, drawing them out into the open and striking them down, that he believes that these two requests will soon circulate within the human traffickers organization, that if they are indeed connected to Zhao Haiba or the missing persons case from 5 years ago, they will undoubtedly take action. Yang Jinrong can then wait for his opportunity to fulfill the task of obtaining the golden treasure chest. Whose case file do you wish to see? Zhao Donglai inquires. Individuals not within the public security system lack the authority to review case files. However, the final authority rests with the city. As long as the leaders consent, anyone can view them. The reporters eagerly await Yang Jinrong's answer. Lu Guiping. Upon uttering this name, a leader from the prosecutor's office in the front row visibly trembles, looking up at Yang Jinrong with disbelief, his eyes filled with confusion, that he opens his mouth, seeking clarification, but promptly suppresses his inquiry. Lu Guiping. Zhao Donglai is taken aback that there's such a missing persons case. He looks up at Zhang Hui. After receiving a nod of confirmation from Zhang Hui, Zhao Donglai also nods, instructing Yang Jinrong to write an application. If all is in order, they will grant permission. Thank you, Director Zhao. Yang Jinrong turns towards the cameras, beaming a smile. This sunny disposition serves as an overt provocation, leaving an indelible impression on certain individuals. Next comes the question and answer session. Initially, the queries are routine and mundane. Yang Jinrong can't help but glance back at Zhao Donglai, harboring serious suspicions that these unremarkable questions are orchestrated by the internal security agencies. After several minutes, a reporter finally poses a question that piques everyone's interest. Mr. Yang Jinrong, we have learned online that you have been formally sued by the family of the deceased motorcycle blogameng Jiao Qiurshaoan, and we have also seen your response, which is a countersuit. Could you elaborate on the demands of your countersuit? If everyone is curious, Yang Jinrong chuckles, and as all ears lean in, anticipating his forthcoming revelations, he suddenly pivots, stating that we can wait for the court hearing in a week, at which point everyone will be informed. The crowd gasps. If you do not wish to elaborate, please refrain from feigning reluctance. The TO merely respond with the outcome will unfold in due time seems to be nothing short of a playful tease directed at the reporters. Yet, the reporters, despite feeling toyed with, dare not express their frustration that Mr. Yang Jinrong. It is said that you have previously been quite benevolent, referred to as the ultimate nice guy during your time at Linhai University. Now that you are being sued for compensation in the amount of 10 million, will you, out of humanitarian concern, provide the opposing party with some compensation? If you were to offer compensation, what amount would you consider acceptable? These two questions elicit laughter from Yang Jinrong. However, he, being a trained professional, suppresses his amusement, merely shaking his head. Likely to disappoint them, they do not possess the standing to extort humanitarianism from me. Suddenly, another reporter interjects, questioning whether, given your wealth, you cannot concede even a modicum of humanitarian compensation. This reporter. Yang Jinrong gazes down at her, a petite and delicate female journalist. Are you aware of a line from an apocalyptic film? Please respond directly to my question and refrain from attempting to divert the topic. Excellent. Yang Jinrong chuckles again, stating that he will indeed respond directly. Individuals like you, the so-called saintly hypocrites, do not survive past the first episode in my narrative. Do you comprehend my meaning? You, the female journalist, is left speechless. Meanwhile, netizens in various live streaming rooms flood the chat with excitement. Bravo! I am particularly fond of Yang Jinrong's audacious and unrestrained demeanor. Haha, one should never attempt to impose moral constraints on Yang Jinrong, for you will soon realize that he adheres not to moral codes, but to the law. To try and morally blackmail a man who treats the courtroom as casually as his own home is akin to drinking some counterfeit liquor. Do you know what Yang Jinrong once asked you? When the apocalypse descends, let us first behead the Holy Mother. I relish witnessing reporters face their comeuppance. There are far too many unscrupulous journalists nowadays, devoid of any sense of professional ethics. With so many reporters present, naturally, they would not give the female reporters an opportunity to pose their questions. Each one took their turn to inquire, for some ordinary questions. Yang Jinrong responded like the gentleman he is, graciously addressing each one. However, for those who intentionally sought to provoke him with tricky questions, he rebuffed them without mercy. Should one exhibit grace? Apologies, but when the conversation fails to resonate, it is best to say no more. When others confront you with challenges, do you intend to indulge them? Certainly not. Yes, the time drew near. Zhao Donglai announced the conclusion of the press conference's question and answer segment. Following this, there remained a few other routine proceedings, primarily consisting of speeches from various leaders, emphasizing that in the future, Lehigh would enhance its management, increase patrols, and bolster public security forces to prevent similar incidents, committing to the utmost effort to ensure the safety of Lehigh's citizens. The remainder was filled with the leaders' platitudes. Finally, at the hour of noon, when everyone was nearly famished, the press conference came to a close. Gratitude was extended to the media friends for their attention and scrutiny, as well as to all who participated in this press conference. The captivating moments had long since ended, and none had the inclination to listen to Zhao Donglai's lengthy discourse any longer. Everyone began to turn away. The audience in various live-streaming rooms had already fled. The phrase, "when the apocalypse descends, let us first behead the Holy Mother," began circulating widely online. At long last, it was over. The others departed, while Yang Jinrong, Yu Huai, and Huang Wei remained behind, accompanying Zhao Donglai to the upstairs office. After completing 2 application forms, Yang Jinrong received approval. Tomorrow, upon the completion of the application process, he would be able to examine the case files and visit Zhao Haiba in prison. Once these matters were settled, Yang Jinrong and his companions returned. He arranged accommodation for Huang Wei, and once Huang Wei had rested sufficiently, Yang Jinrong busied himself with his own tasks. The two agreed to meet in 3 days for the supplementary case hearing. Yang Jinrong then returned to school. Yu Huai also returned to campus that day, as he had a course examination scheduled for the following morning. Professional English. Most university courses conclude with an examination grading period, and as the semester progresses, the number of courses diminishes. The next morning, the professional English exam proceeded smoothly. Yang Jinrong's performance was, of course, exemplary. He consistently ranked first in his class, for such is the nature of a top student. Yu Huai also fared well. Despite his frequent absences from class, he was indeed a high-achieving student who had gained admission to a prestigious dual first-class university in their dormitory. Only Yang Bin, who was perpetually engrossed in mobile games, sighed, lamenting the difficulty of professional English. He was likely to fail. Nevertheless, he merely sighed before immersing himself once more in the virtual realm of gaming. This fellow had been thoroughly poisoned by the high school adage, "If you work hard now and gain admission to university, you'll be free to play as you wish." University demands greater self-discipline than any period before it. Do not fall for such misleading tales. If one were to squander their days like Yang Bin, Even graduating from a dual first-class university would lead to only a life of mediocrity in the job market, barring those fortunate enough to have wealth and power, such as the third generation of tobacco and water conservancy or state-owned enterprise hereditary types, for whom merely obtaining a dual first-class diploma suffices. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. Just as Yang Jinrong and Yu Huai reached the entrance of their dormitory, they heard someone nearby shriek. They looked up, and indeed, someone had jumped from the building. Yu Huai was taken aback. Could it be due to poor performance in professional English? No. Someone nearby corrected him, evidently privy to the details. Don't you know the recent sterilization incident that caused such a stir at our school? The person upstairs is none other than the protagonist, Chen Hanxing, a university student undergoing sterilization. Yu Huai's interest was piqued as he nudged his friend, saying, "Come now, my good brother, do tell me more." This brother was quite engaging and began to narrate with great fervor. The individual attempting to jump was deceived by his girlfriend in undergoing sterilization, under the pretense that she would marry him upon graduation, claiming that her best friend's boyfriend had already been sterilized. They went to the hospital and even deceived the doctor into believing they were married with children, resulting in the doctor performing the sterilization procedure on Chen Hanxing. It is important to note that male sterilization is irreversible. Mere days after the procedure, his girlfriend began dating a wealthy and handsome man, having only met him the day prior, and apparently, she had just discovered she was pregnant with his child. But that was not the crux of the matter. The real kicker was that, when breaking up, she mocked Chen Hanxing, stating that he would be left without descendants for life. Such cruelty. Chen Hanxing's heart shattered, leading him to contemplate jumping from the building. "What was your girlfriend's name?" "I believe it was Dan Yin." Yu Huai and Yang Jinrong exchanged incredulous glances. Yang Jinrong scrutinized the despondent Chen Hanxing and felt he looked somewhat familiar. Wait a moment, that wasn't this the same Chen Hanxing who once made a scene in the cafeteria, lamenting that eating noodles would make him stupid? Before they could deliberate further, the fire department arrived, promptly setting up rescue measures below. An ambulance also arrived in a timely manner, ready for action. The school authorities gathered, and the counselor of the distressed student was nearly beside himself. Unexpectedly, when the firefighters approached to persuade him, Chen Hanxing immediately relented and declared an astonishing demand. "I want my girlfriend back." Naturally, the oblivious firefighters prioritized the rescue and quickly arranged for someone to negotiate. However, upon learning the full story from others, they stood frozen in disbelief. Such a girlfriend. Should they manage to coax her back, could this couple ever have a future? Cough, cough. Ultimately, it was the seasoned fire captain who forcibly brought him down, successfully saving him. Yet the bizarre incident and the moniker sterilized mansion spread throughout Lehigh University. IT even made its way onto the internet, with the term scumbag trending. This trivial interlude did not significantly impact Yang Jinrong. With the likes of the sycophantic Fei Yang and the average Shang Pume, now appeared an even more peculiar pair, Chen Hanxing and Dan Yin. Little did he anticipate that soon, these two eccentric couples would cross his path and nearly disrupt his plans. The following day, Yang Jinrong received notification from Zhang Hui that his application had been approved, that he arrived at the Municipal Public Security Bureau and beheld the case files that had lain dormant for 5 years. As he delved into the reading, his brow furrowed in concentration. At length, he closed the file. Had he discerned some clues? Zhang Hui, with a grin, fixed his gaze on Yang Jinrong, inquiring, "Did you uncover something?" Yang Jinrong nodded. Zhang Hui's earlier amusement vanished, replaced by earnest curiosity. "Really? What did you uncover?" Unfazed, Yang Jinrong replied with utmost seriousness, "A person has been missing for 5 years. Zhang Hui. Realizing he had been played, Zhang Hui shot a glare at Yang Jinrong. After returning the file, Yang Jinrong followed Zhang Hui to the prison. The day of Zhao Haiba's impending execution drew near. Yang Jinrong encountered the lifeless Zhao Haiba, once Lehigh's wealthiest man, a once vibrant mogul who had ruled the area. Now bereft of his former splendor, reduced to an existence of endless desolation, Yang Jinrong wasted no words and directly broached the subject, delivering the regrettable news. Chun Jingma is dead. Yang Jinrong uttered 5 words and rose to depart. However, Zhao Haiba abruptly stood up, the lifelessness in him igniting into a fierce rage that he fixated on Yang Jinrong, resembling an enraged lion, and spat out 3 words through gritted teeth. Yang Jinrong. Indeed, it was by my own hand that he was slain. Yang Jinrong smiled faintly and continued, I hear you have a young son. That lad has not been behaving himself lately. Zhao Ruiqiang is not your biological offspring, that if your only son were to be sent here to reunite with you, I suppose you would be quite pleased. Wouldn't you? Zhao Haiba was consumed by fury, yet he was swiftly admonished by the prison guards wielding electric batons. Calm down. Tell me the answers to these questions I seek. As a condition, I can assure you that as long as your son does not provoke me, I will not trouble him. Yang Jinrong produced a note and displayed it to Zhao Haiba. Upon reading its contents, Zhao Haiba fell into a contemplative silence. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. The visitation time was limited. Once the period concluded, Yang Jinrong took his leave, but before departing, he graciously purchased a meal for Zhao Haiba. Bidding him farewell, time flew by, and the 3-day period had arrived. Today marked the trial date for the supplementary case. Much to the disappointment of the fans, the request for live streaming of the trial was not granted. Due to the fact that this case is being tried in conjunction with the public prosecution, even though it could have garnered some attention online as a leak compensation scam, the live broadcast was ultimately not permitted. Of course, this was of little consequence to Yang Jinrong and his associates. Yang Jinrong and Yin Yin had arrived early at the Linhai City Court, joined by Zhang Hui and several representatives from the Municipal Security Bureau. Even the security officers Ho Qingfeng and Yi Wei from the suburban station were present at that moment. Huang Wei, who had been absent for 2 days, also arrived, followed by a figure that momentarily stunned Yang Jinrong, Su Yinyang. The plump proprietress of a local inn was unexpectedly in Huang Wei's company, leading Yang Jinrong to wonder. Had these two become involved? Sensing Yang Jinrong's bewildered gaze, Huang Wei awkwardly clarified, Don't misunderstand. We are merely business partners. Yang Jinrong scrutinized Huang Wei, then turned his attention to Su Yinyang. Strangely enough, the more he looked, the more appealing she appeared. Su Yinyang threw a flirtatious glance at Yang Jinrong and boldly declared, Jinrong, while I may be a sister to your brother, our bond is the true love. Yang Jinrong massaged his temples in exasperation. The elderly Liang Shuahai and his old friend Zhang Yuanxiao were not in attendance. The 2 men had intended to come, but Yang Jinrong, concerned for their advanced age and the toll of travel on their health, had advised them to remain home and await the outcome. In the defendant's seat sat Wu Xianggui, Wu Chang, Wu Jiang, Wu Hai, Ma Ho, Wang Susu, and the mother-daughter duo Li Qin, all adorned with silver bracelets, seated in a row. They had also engaged the services of a lawyer. With all parties present, the presiding judge officially commenced the proceedings by reading the court's protocols. Everything proceeded smoothly, with the involvement of the Public Security Department and concrete evidence of criminal activity. Even Wu Xianggui and his associates would find it exceedingly difficult to overturn the case. However, just as Yang Jinrong's side believed the matter was settled, the defendant Wu Xianggui abruptly stood to request the floor, uttering a statement that shifted the atmosphere in the courtroom. Your Honor, I have been diagnosed with leukemia. Almost simultaneously, the defendant Wang Susu also sought to speak, delivering a bombshell. Your Honor, I am pregnant. If Wu Xianggui's condition might merely warrant a slight reduction in sentence. Wang Susu's revelation was akin to a trump card. Even Zhang Hui and the other representatives from the Security Bureau changed countenance upon hearing her words that a get-out-of-jail-free card. Invalid. A just verdict. The temple is suing. Yang Jinrong and Yin Yin exchanged glances, focusing intently on Wang Susu, who proved to be quite the enigma. According to relevant laws in our country, leukemia does not exempt one from criminal punishment, nor does it reduce the sentence. However, pregnancy does. According to Article 67 of the Criminal Procedure Law, courts, prosecution, and public security agencies may grant bail to suspects or defendants who are suffering from serious illnesses, such as AIDS, cancer, tuberculosis, Down syndrome, congenital heart disease, schizophrenia, depression, etc., excluding leukemia, unable to care for themselves, pregnant, or nursing their own infants. Jinrong, is it true that pregnancy is indeed a get-out-of-jail-free card? Huang Wei whispered, lowering his voice. Pregnancy is not an absolute immunity. Pregnant women must still bear the corresponding criminal responsibility. Yang Jinrong explained calmly that there's no need to rush, that let's observe how things unfold. The gaze of others in the courtroom fell upon Wang Susu. Wang Susu, how did you come to be pregnant? Wu Chang's eyes blazed with intensity as he stared at Wang Susu, perplexed, for he had not sown seeds in 2 months. How could his wife, Wang Susu, suddenly be with child? Although they were merely cohabiting as temporary spouses, they had still functioned in that capacity in their daily lives. That Wu Chang's anger surged as he thought, "Are you cheating on me? You are permitted to visit the salon for foot massages, but I am denied the pleasures of the bed." Wang Susu cast a blank stare at Wu Chang and retorted, "What business is it of yours? I am pregnant. It has nothing to do with you." Wu Chang's face turned a shade of green with fury. This was a betrayal he could not easily shake off. Couples are like birds of a feather. When disaster strikes, they fly apart, and they were not even legally married. Meanwhile, Ma Ho in the defendant's seat was positively radiant with excitement, exclaiming, "Susu, is it my child you carry? Ma Ho will have a lineage." He recalled that night in the van, where Wang Susu had been so forthcoming and eager that he had been drained repeatedly, and she even urged him to continue after administering medication. Then Ho, Wu Chang, humiliated before all, slammed the table in fury, glaring at Ma Ho. "How dare you sleep with my woman? I will peel your skin and strip your tendons." Bang. The judge's gavel struck, and his authoritative voice rang out. Silence. The courtroom fell into an immediate hush. The judge turned to Wang Susu, speaking solemnly. "Wang Susu, do you realize that if you falsely claim to be pregnant, it will only worsen your sentencing?" "Yes, Your Honor. I am not lying. I know my own body well enough to discern whether I am pregnant." She replied that a woman of experience can sense through subtle changes whether she is with child. And it was evident that Wang Susu was such a woman. The judge promptly announced a 30-minute recess. Wang Susu was taken for a blood test to check for HCG, human chorionic gonadotropin. Less than half an hour later, she was brought back, and the results were in. The defendant Wang Susu's blood test showed an HCG level of 60 IUL, momentarily confirming her pregnancy. The judge read the test results aloud, stating that an HCG level greater than May 5th indicate pregnancy, while over 50 confirms it. However, prior to the fertilized egg fully implanting, there remains a risk of miscarriage. Thus, the judge cautiously stated, "I temporarily confirm that you are pregnant." Upon hearing this, Wang Susu felt as though she had received a get-out-of-jail-free card. Casting a triumphant look at Yang Jinrong, Zhang Hui, and the other plaintiffs, her eyes filled with disdain, that I in the face of such provocation from the suspect. Zhang Hui managed to maintain his composure, yet the other security personnel beside him seethed with rage. They had been the ones to apprehend her, only to now witness her seemingly evade justice. "This woman is truly despicable," Su Yinyang muttered under her breath. "That little vixen. How could she come up with such a scheme?" Huang Wei, however, gazed at Wang Susu with a glint of admiration in his eyes. If there are loopholes in the law that others can exploit, he too could learn and apply them. Lowering his voice, Huang Wei asked, "Jinrong, could you lend me a copy of the criminal law?" Yang Jinrong shot him a surprised glance. Sure. Only by thoroughly studying the criminal law could one hope to uncover its loopholes. Strangely, Yang Jinrong was not worried about Huang Wei going astray. He was more concerned that he might abandon his pursuits halfway. As for Wang Susu, who reveled in her provocations, Yang Jinrong had always held a deep disdain for such individuals. Fortunately, he had been well prepared. The trial resumed. The judge shifted focus from Wang Susu and continued to address the other defendants. In this case, Wu Xianggui, Wu Jiang, and Wu Hai were implicated in committing fraud by using counterfeit, substandard, and toxic materials under the guise of leak compensation, which in reality provided no effective remedy, thereby constituting fraudulent behavior. They initially deceived the plaintiffs out of 2,370 yuan, followed by an additional 40,000 yuan. The facts were clear and the evidence irrefutable, amounting to the crime of fraud, not legally recognized as fraud. The sums involved were considerable, and given the presence of other serious violations, leniency was unwarranted. The court now sentenced the defendants to refund all payments made by the plaintiffs for leak repairs, imposing a prison term of 6 years and a fine of 6,000 yuan. The judge set aside a piece of evidence material, and the jury quickly presented another document. Continuing, the judge stated, due to the use of toxic materials by the defendants, the plaintiff's property has suffered damage, necessitating the removal of toxic gases and materials, the demolition of the existing tiles, and reinstallation, amounting to over 90,000 yuan. This action caused blockage in the drainage system, resulting in varying degrees of property damage to a total of 8 households, amounting to 35,961 yuan. Additionally, the defendants knowingly used materials that would harm the plaintiff's property and continued their use, constituting the crime of intentional damage to public and private property, involving substantial funds and other serious violations, thus failing to meet conditions for leniency. The court now orders the defendants to compensate the plaintiffs for all losses, sentencing them to 7 years in prison and imposing a fine of 10,000 yuan. The judge then took up another thick stack of documents. After a brief pause to clear his throat, he continued, in the process of the defendants forcibly collecting so-called illegal leak repair fees. The plaintiffs, the 2 elderly men Zhang Yuanxiao and Liang Xuehai, were frightened and incurred treatment and examination costs totaling over 9,000 yuan. Moreover, the defendant has damaged a mobile phone belonging to Zhang Yuanxiao, which was purchased in 2004 for the invoice price of 4,800 yuan with receipt. This mobile phone was a treasured gift from Zhang Yuanxiao's deceased comrade, making it a deeply sentimental item that cannot be appraised in present times. In addition to compensation based on the invoice price, a sum of 10,000 yuan is required for emotional distress. The mere announcement of these judgments rendered Wu Xianggui, Wu Hai, and Wu Jiang utterly rigid, their foreheads drenched in cold sweat. The prospect of financial restitution is not the most terrifying aspect. They still possess some savings, albeit frozen, and have assets such as a house in their hometown. The true horror lies in the possibility of imprisonment. With multiple offenses, the minimum sentence could amount to 7 years of incarceration. Yet, this is merely the first round of verdicts in the case. The subsequent round is yet to come. The defendants, Wu Jiang, Wu Hai, Wu Chang, and 5 others, under the pretext of demanding construction fees, have kidnapped the plaintiff Huang Weiqi and extorted 100,000 yuan from the plaintiff Yang Jinrong. After receiving the extorted cash, Wu Jiang, Wu Hai, Wu Chang, and their accomplices, driven by greed, resorted to violent means to rob Yang Jinrong of 700,000 yuan, even if they did not secure the money. Subsequently, due to Yang Jinrong's extensive personal combat experience, upon reaching this point in the reading, the presiding judge appeared momentarily stunned. He instinctively glanced towards Yang Jinrong. Seated beside him in the plaintiff's area was a sunny, handsome, and refined student. Could Yang Jinrong truly possess such extensive personal combat experience? However, the judge felt compelled to accept this notion, having previously viewed a video showcasing Yang Jinrong delivering a powerful punch that transformed a Lexus MPV's side sliding door into an inward-opening door to save someone. He had also researched Yang Jinrong's impressive track record. Nevertheless, he remained astonished by Yang Jinrong's so-called extensive personal combat experience. The presiding judge himself had a son in college who tended to stay confined in his dormitory, rarely engaging in physical activities. Why, he pondered, was there such a stark difference between them, both being university students? The judge felt a pang of envy. "Your Honor, one of the jurors whispered, gently reminding the distracted judge. Indeed, due to Yang Jinrong's extensive personal combat experience, he acted in self-defense, subduing the 8 assailants, including Wu Hai, Wu Jiang, and Wu Chong. The judge composed himself and continued the verdict, stating that the 8 defendants had constituted the crimes of extortion and robbery. The ruling on the criminal actions of the defendants is as follows. Defendants Wu Jiang and Wu Hai, who orchestrated the extortion and robbery, involving a particularly substantial amount of money, are sentenced to life imprisonment. Defendant Wu Chong is sentenced to 15 years in prison. Wu Xianggui, having been unaware of the kidnapping and robbery, is not implicated to know. Upon hearing the words life imprisonment, Wu Jiang and Wu Hai's faces turned ashen, tears streaming uncontrollably as they cried out in agony. I was wrong. Yang Jinrong, I truly was wrong. We kneel and bow to you. We beg you. Plead for a word of leniency. Please spare us from life imprisonment. Life imprisonment. They would spend the rest of their lives behind bars. Wu Chong and the remaining 6 also wept inconsolably. Not only had they suffered grievous bodily harm, but they also exchanged slaps among themselves. They had not obtained any money and, in the end, were sentenced to 15 years. Robbery. This is one of the 8 major crimes. Even if one were to rob a mere 50 cents, should they be caught with irrefutable evidence, they would face imprisonment. In earlier years, local thugs would block students on their way home from school, specifically targeting them for robbery. Yang Jinrong himself had been a victim of such thuggery in his youth. At that time, Huang Weiqi had stood up against them, nearly being stabbed, narrowly escaping a dire fate thanks to Yang Jinrong handing over all his money. Naturally, those individuals ultimately could not evade the law's retribution. All those age 14 and above were sentenced to severe penalties. The thugs, including Wu Jiang and Wu Hai, bowed before Yang Jinrong, attempting to elicit his sympathy and plead for mercy from the judge. Yet, they had grossly underestimated Yang Jinrong's resolve to combat criminality. Yang Jinrong had always adhered to the principle of offering a chance for repentance, that if they were to promptly apologize, admit their faults, and agree to compensation, he would overlook their past transgressions. However, none of the criminals he had encountered had ever exhibited the inclination to cease their actions in a timely manner. They invariably sought to exploit every opportunity, relentlessly pursuing their objectives, only shedding tears upon facing the consequences, and showing no remorse until sentenced. Engaging in rational discourse with criminals is futile. They seek to take your life. Thus, Yang Jinrong disregarded their pleas for mercy. Seeing that Yang Jinrong was unresponsive, Wu Jiang and Wu Hai turned their gaze towards Wang Susu, placing their hopes in her, believing she could devise a means of self-rescue, especially Wu Chong, who cried out, Wang Susu, I won't hold it against you for putting a green hat on me. Just help me. The child isn't mine, but I can raise him, truly. Please help me, I cannot bear the thought of imprisonment. Maho could not help but feel a surge of excitement, that if only they had not been caught. The image of Wu Chong raising his child thrilled him, yet the thought of his own impending imprisonment filled him with anxiety and dread. Wang Susu, had no intention of helping Wu Chong whatsoever. Did he truly think that cohabiting would spark a romantic connection? Wang Susu laughed derisively. Temporary partners in adversity, each fleeing when disaster strikes. Furthermore, Wang Susu herself was also in a precarious situation. She had no leisure to assist others at AS for raising a child. She had no intention of doing so indefinitely. Finding a reliable partner to take over the responsibility was entirely feasible. If all else fails, Wang Susu contemplated, she could always sell the child. Of course, these were matters for another time. Wang Susu cast a glance at Yang Jinrong, a flicker of resentment igniting in her eyes. Were it not for Yang Jinrong, she would not have found herself in such dire straits. This matter was far from over. Once the presiding judge announced her release on bail, she would contemplate her next steps. This flicker of hatred was keenly sensed by Yang Jinrong. Very well. Today, you too must be brought to justice. You shall not escape unscathed. Pregnancy is no excuse. The presiding judge then proceeded to announce the verdict for Ma Ho and the other members of the supplementary aid group. Their offenses were not insignificant. The defendants Wu Xiangwei, Ma Ho, and others, members of the apprehended supplementary aid group, are implicated in conspiracy to commit murder with compelling evidence and clear facts, constituting the crime of intentional homicide, a similar charge. The presiding judge continued, stating that while the murder was unsuccessful, the circumstances of the case were exceptional, resulting in the deaths of 2 assailants, thus constituting a serious offense. Defendants Wu Xiangwei, Ma Ho, and others, having conspired to commit murder and exhibiting severe circumstances, are sentenced to 15 years of imprisonment. 15 years? Ma Ho and the others were left dumbfounded. They had never anticipated such a severe sentence. Just moments ago, Ma Ho had been gloating, and now he was utterly terrified. Indeed, he was so frightened that he lost control of his bodily functions. A warm stream flowed uncontrollably down his pants. Accompanied by a foul odor, bailiff, the presiding judge, particularly sensitive to unpleasant smells, quickly signaled for the bailiff to escort him out. That Wu Xiangwei's face turned pale with fear. That no, it can't be that long. Why, Ma Ho, being dragged away by the bailiff, left a trail of liquid behind him on the floor, yet he continued to protest. Yang Jinrong, he wasn't harmed at all. Why are we being sentenced to 15 years? It should be Yang Jinrong who was punished and imprisoned. The rest of the supplementary aid members also struggled and wailed in terror. While they had indeed conspired to commit murder, the actual assailant had been killed by Yang Jinrong. They believed it was Yang Jinrong. But in reality, it was Lao Mo. The notion that they would also be sentenced left them utterly perplexed. The court has its own criteria for judgment. Their struggles were in vain. They could appeal the decision. But even in the appellate court, the first ruling would likely be upheld due to the case's unique nature, which had already been referred to the higher court. The only one left to be sentenced was Wang Susu, a pregnant criminal suspect. Just as the presiding judge was about to announce that suspect Wang Susu would be released on bail, Yang Jinrong suddenly requested to speak. Upon receiving the judge's permission, Yang Jinrong stood up. Your Honor, according to Article 67 of the Criminal Procedure Law, the prerequisite for a pregnant woman or one who is breastfeeding to be granted bail is that she does not pose a danger to society. Yang Jinrong pointed at Wang Susu and declared, Defendant Wang Susu does not meet this prerequisite. What do you mean I do not meet it? Wang Susu scoffed. Your Honor, I see that Yang Jinrong is nothing more than a misogynist. Discriminating against women that I've done my research. He rose to prominence by trampling on the mistakes of female seniors at school, seizing upon any trivial error made by women, relentlessly pursuing them, and seeking to bring them to ruin. Such a person contradicts societal values and possesses a warped sense of morality. Bang! The presiding judge slammed down his gavel. Defendant Wang Susu refrained from stating anything unrelated to this case. Is this a joke? The Lin Yu case was presided over by this very judge. That to imply that his views do not align with societal values in front of him is akin to slapping him in the face. To publicly question his impartiality? Wang Susu recoiled slightly, oblivious to this reality. She merely sensed that the judge had suddenly become irritable. Plaintiff Yang Jinrong, you may proceed. Yes, Your Honor. Yang Jinrong gestured to Yin Yin, handing over the evidence in his possession. Previously, Yang Jinrong had harbored suspicions that the Leak Repair Gang might be involved in child trafficking, believing that at least some of its members had participated in such heinous acts. This organization was particularly well suited for such activities, comprising both the young and the old, men and women, and possessing vehicles. Children, with their inherent naivety, are easily deceived and abducted. Yang Jinrong had long struggled to find evidence to substantiate his claims. Recently, utilizing master-level Red Hat hacker techniques, he followed a lead related to the old bald donkey, meticulously unraveling the threads until he uncovered a crucial piece of information. The old bald donkey had previously engaged in a financial transaction with Wang Susu, with the transfer amount exceeding 20,000 that the transfer location coincidentally aligned with a child trafficking case that had occurred on the same day. After relaying this information to Yin Yin, he entrusted Ju and a law firm to trace back to the local police station from that time, successfully obtaining relevant evidence. Witnesses had seen the silhouettes of two human traffickers, which perfectly matched the descriptions of the old bald donkey and Wang Susu. Each piece of evidence corroborated Wang Susu's involvement in child trafficking. Yang Jinrong even commissioned Junha to search for the abducted children, but regrettably, they were unable to find any. Upon reviewing the evidence materials, the presiding judge's brow furrowed sharply, approaching an age where he might soon become a grandfather. He harbored an intense loathing for those who engage in child trafficking. Point 1. Could only imagine the implications if Wang Susu, as a pregnant woman, were to attempt to abduct a child. The likelihood of her success would be terrifying, and the consequences unfathomable. How could such a person possibly meet the criteria of not posing a societal danger? The judge raised his hand, signaling for the evidence materials to be passed to Zhang Hui from the Municipal Security Bureau. Upon reviewing the documents, Zhang Hui and his colleagues' expressions shifted dramatically. Bang! The resonant sound of the gavel echoed in the courtroom as the judge fixed a piercing gaze upon Wang Susu. Defendant Wang Susu, you are implicated in a child trafficking case and do not meet the conditions for bail. The Municipal Security Department must conduct further investigations and interrogations. Today's hearing is hereby concluded. A retrial will be scheduled for a later date, with further notice to follow. With the judge's announcement, the proceedings were suspended. Initially, Wang Susu had felt confident, firmly believing that she would either be released on bail or placed under residential surveillance at worst. Certain she could continue to live freely outside, unafraid of prison, the courtroom, or even Yang Jinrong. Yet, unexpectedly, due to the sudden emergence of Yang Jinrong's compelling evidence, she found herself facing another investigation at the Municipal Security Bureau. Wang Susu attempted to protest, saying, "Your Honor, I am pregnant. I cannot endure further interrogation." However, the law does not permit her pregnancy to exempt her from interrogation. Her protests were in vain. Subsequently, the judge formally concluded the day's session. Wang Susu was handcuffed and shackled, escorted back to the Municipal Security Bureau for further questioning. Before leaving, Zhang Hui approached Yang Jinrong, inquiring about how he had obtained such evidence and why he had not submitted it to the Municipal Security Bureau sooner. "I just got it not long ago and hadn't had the chance to submit it yet," Yang Jinrong replied. Zhang Hui was skeptical, but said nothing further, turning to lead Wang Susu away. As the case came to a close, Yang Jinrong and his companions exited the courthouse that he called the old dean to report his safety and inform him of the final outcome, while also making arrangements for the renovation of the old house. "So impressive," Su Yinyang, of substantial stature, exclaimed with admiration. "Brother Jinrong, your speech in court was absolutely magnificent." Yang Jinrong smiled broadly, that no need for flattery, that I hardly had to say much in this case. He pondered how Huang Wei had managed to convince Su Yinyang to come to Lehigh City. Yin Yin also came to bid farewell. Yang Jinrong, Huang Wei, and Su Yinyang enjoyed a meal together. Afterward, Yang Jinrong parted ways with Huang Wei, not inquiring about their business plans, choosing instead to wait until Huang Wei was on solid ground to present him with a grand gift. Upon returning to school, Yang Jinrong was met with some unwelcome rumors. Whispers began circulating within the school that it had engaged in unfair competition, awarding the academic exchange slot meant for Qingmu University directly to Yang Jinrong. This opportunity had been limited to only 2 slots, and now, with Yang Jinrong's selection, the competition for the remaining slot had doubled, naturally inciting discontent among the competitors. Yang Jinrong shrugged it off, dismissing the gossip with indifference. As the day passed, the following morning, Yang Jinrong rose early, having already requested leave from his course instructor to attend Zhuge Lily's wedding in 3 days. The cases concerning his beloved wife Meng Jiao and Xiao Anren would also be heading to court. Yang Jinrong had inquired at the courthouse the previous day, and they had granted permission for the trial to be live-streamed, which was quite fortunate that in high spirits, he grabbed his phone to check for any news. To his surprise, he stumbled upon an unexpected headline. He was in the news again. The Temple Association issued a statement regarding Yang Jinrong's alleged inappropriate remarks in the case of the slain human trafficker, claiming he maliciously slandered the temple. Their reasoning was that a high monk was a trafficker. Yang Jinrong's actions were said to mislead the public and severely affect the donations to temples nationwide, resulting in a significant decrease in revenue. They demanded that Yang Jinrong publicly apologize to all temples across the nation and compensate the Temple Association for their losses. Temple donations? Yang Jinrong furrowed his brow. How could this possibly be blamed on him? With a swift motion, he retweeted the statement, adding a comment inviting the Temple Association, inviting all temples, to come to Lehigh Court and confront him in court. The uproar was unprecedented. A wedding turned chaotic. The hall was in an uproar. This was unheard of. I'm afraid your Temple Association, which is self-appointed, cannot represent all temples. This was Yang Jinrong's final remark. The moment his retweet and comment were published, it ignited a wave of online controversy. One storm had barely settled when another arose. The incident skyrocketed to trending status. Yang Jinrong is indeed fierce. Is he planning to confront the entire national temple community? No. This issue is clearly the fault of the Temple Association. The old bald donkey was indeed a trafficker, as confirmed by the Security Bureau. How can this be twisted into Yang Jinrong misleading the public? They're the ones with dirty hands, yet they blame others for pointing it out. I find Yang Jinrong's final statement quite valid. Can a mere temple association truly represent all temples? What qualifications do they have to speak for Shaolin Temple? What authority do they have to represent Jiwa Mountain? The Temple Association dares to confront Yang Jinrong. Does this imply that his combat power is too weak? As of now, the number of people Yang Jinrong has sent behind bars has surpassed 100, yet those he has incarcerated seem to be nothing more than insignificant clowns. Even the news reporters involved have been caught up in espionage and swept away by the authorities. The strong construction group fell due to their own crimes and was forcibly apprehended. Yang Jinrong merely utilized the situation to his advantage that we eagerly anticipate Yang Jinrong's showdown with the Temple Association, a true display of strength. Goodness, it seems netizens enjoy stirring the pot, fanning the flames of chaos. The announcement from the Temple Association truly reflects that saying. In times of chaos, Taoist priests descend to save the world. In times of chaos, monks seal the mountains to amass wealth, if donations decrease. It's Yang Jinrong's fault? Recently, Yang Jinrong's popularity had soared. Any news related to him could easily trend, garnering millions of views for those attempting to ride his coattails. Now, with the controversial Temple Association openly condemning him and threatening legal action for lost donations, the topic was rife with contention. Yang Jinrong's response, a bold retort to the Temple Association, further fueled the fire. However, devout followers of the temple were numerous. Yang Jinrong's comment section quickly filled with voices opposing him and supporting the Temple Association. Our Buddha is compassionate and does not wish to quarrel with mortals. Yang Jinrong's aggressive demeanor indicates a lack of self-cultivation. Perhaps he should set aside his anger and embrace Buddhism, for the great Buddha will forgive his past transgressions. Setting down the butcher's knife to become a Buddha, Yang Jinrong should reflect upon his actions, for his hands are stained with too much sin. I release life daily, accumulating virtue and goodness. I now live without worry. Yang Jinrong should learn from me, harbor less anger, and cultivate more love. Are you releasing crocodile fish or cleaning fish? Just yesterday, I dealt with two fools who maliciously released fish. Our Buddha is compassionate. Is not the crocodile fish a life? And the cleaning fish is also an indispensable part of the food chain. However, I do not release these. I release mineral water. Amitabha. Do not mistake your ignorance for kindness. Holding a green plant. Are you bored with your high retirement pay, using the high pension supplied by our contributions to do useless things? Tomorrow, I will stop the pension payments. While there were followers berating Yang Jinrong, naturally his supporters rose to counter them. The exchange soon escalated into a full-blown verbal battle. Who could have anticipated that this situation would intensify? With the heat rising steadily, previously skeptical boxing and fighting associations also began to step forward, eager to capitalize on the frenzy. Forwarding Yang Jinrong's Weibo post, I commented, "Here's something that many may not know. Most of the management of the Temple Association are not from Jiuzhou." This sparked a wave of interest, with other associations eagerly joining in, adhering to the principle of seizing the limelight without being a nuisance. Everyone began to share and comment. Fans within the circle also joined this dispute. The Hanyuan Taiji sect proclaimed, "Temples require incense to thrive, but we, the Hanyuan Taiji sect, do not. We are strong enough on our own, needing no worship of the Buddha. I am invincible, wielding the lightning 5 whips, taking down one enemy with each lash." Even the Racing Association jumped into the fray, sharing and commenting. "If the Temple Association dares to take Yang Jinrong to court, we can arrange free transportation services for the entire process." Not only those who had interacted with Yang Jinrong, but even Wang Sikong, the son of a billionaire, shared Yang Jinrong's Weibo post, adding, "Today I'm giving away 5 prizes, each worth 100,000. He concluded with, "The temple can set a modest goal, such as earning 5 billion in incense money." The situation intensified, with online discussions reaching a fever pitch. The Temple Association swiftly released a second announcement, stamped with a red seal, regarding Mr. Yang Jinrong's inappropriate remarks leading to nationwide online violence against temples. He should bear full responsibility for this incident and must apologize individually to mitigate the negative impact, as well as compensate for our reputational damages. Their announcement, rather than quelling the storm, only invited further ridicule. Haha, the Temple Association has provided me with a whole day's worth of laughter, constantly talking about money. Have they fallen into the money trap? If they don't want money, how do the monks in the temple afford their Bentleys and Porsches? Indeed, many monks in our city drive BMWs and are accompanied by beautiful women. I heard that temples require monks to have graduate degrees, starting salaries at 20,000 a month. Where does this money come from? You figure it out. The online uproar continued. Yet, Yang Jinrong remained unfazed. Should they truly pursue legal action against him, he was unperturbed by the so-called Temple Association. Today was Zhuge Lily's wedding. Zhuge Lily, not only the granddaughter of an old friend of the headmaster, but also a friend of Yang Jinrong since their acquaintance, had invited him. Naturally, he could not decline. Yang Jinrong wasted no time, rising early for breakfast, bringing gifts, and taking the subway to the star-rated hotel in Linhai Changhong District, where Zhuge Lily's wedding was being held. Perhaps due to the unique nature of the occasion, the guest list was rather small, but the atmosphere was festive. Yang Jinrong relished this joyous ambience, reminiscent of the New Year celebrations of his youth, where the mere anticipation brought him happiness. Zhuge Lily had poured her heart and soul into planning this wedding, overseeing every detail. Arriving a bit late, Yang Jinrong missed the traditional welcoming rituals and made his way directly to the hotel entrance. The scene was adorned with a floral arch and a red carpet, creating a romantic setting to AT that moment. The dashing Zhuge Lily, clad in a stylish groom's suit, stood tall at the hotel entrance, welcoming friends and family. Spotting Yang Jinrong, she waved joyfully, exclaiming, "Thank you for coming. Congratulations on your new marriage." Yang Jinrong sincerely wished her well, presenting a generous red envelope to the bride and offering his blessings for the couple's happiness, longevity, prosperity, and fulfillment. The bride, resplendent in her white gown and radiant makeup, accepted the envelope with a smile, discreetly pinching it before placing it in her bag, and joyfully handed Yang Jinrong a plate filled with wedding candies. He took 2 pieces but suddenly paused, feeling as though he had encountered the bride before. Puzzled, he reflected on his impeccable memory, yet could not recall where they had met. Glancing once more at the wedding poster at the entrance, he confirmed the names, groom Zhuge Lily, bride Chao Qianqian, and found no familiarity with the name. Oh well. Today was Zhuge Lily's momentous occasion, and Yang Jinrong resolved not to cause any disruptions. even with those he might have had grievances against. For Zhuge Lily's sake, he would let bygones be bygones, shaking hands in reconciliation, treating it as a chance encounter. With a smile, he offered his blessings and stepped into the hotel. The venue, despite the limited number of guests, was exquisitely decorated, with flowers, candles, and culinary delights adorning the banquet tables, creating a romantic, warm, poetic, and dreamlike atmosphere. Yang Jinrong readied himself for the banquet, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the newlyweds to commence the festivities. The joy of the banquet was something he had not experienced in quite some time, that he remembered how, as a child, whenever there was a wedding near the orphanage, Huang Wei would sneakily take him along, pretending to be a child from another family to crash the feast. The thrill of sneaking in, both tense and exhilarating, though slightly unethical. Fortunately, the residents nearby were warm-hearted and kind, never exposing or driving away the children who came to partake in the celebrations. Provided they did not cause trouble, the host welcomed the joy. He wished he had brought Huang Wei along today. That guy would have enjoyed it immensely. Finding a spot at the side, Yang Jinrong settled in, waiting for the festivities to begin. "Bro, you look just like a big celebrity." A fellow guest at the same table offered him a cigarette. "Thanks, I just had one." That Yang Jinrong accepted the cigarette but did not light it, finding an excuse to hang it behind his ear, smiling as he said, "Do I really resemble a big star? Why would I lie to you?" This guy was quite gregarious, and he excitedly continued, "With your looks, have you ever considered joining my company as a streamer? Let me tell you, the live streaming industry is booming. With your features, you'll definitely gain popularity." He added, "There's a streamer on Douyin named Xiaocai who has captivated countless aunties, draining their pensions. You look even better than him, have a better presence, and are younger. You're bound to be a hit." Yang Jinrong was astonished. He was from MSC? But wait, how could he not recognize him? Was it the influence of big data at play? Curious, Yang Jinrong asked, "Do you watch live streams often?" "Not really." The guy shook his head, a hint of arrogance on his face. "Those streamers may seem glamorous, but they're just working for our union behind the scenes that I have no time to watch them." Suddenly realizing he had misspoken, he quickly shifted the topic. "Bro, don't mind me. I'm just speaking my mind. Streamers do have a bright future. No worries," Yang Jinrong casually replied, engaging in light conversation with his chatty tablemate to pass the time while waiting for the banquet to start. "I'm Chinchichi, a relative of the bride. Which side are you from?" Chinchichi offered Yang Jinrong another cigarette, chattering away. "Yang Jinrong," he replied, taking the cigarette and placing it behind his other ear, adding with a grin, "I'm also a relative of the bride, though. That's interesting. We don't seem to know each other." Chinchichi mused before suddenly realizing, "Which bride are you referring to?" "A friend of Zhuge Lily. No wonder we don't know each other. But your name sounds impressive, like a big star. It has a nice ring to it." Chinchichi continued to chatter away, revealing his knack for making conversation. Yang Jinrong soon understood that this guy wasn't running a company, but merely a small employee at an MCN agency, coasting through work by chatting and clocking in for his paycheck, as he put it. He had no intention of working hard to help his boss afford a luxury car. That moment, the newlyweds, having finished greeting guests under the floral arch, were welcomed by the wedding officiant. The song "Let's Get Married" began to play in the hotel. Dressed in a white gown, holding flowers, she looked as enchanting as a fairy tale. Sincere love gathered in celebration at the wedding. This must be the result of several lifetimes of cultivation, leading to this joyful culmination. The officiant, with a magnetic smile and a professional demeanor, announced, "Now, let us welcome the bride and groom to the stage." Zhuge Lily and her bride, Chao Qianqian, joined hands, walking down the red carpet to the center of the stage. Applause erupted from the guests. Though few in number, they were all close friends and family. Everyone knew the challenges and obstacles this couple had overcome to enter the sacred realm of marriage, facing societal rejection. Yet, at this moment, they had succeeded. Overcoming numerous barriers, disregarding societal judgment, they were stepping into the happiest moment of their lives. Yang Jinrong clapped along with everyone, genuinely wishing Zhuge Lily well, hoping she and her partner would endure together. But it was indeed peculiar. Why has Yang Jinrong not yet seen Zhuge Lily's grandfather? Could it be that Zhuge Lily is still concealing the truth from the old man? They're already married. And when the old man discovers the reality, it is likely he will be infuriated to the point of an outburst. Yang Jinrong shook his head, interrupting his own train of thought, and upon raising his gaze again, he noticed a slight dispute between the newlyweds in the center of the stage. What could have transpired? Chinchichi was just about to present a platter of roast goose to the couple, ready to showcase it, when an unexpected incident occurred, causing him to stretch his neck to peer forward. Qianqian, could you please refrain from constantly mentioning money on stage? Zhuge Lily endeavored to suppress her simmering anger and spoke gently. Could we not indulge in petulance and focus on completing the wedding? Our relatives and friends are all watching. I will heed my mother's words, Chao Qianqian replied, turning to her mother. Chao Qianqian's mother, Zhu Sulan, appeared well-preserved, exuding the elegance characteristic of a woman from Linhai. She interjected, Zhuge Lily, my daughter is indeed the jewel of our family, the cherished princess we have nurtured with great care. Moreover, she has accompanied you through 5 years of youth. Is it not right that we have a proper wedding ceremony? However, Zhuge Lily took a deep breath, aware that their relatives and friends were observing. She feared that the wedding might devolve into unpleasantness, and she endeavored to soften her tone. The 3 gold diamond rings cost 108,000, which I purchased, that I provided a dowry of 300,000, that the wedding will be extravagant, and I have already arranged everything. The car fee was 66,000. Now, an additional 88,000 for the wedding ceremony. How could I possibly afford such an amount? Zhuge Lily had also fully paid for their home and car, although the car was merely a Volkswagen Tiguan. Real estate in Linhai was not inexpensive, and she had no loans. Almost pleading, Zhuge Lily asked, Mother, could you perhaps understand my situation? No, do not call me mother just yet. That title has yet to be conferred. Zhu Sulan replied, pinching her fingers delicately. Zhuge Lily's heart sank. There was a fee for the title change? Indeed, Zhu Sulan asserted. Let me tell you, these are all obligations you must fulfill, regardless of whom our Qianqian marries. These conditions must be met. We treat everyone equally. The title change fee is 66,000, symbolizing a smooth journey. The guests present were taken aback by this statement. Listening to Zhuge Lily, it was clear that she had already spent over 470,000 to secure this marriage. This did not even account for the expenses related to the wedding arrangements, nor the funds for the house and car. The wedding ceremony fee of 88,000 was a first for many in attendance. The title change fee of 66,000. Typically, such fees were only a few thousand as a token gesture. Was the bride's mother being somewhat excessive? My daughter did indeed demand an 88,000 dowry, but I returned it to her. I do not wish to see the couple living in financial strain after their marriage. When my son married, I also provided the in-laws with a dowry of 99,000, symbolizing longevity, and the in-laws used that money to help renovate the marital home, even adding some of their own funds. That I felt quite embarrassed that I in this new era. Everyone can understand the concept of dowries, but it should not be excessive. Otherwise, it resembles selling off one's daughter. Keep it down. Today's wedding is indeed a bit peculiar. Although we are relatives and friends, it is best not to speak too freely. The guests could not help but murmur among themselves. Zhuge Lily, feeling her face heat up slightly, clenched her teeth and pressed on. Annie, please continue to enumerate all the financial obligations necessary for this wedding. In addition to the wedding ceremony fee of 88,000 and my title change fee of 66,000, we also require 66,000 from your brother, my future brother-in-law. Since my father passed away early, otherwise you would have to pay him 66,000 as well. Consider it a bargain. Zhu Sulan, counting off with her delicate fingers, spoke dismissively. My son, who is Qianqian's brother, has not yet married. The fact that Qianqian is marrying you first is inherently inauspicious, thus requiring additional expenses to dispel the bad luck. Therefore, you must also provide an additional 288,000 as compensation for good fortune. Chao Qianqian's brother, Chao Yongjun, displayed a delighted expression that he was inherently lazy, skilled in indulgence and vice, and had never sought employment since dropping out of school. The compensation from his father's death and the family's relocation funds had long since been squandered, but if he could obtain 354,000, it would suffice for him to indulge for quite some time. Just as Zhuge Lily was about to lose her temper, she suddenly calmed down. She turned to Chao Qianqian, gently asking, "Qianqian, after we marry, all that is mine will be yours. Is it truly necessary to demand money at our wedding?" "Absolutely not." Chao Yongjun was the first to object. "What are you pretending to be wealthy for? Hand over the money now, in front of everyone." Zhu Sulan echoed her son's sentiments. "Yes, it must be given now." Yet Zhuge Lily disregarded them, her focus solely on Chao Qianqian. Ignoring external distractions, she could not allow societal judgments to deter her from hosting this wedding. However, Chao Qianqian showed no regard for Zhuge Lily's feelings. Stating, "Lily, I know you truly love me, but I cannot clash with my family for your sake. You know my family cares for me deeply." "Fine." Zhuge Lily was about to speak when a server approached. Carrying a basin of water, she whispered something to the MC, who then awkwardly took the basin. "What does this signify?" Zhuge Lily inquired of the MC. "This is a segment requested by the bride's family." The MC awkwardly explained, "It is the bride's foot-washing water. According to the wedding protocol, it is to be presented before you exchange vows, for you to drink." "What?" Zhuge Lily glared at the large basin of foot-washing water, her anger boiling over. "You want me to drink her foot-washing water in public?" She had never felt such rage before, glaring at Chao Qianqian, her eyes filled with disbelief, disappointment, and fury. "Qianqian, was this a segment you arranged without informing me? To make me drink foot-washing water in front of all the guests?" Before Chao Qianqian could respond, Zhu Sulan interjected, asserting, "This is a test of your sincerity towards my daughter. The money must be paid, and you must drink the foot-washing water. What sincerity is there in drinking foot-washing water? Is that the measure of my devotion to Qianqian? Have I not shown enough love and support for her?" Zhuge Lily felt utterly defeated, her face flushed with anger as she confronted Zhu Sulan. "When you married, did you make Qianqian's father drink foot-washing water?" "Indeed," Zhu Sulan proudly replied. "He drank it in front of all our relatives." Gasps echoed among the guests. When did this custom arise in Linhai? To require the groom to drink foot-washing water? I have attended many weddings in my lifetime, but I have never encountered such an absurd demand. This was undoubtedly a deliberate attempt to humiliate the groom. If one truly did not wish to marry, they could simply refuse the union instead of creating such a spectacle at a grand wedding. Was this not a source of embarrassment for Zhuge Lily? Were they taking advantage of the fact that Zhuge Lily's parents and relatives were absent, believing her to be easy prey, although Zhuge Lily's parents had given their blessing, contributed to the wedding, and provided a red envelope? They had not attended. Primarily, they belonged to a scholarly family. Both parents held positions in the system, and her grandfather was a retired veteran. They were reluctant to appear, fearing a loss of face or potential repercussions. Yang Jinrong was utterly stunned by the sight of the foot-washing water being presented. He had never anticipated that Zhuge Lily's family would be so peculiar. The crucial point was, based on Zhuge Lily's previous descriptions, her family did not resemble such individuals. Had she been deceived all along? Was this the moment the facade was torn away and the truth revealed? What could they possibly want? This was disastrous. Chinchichi had yet to showcase the platter when he was left dumbfounded. The Chao Qianqian I recall is not like this. Why is she transformed into someone so unrecognizable today? Being compelled to drink foot-washing water at a wedding was outrageous. Chinchichi's desire to showcase had dissipated entirely that I have attended over 30 weddings, and I have seen enough to circle Linhai. But this is my first encounter with such a bizarre demand. Yang Jinrong gazed at the solitary figure of Zhuge Lily on stage, contrasting it with the aggressive demeanor of Chao Qianqian's family. He felt an overwhelming urge to confront them, to deliver a few sharp reprimands. However, this was his friend's wedding. He could not intervene, and the situation relied entirely on his friend's wishes. All right. Zhuge Lili turned to Chao Qianqian, her eyes now cold and indifferent. You have completely disappointed me. Can you truly marry me or not? Chao Yongjun once again seized the opportunity to speak before his sister, Chao Qianqian, that he exclaimed loudly. If you lack ability, don't get married. I heed my brother's words, and I listen to my mother's. Chao Qianqian bit her lip, uttering only this one sentence. Zhuge Lili removed her suit jacket, pointed at Chao Qianqian, and with the last vestige of tenderness, declared, I shall ask you one final time. Will this wedding proceed or not? What are you pointing at today? Chao Yongjun stepped forward, swatting Zhuge Lili's hand aside. What do you mean by this? What is your attitude today? Do you still wish to go through with this marriage? If not, then leave. I leave. Zhuge Lili laughed bitterly. The ones who should leave today are you. She surveyed the room, her gaze sharpening, landing on Chao Qianqian's family, that I can see through you all. The kindness you exhibited before was merely a facade. This wedding is off, and you all should leave this instant. Zhuge Lili was in a fit of rage. What? You want us to leave? Chao Yongjun shouted angrily. On what grounds do you demand that we leave? Exactly, if anyone should leave, it's you. Zhu Solan chimed in vehemently. On what basis? Zhuge Lili gestured toward the lavish decorations of the venue, asserting, this hotel was paid for with my money. The wedding was arranged at my expense. Everything here, from the wedding cars that transported you, to the officiant, the banquet, your wedding dress, and the suits you wear, all of it was procured with my funds. Having reached a point of utter disappointment, Zhuge Lili seemed to transform entirely. What qualifications do I have? This is my qualification. You all should leave right now. Her voice rang out, strong and resolute, like the clash of swords. She had never been so furious, yet she possessed the confidence to utter such words. Everything in this place was earned by her own efforts. She had never relied on anyone, not even her family. This was her strength. Slap. Instead of recognizing her own faults, Chao Qianqian stood up and slapped Zhuge Lili across the face. What are you shouting about? Are you trying to intimidate me in front of so many people? Slap. In response, Zhuge Lili retaliated with a powerful backhand that sent Chao Qianqian sprawling to the ground. You have no right to strike me. You dare to hit my sister? Chao Yongjun raised his hand, ready to slap Zhuge Lili, but at that moment, a hand grasped his wrist, and no matter how he struggled, that hand held him firmly in place, like a vice. Chao Yongjun looked up to see Yang Jinrong, who had somehow made it onto the stage. Who are you? I'm teaching her a lesson. What business is it of yours? Oh, Yang Jinrong tightened his grip on Chao Yongjun's wrist, his demeanor gentle yet firm. My name is Yang Jinrong. Yang as in willow, Jin as in splendid, and Rong as in glory, that I am not anyone significant. I am merely a student that a friend invited me to this wedding, and I was just about to enjoy the festivities. Yang Jinrong flashed a warm smile, but you be careful not to raise your hand too easily. It can easily lead to fractures that Chao Yongjun let out a pained scream, his complexion turning pale as beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Let go! Let go! It hurts, he cursed vehemently. Crack, a sharp sound of a fracture echoed. Instead of releasing him, Yang Jinrong tightened his grip further, deliberately breaking his wrist. The sound of Chao Yongjun's agonized cries reverberated throughout the hotel, tears streaming down his face from the pain. It hurts, I was wrong. Please, I beg you, spare me. Chao Yongjun was utterly terrified, frantically pleading for mercy. Zhuge Lili told you to leave, so hurry and go without any further ado, all right? Yang Jinrong maintained his warm smile, like a gentle breeze in spring. Yet, that radiant smile appeared to Chao Yongjun as the visage of a merciless fiend, instilling him with sheer terror. All right, we'll leave immediately, Chao Yongjun hurriedly replied, just as Zhu Solan had helped her daughter to her feet. She suddenly shouted furiously at Yang Jinrong, You let go of my son. I will call the police and charge you with intentional injury. What injury? Yang Jinrong replied with a smile. Slap. He raised his other hand and struck Xiao Yongjun's wrist. The sound of cracking bones coinciding with his anguished scream. The sound of his cries echoed through the venue. Yet, Yang Jinrong released his wrist, and to everyone's astonishment, the previously fractured wrist was miraculously restored. My apologies, I thought your wrist was uncomfortable, so I merely helped you ease your joints. Yang Jinrong smiled, his gaze fixed on Xiao Yongjun. Did I ask there anywhere else on your body that needs adjusting? Collarbone, ribs, or lumbar disc? I can assist with all of those that no need. Xiao Yongjun retreated in fear, his heart racing. The agony from his wrist being dislocated and then forcibly reset had nearly caused him to faint. We will leave immediately, right this moment. Xiao Yongjun quickly urged his mother and sister to turn and depart. However, Zhuge Lily blocked their path. You can leave, but first return the betrothal gifts I gave you, including the 3 gold items and the diamond ring, the transportation fees, and the monetary gifts from my friends and family, as well as the wedding dresses you are wearing. Now immediately and without delay. 114. Refusal to return. A shocking revelation. Return the money. Impossible. Zhu Salon shrieked with a twisted expression. That was money you willingly gifted. You shall not take it back from us. Even if you take us to court, the court will rule in our favor. We are not ignorant of the law. We understand the law, and we have already consulted a lawyer. With an air of confidence, Zhu Salon declared, You think you can reclaim the money from us? Dream on. It appeared that this family had come prepared, having consulted lawyers in advance and reviewed related court rulings. They were aware that courts would likely rule in their favor, as betrothal gifts could be deemed voluntary gifts. Even in the rare instance of encountering a compassionate judge, they would only be mandated to return a portion of the gifts, not all. This arrangement ensured that as long as they did not encounter someone ruthless, they would profit without loss. This was precisely why so many scammers thrived on deceitful marriages and betrothal gifts, because it was not illegal. Even if their reputation suffered, they could simply relocate to another city and continue their schemes. My giving you betrothal gifts was contingent upon our marriage. Now that the wedding will not proceed, it is only natural that you return the gifts, the gold, and the diamond ring. Zhuge Lily's expression grew increasingly frigid. Her style was always decisive and unyielding, bold in love and hate. Chao Qianqian, do you value that mere money so highly? She retorted, I see through you. Money is evidently more important to you than our years of affection. Are you saying that the betrothal gifts are worth more than our years together? Chao Qianqian appeared aggrieved, on the verge of tears. You value money? Zhuge Lily laughed bitterly. Yes, I do value money for these years. I have indulged you in every whim. You chose not to work, and I supported you. You wanted to travel, and I spent money to accompany you. You desired luxury and an exquisite lifestyle, and I fulfilled your every wish. Our years of affection? How laughable. Have you ever considered the value of our relationship? I already provided the betrothal gifts, yet you demand transportation fees, a change of terms, and even a transfer fee for your brother on the day of the wedding. Is this what you call affection? Indeed, it seems that the wicked were always the first to complain. Chao Qianqian still felt wronged, turning the tables on Zhuge Lily, claiming that there was no money to be had. If you don't let us leave today, we will call the police and accuse you of unlawful detention. As she spoke, Zhu Solon cast a glance at Yang Jinrong, a cold sneer appearing on her gaunt face. And you for intentionally injuring my son. When the authorities arrive, you won't have a good outcome. Annie, one must speak with evidence. When have I ever harmed him? Yang Jinrong replied nonchalantly that I was merely helping him with his joints. I happen to be an experienced physician. With that, Yang Jinrong turned to Xiao Yongjun, asking earnestly, Tell me, was I not just trying to help you with your joints? I specialize in treating lumbar disc issues. Would you like to give it a try? Xiao Yongjun, terrified, retreated several steps, but he was filled with dread, trembling at the thought of Yang Jinrong attempting to manipulate his lumbar disc again. The so-called medical skills were merely brute force. Chao Yongjun's wrist had been dislocated by sheer strength, only to be forcibly reset through the same means that he felt as though his wrist had been severed, the excruciating pain still vividly etched in his memory. The numerous friends and family members below were equally astonished. Chinchichi gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Not only was this man strikingly handsome, but he also possessed medical skills, such a persona. If he could secure a contract and become a streamer, he would undoubtedly achieve great fame. The mere thought sent a thrill of excitement through him that if he were to sign Yang Jinrong, he would become the agent of a major internet celebrity, rising to prominence among talent scouts that he imagined the countless beauties who would eagerly seek him out, not to mention the prospect of ousting his boss to become the CEO. Embracing wealth and beauty, and reaching the pinnacle of life in that moment, he even envisioned names for his future children. Seizing the moment was imperative. Chinchichi quickly retrieved his phone, snapped a few photographs, but soon realized he lacked the skills of a professional photographer. The images were unsatisfactory, so he boldly decided to initiate a Douyin livestream, testing the waters for Yang Jinrong's streaming potential that if the stream could attract traffic, it would guarantee Yang Jinrong's transformation into a super internet sensation. The thought of winning the affection of a beauty and becoming a CEO filled him with anticipation. Chinchichi wiped his mouth, hastily setting up the live stream. Normally, he slacked off, neglecting online events, and his personal account boasted a mere 0 followers. The likelihood of anyone tuning in at the outset was slim. Thus, I need to give the live stream an explosive title. Chinchichi racked his brain and suddenly had a brilliant idea that he changed the live stream title to Astronomical Bride Price, Wedding Chaos. Both parties engage in a brawl. The description read, Greedy bride's family demands $1 million in bride price, then forces the other party to drink foot bath water, resulting in chaos and a physical altercation as tensions escalate. This individual bore no resemblance to Chao Qianqian's relatives. Instead, he seemed more like a mere spectator eager to stir up trouble. Chinchichi held his phone aloft, live streaming with the rear camera, and began to see 1 or 2 viewers trickle into the stream. The picture quality was abysmal. What kind of phone is this? Such poor resolution. It's better to go home and tend to cattle. Streamer Gonlin. All must return. Mutual following and support. Observing the sporadic, irrelevant comments, Chinchichi realized that what seemed like an effortless live stream was anything but. Family members. Just as Chinchichi was about to say a few words, a comment flashed across the screen, and he instinctively read it aloud. Is that handsome guy on stage Yang Jinrong? Why is he at a wedding? Why isn't he confronting the Temple Association? Chinchichi was momentarily taken aback. What does this viewer mean? Do you know Yang Jinrong? Are you his friend? You don't even know him? What are you doing live streaming? I've followed you and shared your live stream. As Chinchichi stood there, bewildered, a flurry of viewers began to flood into the stream, and more followed suit. It really is Yang Jinrong. What does the title of this live stream mean? Wedding Chaos. Is Yang Jinrong a girl? The upstairs viewers clearly understood. Yang Jinrong was evidently mediating. But then, why wasn't he confronting the Temple Association? It's absurd that I'm searching everywhere for him only to find him showing off at someone else's wedding. Aren't you even a little curious as to why a wedding is possible? What era are we in? The new age, everyone is happy to see it, though it seems like a fight is about to break out. Chinchichi observed the increasing number of comments in the live stream, realizing that even someone as talkative as himself couldn't interject. What were they discussing? Why did it sound like Yang Jinrong was a celebrity? Chinchichi rubbed his eyes, astonished to see the viewer count surpass 5,000. In no way. Could it be a glitch? He quickly refreshed the page. To his shock, upon refreshing, the viewer count soared past 10,000. And it continued to rise at an alarming rate. Good heavens, who is Yang Jinrong? Chinchichi was tempted to end the live stream and search for Yang Jinrong online, but he hesitated, fearing he would miss this explosive surge of traffic. In the blink of an eye, the online viewers exceeded 20,000, then 30,000, approaching the 100,000 mark. To put it into perspective, even top-tier streamers on Douyin rarely exceed 100,000 viewers. Yet here was Chen Qiqi, embarking on his first live stream, already achieving such a feat. Excitement, anxiety, thrill. Chen Qiqi felt his adrenaline surge as he addressed the live stream audience. Brothers, please give me a point of support. No. I'm asking for your attention. I meant to say, please follow me. The usually loquacious Chen Qiqi stumbled over his words. Flustered for the first time, the viewer count skyrocketed. He became increasingly astonished. Who exactly is Yang Jinrong? How did a random passerby stream, merely capturing Yang Jinrong, attract such overwhelming traffic? What connection did the streamer have with Yang Jinrong? Chen Qiqi read a comment from the live stream. And a light bulb went off in his head. He thumped his chest and declared, I am Yang Jinrong's long-lost brother. Everyone, please give my brother a wave of support. As the followers surged, Chen Qiqi felt his heart race and his breath quicken. Astonished by Yang Jinrong's immense popularity, it was terrifying. The few guests present also stood up to mediate, urging both parties to calm down. Since this marriage cannot proceed, why not return the money? After all, no one's wealth comes from thin air. Indeed, given the current economic climate, making money is challenging for everyone. That's not how it works. The girl's family has already spread word of the marriage. Their reputation is at stake. How can they marry in the future? I say both parties should part ways. There's no need to return the bride price or any other funds. Some supported returning the money, while others opposed it. Different perspectives naturally led to differing opinions. Meanwhile, Yang Jinrong received a notification from the system. Negative energy detected, impacting social stability, potentially causing negative publicity for harmonious marriages, triggering mission. Option 1. Prioritize harmony. Persuade friends to voluntarily abandon claims for the bride price and other finances to avoid unnecessary disputes. Reward. A thread of fate connecting 1,000 miles, one red thread from the matchmaker. Note, the host can tie the red thread to anyone's hand, ensuring success in matchmaking, regardless of age or gender. Option 2. As a handsome gentleman, one must speak out against injustice. A gentleman uses words, not fists, to shame the opponent into returning the bride price. Reward. Master-level bone-setting technique. Note, this medical skill allows for painless bone resetting in an instant. Option 3. Correct social malaise. Prevent others from emulating improper behavior and convey true energy. Even if the other party exploits legal loopholes, they must not succeed. Utilize the host's intelligence within legal boundaries to punish the opponents and help friends recover all losses. Reward. A luck charm. Note, this charm can convert a 0.1 chance into a 100 lucky outcome. One-time consumable. To his surprise, before completing the first 2 tasks, the third mission was triggered. Option 1. Persuade friends to be magnanimous. Abandon the pursuit of hundreds of thousands of dollars. Yang Jinrong dismissed this outright. He wasn't that kind of friend and had no friends like that. Option 2. Shame the opponents into returning the money. Yang Jinrong had witnessed firsthand the shamelessness of Chao Qianqian's family. The difficulty of shaming them into returning money was akin to installing an elevator on Mount Everest or putting a lid on the Pacific Ocean. Forcing Yang Jinrong to tile the riverbanks could be attempted, but to shame the opponents into returning money? No way. Although the reward sounded appealing, the thought of disassembling and reassembling bones wasn't particularly enticing. Yang Jinrong preferred to forcibly reset bones without medical skills, much like how he handled Chao Yongjun earlier. It was painful for him. After all, as a champion of positive energy, Yang Jinrong naturally opted for option 3. The reward of the luck charm sounded incredibly useful. Let us go. Zhu Sulan pulled her daughter, dressed in a wedding gown, to leave. However, Zhuge Li blocked their path, refusing to let them depart without returning the money. If you don't return it today, I want to let you succeed, whether it ends up in court or even jail. Oh, let us see what you can do to stop us from leaving. At that moment, 2 individuals from the relatives table approached. They bore a resemblance to Zhu Sulan. Uncle and little uncle, Chao Qianqian quickly called out. These two were Zhu Sulan's brothers, Chao Qianqian's uncles. Zhu Ai Qian and Zhu Ai Kuan. Zhu Ai Qian stood tall and robust, his face adorned with a hearty build, muscular and imposing. Zhu Ai Kuan appeared remarkably refined, adorned with a pair of gold-rimmed spectacles. Clad in a tailored suit and clutching a briefcase, he scrutinized Zhuge Lily from head to toe, commenting, "Little girl, do not emulate us men. You possess a certain charm. With a touch of adornment, you would be quite stunning. Consider this money as tuition for correcting your misguided inclinations that I advise you. Do not let a moment of impulse ruin your life." Dismissing further dialogue, Zhu Aiqian made a fist gesture, declaring, "You two think you can impede us?" He thrust his right fist toward Yang Jinrong's face. "Young man, have you ever encountered a fist as large as a sandbag? Crack." To his surprise, Yang Jinrong demonstrated a lack of martial ethics. Suddenly, he reached out, seizing Zhu Aiqian's fist, and with a swift motion, Zhu Aiqian's wrist dislocated with a resounding crack. A shriek, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, erupted. Zhu Aiqian instinctively extended his left hand to shield his injured wrist. Mistakenly interpreting this as an attack, Yang Jinrong countered by gripping Zhu Aiqian's left hand, applying force once more, resulting in another crack as the left wrist succumbed to dislocation. Both hands hung limply, resembling a hapless pug on television. Beads of cold sweat cascaded down Zhu Aiqian's forehead, his features contorted in agony, howls escaping his lips. Zhu Sulan could scarcely fathom Yang Jinrong's decisive and ruthless action, her words tumbling out in a frenzy of anger. Meanwhile, Chao Yongjun, who had previously endured similar treatment, instinctively recoiled several steps, nearly losing his balance. Overwhelmed by a surge of fear to end the live broadcast, Chinchichi observed Yang Jinrong's movements with newfound clarity. Witnessing a fluidity akin to flowing water, a seamless execution marked by speed, precision, and ferocity, Yang Jinrong epitomized the essence of a martial arts star, undoubtedly possessing genuine skill. Chinchichi, astonished, envisioned Yang Jinrong as a rising martial arts celebrity, endowed with Li Ming's charisma and Feng Yuxiu's ruthlessness, and no wonder his presence attracted such an audience. He glanced at the viewer count, which had exceeded 200,000 and continued to rise. At this moment, his broadcast ranked 10th overall. The viewers were ablaze with excitement. Has Brother Yang been training recently? So fierce. Even from this distance, I can hear the crisp crack. It's incredible. Can someone explain whether such actions could lead to criminal charges? If so, how long might the sentence be? No charges. This qualifies as self-defense, considering the opposition outnumbered Yang Jinrong's side. Moreover, they thrust their fists into Yang Jinrong's face. Even if taken to court, the defense would simply state, "I was terrified, believing I was about to be struck, hence I broke his hand," and the court would likely rule in favor of Yang. I could never manage such a feat. I fear I would be the one with a broken hand. Does anyone have this handsome fellow's contact information? I, a wealthy sister from Pengsheng with 8 properties, would like to test his strength. Flowers blooming with wealth sends the host a romantic carriage. Receiving such an extravagant gift for the first time, Chinchichi was elated and promptly responded, "Dear wealthy sister, my strength is exceptional. Perhaps you would consider me." Flowers Blooming with Wealth has filed a complaint against your live stream for alleged deceptive gift consumption and is requesting a refund. The platform is currently under review. If verified, you will face a ban. Chinchichi was taken aback, vowing never to jest about the wealthy sister again. The wedding platform, Zhu Aiqian, still clutching his briefcase, retreated in fear, pulling out his phone to "Do not approach. I warn you, I will call the police. You are suspected of intentional harm, and we can have the authorities arrest you." As he spoke, he dialed for help. Who exactly is he? Zhu Sulan, unable to meet Yang Jinrong's gaze, turned to Zhuge Lily, exclaiming, "One must choose the softest persimmon to squeeze." "Who is this man?" "Mom, I don't know him." Chao Qianqian interjected, her face flushed with anger as she glared at Zhuge Lily. You must explain this man's significance to you. Why is he so protective of you? Are you hiding a relationship with him from me? Without a doubt, Zhu Sulan, as if having discovered a new continent, seized upon Zhuge Lily's weakness, her features twisted in rage. You, Zhuge Lily, how could you deceive everyone, marrying our Qianqian while entangled with this man? Thank goodness the wedding did not proceed today. Otherwise, we would have remained oblivious. Zhuge Lily, you are utterly despicable, toying with our Qianqian's feelings for years. And you still expect to reclaim the betrothal gifts? Not a chance. Zhuge Lily remained silent, aware that further explanations would only worsen the situation. Her gaze turned colder, chillingly so. Entangled, upon hearing Zhu Sulan's words, Yang Jinrong suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. He recalled why Zhu Qianqian seemed familiar upon their first encounter, a vague recollection that eluded him until now. It dawned on him. He had seen her in Zhao Ruiqiang's videos. She was one of the leading ladies featured. Yang Jinrong remembered Zhao Ruiqiang had labeled her as a talented woman and poet within those videos. No wonder she could retaliate so fiercely. It was evident she had experience. Fortuitously, the wedding had not taken place. Otherwise, Zhuge Lily might have spent her life ensnared in shadows. Chao Qianqian, I recognize you. Yang Jinrong disregarded Zhu Sulan's continued tirade, focusing instead on Chao Qianqian, clad in a pristine white wedding gown, the gown's purity strikingly ironic. How do you know me? Chao Qianqian paused in surprise. Are you a reader of my poetry, a fan, reader of your poetry? No. Yang Jinrong chuckled that I have indeed perused your work. He had once searched for Chao Qianqian's poetry during the Zhao Ruiqiang case, finding it utterly distasteful, a grotesque amalgamation of nonsense. Chao Qianqian appeared particularly proud of her identity as a poet, her face lighting up with delight that if you were my fan, you should stand by my side, not against me. Being a fan is irrelevant. Yang Jinrong smiled. You are celebrating prematurely. What do you mean? Chao Qianqian was puzzled. Yang Jinrong's voice boomed, resonating in the ears of everyone present. Not only have I perused your poetry, but I have also watched several of your videos. Zhao Ruiqiang certainly had a varied taste, managing to film so many with you. And by the way, I was the one who sent Zhao Ruiqiang to prison. How could I not recognize you? Zhao Ruiqiang. Chao Qianqian gasped, swiftly covering her mouth, her eyes widening in terror as she stared at Yang Jinrong. You. Chao Qianqian could hardly fathom that on this day, the details of her past involvement with Zhao Ruiqiang would be exposed. She had believed that with his downfall, her sordid history would remain concealed forever. Yet, here she stood, on her wedding day, publicly unmasked. Panic surged through her as the guests gaped in shock, astonished by the unfolding drama. Such a scandal today. Who could have anticipated such a reversal? Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were equally frenetic, bombarding the screen with comments. What the hell? Crucify the man. No hitting women. Guilty on the spot. In front of the ancestors, playing with the law. Wow, I searched and indeed there are videos. Although she is made up with my vast experience, I can confirm it's her. Good heavens, 8 videos, a true spectacle. Zhao's work is commendable. The cinematography is of professional quality. The plot is engaging. The foreplay is ample, although the physique leaves something to be desired. Brother, may I borrow a copy to discuss? Not a chance. Circulating such material is illegal. I suspect the brother upstairs is an undercover officer. Seriously, such multiple relationships are rare nowadays, yet she demands such a high bridal price. Brothers, it's another day of fear of marriage. This scandal seems poised to dominate the headlines. The topic is rife with intrigue. The heat is unprecedented. Yang Jinrong is indeed a headline generator. Wherever he goes becomes the center of attention. Watching the barrage of comments flood the live stream, Chen Qiqi felt that attending this wedding had been a stroke of genius, and initiating a live broadcast was the pinnacle of brilliance. That I am truly a genius. He laughed heartily within. His gaze toward Yang Jinrong grew, increasingly fervent. even though he remained oblivious to Yang Jinrong's true identity. Yet, that did not diminish his admiration for him. The revelation of such a shocking scandal at the wedding was bound to stir the pot. Chen Qichu pondered deeply, contemplating whether he could capitalize on this wave of fervor to reap substantial profits, but he raised his gaze to Chao Qianqian. Despite their familial ties, he felt no sympathy for her. He harbored a profound disdain for those who extort bride prices, as they severely disrupt the matrimonial market. He was even tempted to exclaim, "Chao Qianqian, are you a fool?" Meanwhile, the wedding officiant and photographer were left utterly astonished by the sudden scandal. Their expressions blank. They quietly consumed the drama while feverishly capturing photographs to share on social media. After years of officiating weddings, they had never encountered such a riveting spectacle. Surrounding guests engaged in hushed discussions. Those attending the wedding were primarily close acquaintances, and logically, they should refrain from gossip. However, upon learning of the video scandal, they could not contain themselves. The Chao family had gone too far this time. They should promptly return the money to her. After all, she was a young woman, and earning a living was no easy feat. That it was rumored that she had even offended her parents and family in her pursuit of marriage, only to be deceived in the end. Such an incident, if it escalated, would bring no benefit to the Chao family. The Chao family's lack of proper upbringing was glaring. Chao Qianqian was, after all, a poet, reputed to have published poetry. How could an educated individual engage in such disgraceful conduct? It was utterly humiliating. "Have you seen the videos from the scandal?" one guest remarked. "Old Yang, how can you be so sleazy? After all, we're all related. Isn't it inappropriate to watch those videos? By the way, do you have the link?" "Darn it, old Lou. I thought you might have some decency, but you're even sleazier than I am." Times have changed. In our era, a wedding required merely a quilt and a sincere heart, with mutual understanding and kindness towards one another. Now, alas, love has become a commodity, and marriages are mere transactions. The murmurs of the relatives continually reach the ears of the Chao family, amplifying their already palpable embarrassment. Chao Qianqian. Zhuge Lili, despite her unwillingness to accept the reality, confirmed the truth of Yang Jinrong's claims upon hearing the surrounding discussions. Chao Qianqian had indeed engaged in such shameless behavior behind her back. There was an unfortunate development. Zhao Ruiqiang, who had multiple encounters with Chao Qianqian, was found to have syphilis upon his imprisonment. Syphilis? Zhuge Lili's eyes narrowed, her gaze towards Chao Qianqian turning icy. "I thought we both maintained our virginity, that our relationship was solely for love, devoid of any other factors that I never expected. You betrayed me, toyed with my emotions, consorting with a playboy behind my back. Syphilis, how ridiculous. This must be your comeuppance." Hearing Zhuge Lili's words, Yang Jinrong breathed a sigh of relief. The implication was evident. Zhuge Lili had not engaged in any relations, thus posing no risk of infection. Syphilis? Chao Qianqian's mouth fell agape in shock. That it was not mere astonishment, but sheer terror. The mere mention of the term caused her face to drain of color, leaving only panic and dread. No, it can't be. I can't be infected." Chao Qianqian stumbled backwards several steps, unsure whether it was a psychological effect or a physical sensation that in that moment, she felt an unsettling itch somewhere on her body. Her legs weakened, and an uncomfortable sensation akin to ants crawling all over her ensued. Her brother, Chao Yongjun, visibly trembled, and her two uncles instinctively stepped back from her. Zhu Ai Qian, despite his drooping wrists and pained expression, could not hide a look of disdain. "Qianqian, you can't possibly be infected, right?" Zhu Sulan, equally horrified and incredulous, gazed at her daughter. She had been aware of her daughter's indiscretions. That it was precisely because of this knowledge that she had sought to exploit Zhuge Lili during the wedding, fearing that if the truth were to emerge, they would lose their opportunity. However, she never imagined her daughter would contract syphilis. This was a reality Zhu Sulan could not accept. I can't feel anything." Chao Qianqian's complexion turned ghostly pale as she swayed unsteadily. "Mom, I haven't done anything." He's slandering me. Yes, slander. You deliberately defamed my daughter in public. Zhu Sulan, spurred by her daughter's reminder, suddenly realized the situation and glared fiercely at Yang Jinrong. It's you, you scoundrel, who spread these rumors and publicly defamed my daughter. She would never engage in such behavior. Slander. Yang Jinrong shook his head, adjusting his attire while discreetly placing a small box in his shirt pocket. He chuckled lightly, no need for that. Your daughter knows best whether she is ill. You are speaking nonsense. Zhu Sulan shouted, her emotions escalating. You and Zhuge Lily are deliberately fabricating stories to tarnish my daughter's name, seeking to ruin our family's reputation in front of all our relatives. Do you still need to maliciously defame her? Yang Jinrong laughed, a bold expression on his face. Annie, may I kindly advise you to have your entire family checked? Just in case, you might all be infected. At his words, a wave of astonishment rippled through the guests below. Zhu Sulan's expression shifted dramatically, her features contorted with rage. You baselessly accuse us. I will tear your mouth apart. With that, she lunged at Yang Jinrong, claws bared. Zhuge Lily gasped, intending to shield Yang Jinrong. To her surprise, Yang Jinrong neither dodged nor retreated. Instead, he advanced. He stepped forward, grabbing Zhu Sulan's head, allowing her to flail like a zombie. Utterly immobilized, Mom Chao Qianqian, witnessing her mother being held by Yang Jinrong, felt an inexplicable sense of confidence, realizing that he seemed to refrain from striking women. With this revelation, her initial fear of Yang Jinrong's strength dissipated. Replaced by a surge of courage, she charged forward, determined to retaliate. Since you won't hit women, we won't hold back. I'll scratch your face. I'll tear your mouth apart. Yang Jinrong, rather than displaying any anxiety or concern, felt a flicker of delight within as Chao Qianqian's hands, sharp as a claw, aimed for his face. He deftly evaded, causing her to grasp his shirt instead. With a ripping sound, Chao Qianqian tore Yang Jinrong's shirt apart. Releasing Zhu Sulan, he stood exposed. Zhu Sulan, overjoyed, recognized Yang Jinrong's reluctance to strike women and seized the opportunity. She grabbed the torn remnants of his shirt, and alongside her daughter, they yanked with force. Another rip echoed in the air as Yang Jinrong's shirt was completely shredded. A small box fell from Yang Jinrong, tumbling to the side. You lunatics! Zhuge Lily had never anticipated that Yang Jinrong, who had been so composed moments before, would suddenly find himself at the mercy of the mother-daughter duo. In a fit of urgency, Zhuge Lily slapped Zhu Sulan across the face, sending her staggering back several steps. Zhuge Lily, how dare you strike my mother? Chao Qianqian shrieked, her fury ignited. With a swift motion, Zhuge Lily retaliated, delivering a sharp slap that left Chao Qianqian dazed. Enough of this, you two, Zhuge Lily bellowed, taking advantage of Yang Jinrong's restraint against women. Her claws extended. Did you have no shame? Not striking women was certainly not Yang Jinrong's principle. He had always believed in defending himself, regardless of gender. As he stood there, exposed, his muscles subtly revealed, he exuded a rugged charm that, if glimpsed by wealthy women from Pengcheng, could likely drive them to madness. Showering him with gifts, the guests around them were left dumbfounded. Some began to mediate, urging the parties to converse amicably and avoid physical confrontation, for once a fight broke out, reason would be lost. Meanwhile, in Chinchichu's live stream, nearly 1 million viewers were tuning in, astonished by the unexpected turn of events. Who would have thought it would escalate into hair-pulling and shirt-tearing? This plot twist caught me completely off guard. How intriguing. Why isn't Yang Jinrong retaliating against those two women? I've wanted to see him teach them a lesson for ages. Thank goodness the bride's sister stepped in. That slap was so satisfying. The wealthy women were filled with sympathy. His shirt is torn. I feel for Yang Jinrong. He deserves a comforting hug tonight. His physique is so enticing. I hope those two crazy women didn't leave any marks on him. That would be too unfortunate. That I will count to a number, and within 3 seconds, I shall acquire all information regarding those two women to assist Yang Jinrong's brother in avenging him. Meanwhile, Yang Jinrong's fans constitute the largest group. They gasped in awe at the thrilling spectacle while simultaneously pondering why Yang Jinrong refrained from striking women today. That it is rather peculiar. There seems to be no reason for it. The women Yang Jinrong has previously sent in. One could scarcely count them on one hand. Why then did these two women, who were seemingly aggressive, refrain from engaging in violence? Has Yang Jinrong transformed into Fei Yangyang? No. That cannot be. As the Emperor of humanity, I could never devolve into such a state. I simply cannot accept it. My recollections of the heavenly Emperor Yang depict a figure who strikes first to avoid a multitude of retaliatory blows. A man who substantiates his path to sanctity through his fists. How could he possibly have become this way? Should the heavenly Emperor fall, our humanity would have no hope of achieving enlightenment. The pinnacle births hypocritical supporters, and the twilight witnesses devout followers. I declare, regardless of whether the heavenly Emperor has faltered, I shall be his fan for life. True love for my idol gathers today. Chinchichi gazed enviously at the barrage of comments flooding the screen. Even now, he remained oblivious to Yang Jinrong's true identity. Yet he could sense the fervor emanating from the fans. Such a vast and loyal following could only belong to a true top-tier star. Today, Chinchichi stood alongside a luminary. Merely contemplating this fills him with excitement. On stage, a voice inquired, "Are you all right?" Zhuge Lili looked at Yang Jinrong with a hint of guilt, hastily draping a jacket over his shoulders. The security personnel have arrived. Just then, a voice called out. Two uniformed officers entered the wedding venue, striding directly towards Yang Jinrong and the others. That I am Xiong Wei from the Chang'an security office. The lead officer declared, presenting his identification before inquiring, "Who called the police?" "I did," Zhu Aikuan exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he rushed to report. He adjusted the briefcase tucked under his arm, eager to curry favor as he said, "Officer, he assaulted us." He gestured towards Yang Jinrong, asserting he openly beat us, deliberately causing us harm. "Hurry, arrest him. The charge for intentional injury starts at 3 years. He assaulted you?" Officer Xiong looked at Yang Jinrong with confusion. This well-dressed young man, whose shirt was torn, assaulted you all? Officer Xiong glanced at Zhu Aiqian, the imposing figure with bulging biceps, surely a gym instructor, despite the peculiar shape of his hands resembling a pug stretching its front legs. However, one cannot dismiss the possibility that some individuals possess unique preferences for performance art. Turning back to Zhu Aikuan, he remarked, "This underdressed young man assaulted you, 5 people. Do you realize the consequences of lying to a security officer? Those who lie must swallow 1,000 silver needles." Zhu Aikuan quickly clarified, "No, what I meant was, those who lie will be arrested. But it is absolutely true that he assaulted us. Are you selling insurance?" Officer Xiong unexpectedly asked a question unrelated to the scene. Zhu Aikuan was taken aback, instinctively nodding. Officer, how did you know? Do you wish to purchase a policy?" Asking everyone he encounters. That is his professional habit. One cannot easily change it. Yang Jinrong had assumed this fellow was a civil servant, never imagining he was merely an insurance salesman. That is, you're clutching a briefcase just to show off. Purchasing insurance is unnecessary. I already have comprehensive coverage. Officer Xiong bore no prejudice against professions, but his experience informed him that one could only trust a person like Zhu Aikuan to a limited extent. He turned to the despondent Zhu Aiqian. "What is your name? Please explain what transpired. It hurts." Zhu Aiqian raised his hands to his chin, his palms still drooping from his wrists, presenting a rather comical sight. Officer Xiong even wondered if this individual was engaged in some form of cosplay or performance art. Never mind. Disregarding Zhu Aikuan and Zhu Aiqian, Officer Xiong turned to Yang Jinrong, asking, "Now you explain what happened. Be detailed and do not lie. Those who lie must swallow." Ugh. Officer Xiong abruptly halted as a strange phrase echoed in his mind. Yang Jinrong recounted, "Today was supposed to be my friend Zhuge Lili's wedding day. A joyous occasion. She provided a substantial dowry, including a diamond ring and transportation costs. Yet they greedily demanded more, extorting my friend and maliciously complicating matters, forcing her to abandon the wedding. Therefore, I sought to advocate for my friend. And when I approached them, they threatened to assault us. Oh, so it was a dowry dispute. Officer Xiong began to grasp the context. Although it was odd for two women to require a dowry. In this modern age, gender is no barrier. This situation is easily classified as a civil dispute. Either accept mediation from the security office or take it to court. What happened next? They threatened and intimidated me, initiating the assault, and I was terrified. Yang Jinrong tightened the remnants of his torn shirt and adjusted the ill-fitting jacket. Then, in a moment of panic, I accidentally broke his hand. Afterward, they both attacked me, tearing my clothing. The two officers gaped. Zhu Aiqian wasn't engaging in performance art, but had indeed suffered a broken wrist. In that instant, both felt a strange ache in their jaws, as though their jaws had dropped. Are you certain that this delicate young man could really do that? And then that, and finally break his hand? Officer Xiong's younger colleague asked incredulously. Not at all. Yang Jinrong shook his head. Both officers sighed in relief. They knew he was merely boasting. Yet in the next moment, Yang Jinrong continued. It was first this way, then that way, and finally like this. Officers, do you understand? The officers felt a bit bewildered. Officer Xiong asked, so you mean they attacked you? You were defending yourself, and in the process, you broke his hand, correct? Yang Jinrong nodded. Exactly. The young officer, Tang Jifa, inquired curiously, you mentioned that two women assaulted you, and even tore your clothes. Why didn't you defend yourself? Officer, my friend is a true gentleman. He does not strike women, yet they took advantage of him, which constitutes intentional injury, that we demand criminal charges. Zhuge Lily ardently defended Yang Jinrong. She could tolerate the attacks from Chao Qianqian and her group, but would not allow them to harm her only true friend. Whether or not this constituted intentional injury would depend on whether it resulted in any lasting harm. Officer Xiong stated matter-of-factly. Officer, he also assaulted us. Zhu Sulan shouted, pointing at Yang Jinrong. My brother has two broken hands. This undoubtedly constitutes injury. We merely scratch him a bit. It could not possibly lead to lasting harm. Arrest him and confine him to prevent him from endangering society. Zhu Aiqian chimed in, yes. If I remember correctly, a fracture, even if it is merely a dislocation, still constitutes a minor injury, warranting a prison sentence of 3 years. Ouch! What are you doing? Just then, Zhu Aiqian, with his broken hands, suddenly screamed in pain. It hurts, it hurts! Everyone watched as Yang Jinrong stepped forward, grasping Zhu Aiqian's hands and giving them a few firm taps before letting go. Who said he broke his hand? Yang Jinrong calmly asserted. He merely suffers from osteoporosis that I just provided a complimentary bone adjustment therapy session. I am an experienced traditional Chinese medicine practitioner specializing in treating osteoporosis. This left Officer Tang Jifa utterly bewildered, casting an inquiring glance at his superior, Officer Xiong. That look seemed to ask, Master, what do you think? Officer Xiong, clearly experienced, replied straightforwardly, all right, since both parties have engaged in physical altercations, we will all go for an examination later. Of course, whether it is deemed self-defense, provocation, or mutual assault does not depend on the examination results, though we will review the hotel surveillance footage to ascertain the detailed sequence of events. After stating this, he directed Officer Tang Jifa, Xiao Tang, go find the hotel manager and retrieve the surveillance footage for the security office. Turning back, he added, you all come with me back to the security office. We will also discuss the refund of the dowry and other financial matters. Upon hearing this, Zhu Sulan felt emboldened. She had confidence now. This matter could not possibly result in any criminal charges. The final outcome would only be one, a civil lawsuit in court. Surely the court would mandate them to refund a portion of the money, allowing them to still seize a substantial amount. Zhu Sulan cast a disdainful glance at Yang Jinrong, followed by a derisive snort as she accused, Comrade Security Officer, this man has slandered my daughter, claiming she has contracted syphilis, that he has spread vile rumors. and we charge him with the crime of defamation. I am well aware of this offense. I have come across news stating that such rumors can lead to a 15-year sentence, that I demand the same for him. I have not spread any rumors, Yang Jinrong chuckled. You stumbled upon the case of Lin Yuyu, yet you failed to consider who the plaintiff is before using it as an example. How foolish and amusing. I merely recounted your daughter's actions truthfully. Furthermore, your expectation of a 15-year sentence for me will likely lead to your disappointment. The ones who will be sentenced will undoubtedly be you. He stepped aside, bending down to retrieve a box that had fallen into the corner. Upon opening it, his expectations were confirmed. Yang Jinrong displayed the contents of the box before the crowd, his voice booming with authority as it echoed throughout the hotel. Zhu Sulan. Chao Qianqian, you two mother and daughter have caused a ruckus, provocatively harassing me and willfully damaging my personal property. I am now officially reporting this. Officer Xiong, I request that a criminal case be filed on-site. Yang Jinrong's voice resonated like a bell. The jade sculpture that you both damaged is valued at 88,888 yuan, constituting a considerable amount in this case, according to Article 275 of the criminal law. Willfully damaging public or private property, when the amount is significant, can lead to a prison sentence of 3 to 7 years. At this proclamation, Chao Qianqian, Zhu Sulan, and the others widened their eyes in astonishment, their expressions transforming into something truly remarkable. All the guests present were momentarily stunned, followed by a cacophony of exclamations erupting in an instant. 116. Identity revealed. The entire venue is in an uproar. Bow down and admit your mistakes. Withdraw the criminal case. 88,888. Such a small pair of jade sculptures, yet so expensive. They must be exquisite Hetian jade, a pair of delicate jade pendants indeed. The young man claims to have an invoice, which surely cannot be disputed. However, it amounts to less than 90,000, that given the Chao family's substantial gifts, isn't that an easy compensation? It wouldn't hurt them at all. Starting at 3 years, with a maximum of 7. This is not merely a matter of compensation. If it is indeed established that they willfully damage someone else's property, it constitutes a criminal offense, leading to imprisonment. Upon hearing that imprisonment was a possibility, the guests who had initially approached to mediate now instinctively retreated, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. Better to avoid trouble altogether and simply watch the spectacle unfold. Chinchichi was equally dumbfounded. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream began bombarding the screen with comments. What is happening? Suddenly a pair of jade sculptures emerges. Good heavens, I was watching the entire live stream and didn't see when they fell out. Need I even ask? It must have been when Chao Qianqian and Zhu Sulan were grappling with Yang Jinrong. I had previously thought it amusing that Yang Jinrong's clothes were torn, but I never anticipated such a swift turn of events. Wow, master, I've had an epiphany. I used to think Yang Jinrong wouldn't hit a woman. Turns out he has this up his sleeve. The city's schemes run too deep. I want to return to the countryside. Woe is me. Blind monk, you discovered the crux. The slap in the face came too swiftly. This is the retribution for Chao Qianqian and her mother. Haha, delightful. Previously, some had threatened to unfollow. Loyal fans could confidently assure them that following Yang Jinrong would never lead to disappointment. Pure exhilaration. On site, Zhu Sulan furrowed her brow, adamantly denying. Comrade security officer, I had no knowledge of such an item, let alone any notion of it being broken. This is pure slander and baseless nonsense. My mother is right. Comrade security officer, you must see through the ruse and restore our innocence. Chao Qianqian chimed in with her mother. We did not break anything. Yang Jinrong has previously defamed me and is now framing me. I will certainly seek to hold him accountable. Yang Jinrong did not waste words that he smiled, observing that Officer Tang Jifa had returned, and plainly stated, whether this is a frame-up will be evident once we review the surveillance footage. When Officer Tang Jifa approached, his first words took everyone by surprise. Yang Jinrong, I remember now. You are the heroic youth praised at the Municipal Security Bureau's press conference. Tang Jifa regarded Yang Jinrong with the awe one might reserve for a revered idol, his eyes shining brightly, even altering his tone to one of respect. "You are indeed a hero of our city, ridding the citizens of harm." With this statement, Xiong Wei's gaze towards Yang Jinrong shifted as well. He had sensed Yang Jinrong's familiarity, recognizing the name, but had been overwhelmed by the recent influx of cases in his jurisdiction, failing to connect the dots until now. This was confirmed. A city hero. This was no trivial matter, especially following the recent news conference that honored him before a national audience. Within the security institutions, such recognition was akin to a soldier on the battlefield receiving first-class honors for vanquishing the enemy. "Comrade Yang Jinrong, greetings." Xiong Wei immediately rendered a military salute, resolutely declaring, "It is an absolute honor to handle your case that I, Xiong Wei, swear by the emblem of the People's Republic of China that I will handle this case impartially, ensuring that the hero is not shamed nor disheartened." Xiong Wei's confidence stemmed not from favoritism towards the city hero, but from his understanding of the case's details, knowing full well that the fault lay entirely with the Chao family. Tang Jifa also performed a standard military salute, extremely solemn and dutiful. His motivation for joining the security office was to become a righteous light against evil. Yet, most days involved dealing with trivial matters. Now facing a hero like Yang Jinrong, how could he not show reverence? This sudden turn of events left the Chao family bewildered. Chao Qianqian, Zhu Sulan, Zhu Aiquan, Zhu Aiqian, and Chao Yongjun were all taken aback. If Yang Jinrong truly was that so-called city hero, then they were bound to face repercussions today. The guests present were equally astonished that I see the Yang Jinrong from the news. "I thought that name sounded familiar. Turns out he is our city's hero. Those despicable Chao family members have dared to oppress a city hero. What a sin. We are indeed the city's wrongdoers." While this statement was somewhat absolute, it held a grain of truth. Some opposed the death penalty for human traffickers, fearing the possibility of them retaliating. However, the vast majority of traffickers would sell off kidnapped children within days, making the notion of retaliation implausible. They wouldn't dare risk losing their profits. Chen Chichi, live streaming with his phone, had his eyes wide open in disbelief that he had thought Yang Jinrong was a celebrity, but instead discovered he was such a noble city hero. Entertainment stars pale in comparison to heroes. Chen Chichi desperately wanted to search for any other identities Yang Jinrong might have, yet he hesitated to end the live stream, enduring the discomfort that felt like ants crawling all over him as he continued broadcasting. Zhuge Lili was equally taken aback. She had been preoccupied with wedding preparations, running around tirelessly, nearly exhausting herself, completely oblivious to current events. Little did she know that Yang Jinrong had accomplished such a monumental feat, becoming the hero of Linhai. Yang Jinrong did not consciously exploit any privilege. He waved his hand, signaling the two officers not to be so formal. "Have you obtained the hotel's surveillance footage?" "Yes," the young officer Tang Jifa promptly reported, as if addressing a superior. "Hero, the hotel manager has provided us with the original hard drive of the surveillance footage." "Let us review the footage," Yang Jinrong said. And since they were so eager, he did not want to embarrass them publicly. He let them proceed, as it was not his request. "That of course we can." Tang Jifa quickly connected the phone to a transfer device, selecting the relevant segments of the footage to play. Upon viewing, they indeed saw Chao Qianqian and Zhu Sulan clawing at Yang Jinrong, during which a small box flew out and landed with a thud on the floor. Inside the box were the very jade sculptures that Yang Jinrong had intended as a wedding gift for Zhuge Lili. The reason for their high price was the compensation Yang Jinrong had received from the scenic area incident. Zhuge Lili had even given her portion to him. Unfortunately, the carefully selected expensive gift had not been delivered before the wedding was called off. With this surveillance footage as evidence, how could they possibly continue to argue? Zhuge Lili coldly glared at the two. "We did not do it intentionally." Zhu Sulan felt an overwhelming sense of bitterness, especially after learning that Yang Jinrong was a city hero, which only intensified her displeasure. She retorted, "That kid named Yang. If he hadn't carelessly stuffed such a valuable item in his pocket, how could we possibly have broken it? Yes, we did not do it on purpose. This pair of jade carvings was shattered entirely because of his own negligence. Don't even think of framing us, Chao Qianqian asserted emphatically. Stop, Xiong Wei interjected, halting the two women's futile arguments. He was unwilling to endure their nonsense any longer. Your actions have constituted damage to another's property, and you must at least compensate for the destroyed items. That as for whether this amounts to intentional property damage, that will be left to the court to decide. We refuse to accept this. Clearly, he failed to take care of it, and he deserves what happened. Why should we bear the blame? Zhu Sulan shouted. Comrade security officer, we are in the age of the internet. If you show favoritism towards them, we will gather evidence to lodge a complaint with the higher authorities and take you to court. Welcome. My security number is 041932. Xiong Wei, your previous behavior has already constituted a crime of provoking trouble. Come with me for further investigation. Xiong Wei, tired of their bickering, was well acquainted with Zhu Sulan's obstinacy and knew that reasoning with her would be futile. Only by placing handcuffs on them would they relent. He produced 2 rose gold handcuffs. Which of you will come first? Seeing the rose gold cuffs, Chao Qianqian's heart sank, that a sense of dread washed over her as she glanced at her mother. Zhu Sulan. They exchanged a look, both sensing the impending danger. We can only take half the responsibility. We can pay you 44,444. The other half is your own burden. Zhu Sulan huffed. Yet, Yang Jinrong chose to ignore her completely. For someone so obstinate, he had no desire to engage in further dialogue. Save your breath for my lawyer. Click, click. The sharp sound of handcuffs echoed as Xiong Wei secured both mother and daughter. On the other side, Tang Jifa swiftly handcuffed the remaining 3 individuals that moment. The Chao family was thrown into chaos, especially Chao Qianqian, who was now worried about possibly having contracted syphilis. She did not wish to spend her life in prison. She needed to find a way out to get to a hospital for an examination. If she really had it, treatment was a must, Mom. But to everyone's surprise, before Chao Qianqian could speak, Chao Yongjun was the first to cry out. Mom, let us return all our money to them. We don't want it anymore. Hurry and give it back. I don't want to go to jail. I don't want to spend the rest of my life in prison. Chao Yongjun was genuinely panicked, nearly breaking down. What are you rushing for? A grown man, crying like a child. So disgraceful. We can hire a lawyer. We can fight this in court. Zhu Sulan scolded, still stubbornly refusing to acknowledge her illegal actions. What have we done wrong? We haven't broken any laws. We'll hire a lawyer and fight them to the end. You want to take the betrothal money, and you want to make us compensate for that so-called broken jade carving. The money in hand was her lifeline. She would absolutely not let it go. Mom, just return the money. We don't want it. We can earn our own. Chao Qianqian cried, pleading, it's just hundreds of thousands. Give it back. I can earn it myself. What will you use to earn it? Zhuge Lili asked, her expression devoid of emotion, in her eyes. There was no longer a trace of affection or nostalgia, only resoluteness. She scornfully retorted, Chao Qianqian, for years you've consumed my resources, used my things, spent my money. What right do you have to look down upon hundreds of thousands? What do you have to earn it with? You Chao Qianqian gritted her teeth, but in the next moment, she deflated, wiping her nose and feigning a pitiful look at Zhuge Lili, crying, Lily, we've been together for so many years. You can't just say you don't love me anymore. You still love me, right? She was still attempting to play the emotional card, weeping, Lily, if you withdraw the criminal charges, I'll still be with you, and we can continue our wedding, all right? Every word you say disgusts me. Zhuge Lili refused to even glance at Chao Qianqian. Your actions reveal that you are a woman rotten to the core, as repulsive as maggots. The memories of our past make me feel ill. Comrade security officer, take them away. Go. Xiong Wei pushed Chao Qianqian. Don't be like this. You can't be so heartless, Zhuge Lili. You can't treat me this way. Chao Qianqian still refused to give in. Struggling continuously, Your actions of defrauding substantial betrothal gifts and various properties have already implicated you in fraud, with particularly massive amounts involved, which could result in over 10 years of imprisonment or even life imprisonment, along with fines or confiscation of property. Tang Jifa kindly reminded them. And there is also the crime of intentionally damaging others' property, which carries a sentence of 3 to 7 years, of course, if you voluntarily confess your crimes. Actively compensate for losses and demonstrate sincere remorse. There may be a possibility to seek leniency and avoid criminal punishment. Tang Jifa's words seemed to open a new door of hope for the Chao family. Except for Zhu Sulan, everyone else in the Chao family appeared to see a glimmer of hope. Thud, thud, thud. The sounds of kneeling echoed as Chao Yongjun, Chao Qianqian, Zhu Aikuan, and Zhu Ai Qian all knelt before Zhuge Lili and Yang Jinrong, bowing in submission. Thud thud. Zhu Aikuan and Zhu Ai Qian reacted the quickest, fervently knocking their heads against the ground. Zhu Aikuan tearfully exclaimed, "We were wrong, truly wrong. We should never have provoked you. We should never have coveted your wealth." Zhu Ai Qian quickly added, "We're sorry, esteemed ones. Please be magnanimous and let us go, too." "Yes, too." The two brothers led the way, and Chao Yongjun joined in the kowtowing. Chao Qianqian gritted her teeth, but ultimately followed her brother and uncle's example. Bowing her head, "Please, let us go. We were wrong, truly wrong. We won't dare again. We'll return all the money to you and compensate you further. Withdraw the criminal charges." The group knocked their heads so vigorously that blood began to trickle from their foreheads, creating a truly pitiful sight. Anyone with even a shred of compassion would likely forgive them, right? Yang Jinrong glanced at Zhuge Lili, for the crux of the matter lay with her. Xiong Wei and the other security officers also looked toward Zhuge Lili, not intervening in the Chao family's pleas. The other attendees at the scene turned their gazes toward Zhuge Lili as well. In that moment, the live stream audience, numbering in the millions, focused intently on her, eager to know what choice she would make. Even Zhu Sulan, who refused to bow her head, couldn't help but glance over. Though she felt discontent and bitterness, she still harbored a faint hope that Zhuge Lili might withdraw the criminal charges. In that instant, Zhuge Lili had brushed aside all negativity, her face returning to its former vibrant smile. She addressed Xiong Wei, "Comrades of the security team, please. 117. Take them all in, good luck charms in hand. Court in session. Send the judge in. Take them away." As Zhuge Lili's words fell, those who had thought they could escape unscathed, including Chao Qianqian, froze in place. Their recent displays of desperation and pleas had been utterly in vain. "Zhuge Lili, you cannot be so heartless, so cold-blooded. You cannot treat me this way." Chao Qianqian struggled to stand, her handcuffed arms reaching out to grab Zhuge Lili, but Xiong Wei restrained her. "Take her away." A second police vehicle had already arrived downstairs, and all were taken away. Zhuge Lili apologized to the guests and instructed the hotel staff, settling the bill before heading to the Changhong security station with Yang Jinrong. At the scene, the hotel swiftly ensured that the banquet was fully prepared for the arriving guests, as they certainly could not let them go without food for the monetary gifts that had been received. They were all in the possession of Chao Qianqian and her family. Zhuge Lili promised to return the money to the guests once it was retrieved. The guests attending the wedding understood the situation and did not hold any grievances, even praising Zhuge Lili for her reliability. Chen Qiqi, after several requests for attention and gifts, satisfiedly closed the live stream. That moment, he began to flaunt his seating arrangements while searching for the name Yang Jinrong on his phone. To his astonishment, as he read one sensational news headline after another about Yang Jinrong, he stood frozen in disbelief, utterly shocked. 10 million followers on Douyin, 10 million followers on Shou, logged in Atushio dozens of times. The man who dominates trending searches, the light of Linhai, the city hero. The elbow of the meat he was holding fell to the ground, unnoticed, as he muttered in shock, "I just tried to sign a contract with this man. Such audacity." Chen Qiqi recalled the moment when he initially boasted to Yang Jinrong, and a wave of shame washed over him. He had even claimed he would transform Yang Jinrong into a million-dollar internet celebrity. Wasn't that akin to sending her backwards? How embarrassing! Outside the Public Security Bureau, Yang Jinrong was unexpectedly taken aback by how remarkably smooth and swift the proceedings had been. It was unclear what methods the Bureau employed. But the Chow family returned all the money belonging to Zhuge Lili, including the betrothal gifts, transportation fees, and the compensation given to Chao Qianqian before their wedding, as well as the 3 gold rings that were also returned. The small jade sculpture that had been shattered was compensated at full value according to the receipt. For a moment, Yang Jinrong wondered if the Public Security Bureau had employed some sort of grand memory restoration technique. However, the Chow family would not escape criminal responsibility simply because they returned the money. During the subsequent interrogation, the officers systematically broke through their defenses, extracting confessions of other crimes from Chao Yongjun and his associates. The Chow family was not only involved in Zhuge Lili's fraudulent betrothal case. During the courtship between Chao Qianqian and Zhuge Lili, they had also gone on blind dates, reaching the engagement stage, and had accepted betrothal gifts, only to later concoct excuses to abscond with part of the money. Their repeated acts of deception constituted fraud. Intentionally damaging Yang Jinrong's personal property also amounted to a criminal offense. The only outcome awaiting the Chow family was imprisonment. Chao Qianqian was diagnosed with syphilis, while her brother, Chao Yongjun, was found to have no issues. Surprisingly, Chao Qianqian's mother, Zhu Sulan, was also confirmed to be infected. As for how this occurred, outsiders could only speculate. Thank you. Outside the Public Security Bureau, Zhuge Lili sincerely remarked that it had allowed her to see through them and recognize reality. Yang Jinrong cast an odd glance at the striking woman before him. Surely, she wouldn't be swayed by this experience, would she? During their previous meal together, Yang Jinrong had caught a glimpse of Zhuge Lili's formidable spirit, coupled with her already appealing looks, if she were to emerge from this episode with a newfound direction. With her long hair cascading to her waist, arranging her hair by the window, and applying makeup in front of the mirror, she would undoubtedly be a woman of exquisite grace. Shaking his head, Yang Jinrong dismissed the thought that had no need for formalities. You are my friend, and I cannot bear to watch you fall into the abyss, and I apologize for the inconvenience today, he said. Zhuge Lili raised her head to the bright sunlight, and in that moment the shadows in her heart dissipated. True to her character, decisive and passionate, she immediately smiled and exclaimed, "Come on, it's my treat. Let's enjoy a feast." "Oh right, you haven't had lunch yet," Yang Jinrong suddenly remembered. He had originally intended to attend a banquet, but before it even began, he was swept into this incident. As the groom, Zhuge Lili had been busy from start to finish without a single meal, and now it was already past 3 in the afternoon. They were both utterly famished. The two found a restaurant and indulged in a delightful meal. After parting ways with Zhuge Lili, Yang Jinrong received a notification from the system. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have completed the task and received a reward. Lucky charm one? Had the system sent the reward prematurely? Or was it that the system determined the outcome of this matter was a foregone conclusion, thus issuing the reward directly? Yang Jinrong inquired of the system, but received no response. Soon, a talisman shimmering with mysterious light appeared in his hand. According to the system's instructions, this was a talisman visible only to Yang Jinrong, invisible to others, that he could sense the extraordinary power contained within, that enigmatic and surreal aura compelling him to marvel at the quality of the system's offerings. Was this the lucky charm that could turn improbable events into certainties? The system also provided usage instructions. Simply take out the charm and silently recite the invocation before using it, after which the charm would vanish. Yang Jinrong carefully stored the charm. It was indeed a precious item. Naturally, he had no intention of using it for gambling, that it held much greater significance. Before long, Yang Jinrong returned to school and scrolled through short videos. The exorbitant betrothal gift incident had also surged onto the trending list, though it had not reached the top headlines. The day after tomorrow marked the court date for the lawsuit filed against Yang Jinrong by Meng Jiaqi's family. The incident's momentum remained high. especially with the Temple Association also threatening to sue him. The phrase Suyang Jinrong occupied several top spots on the trending list. Many celebrities who had planned to promote new dramas or announce concerts had to reschedule due to the trending issues. Numerous netizens left comments beneath Yang Jinrong's videos, inquiring whether he was confident about winning the upcoming lawsuit. This was the first time someone had actively sued him, and the attention was unprecedented. Yang Jinrong's funds had been frozen, and winning this lawsuit would undoubtedly be a complex endeavor. Instead of asking whether he was confident in winning, he thought it more pertinent to inquire if he could send them and their defense attorney to prison alongside them. Yang Jinrong casually replied, inadvertently stirring a massive uproar. Netizens and various media outlets swiftly shared the news. Breaking news: Yang Jinrong boldly declares he will ensure both Meng Jiaoqi and Xiao Anren's families, along with their lawyers, are sent to prison. Shock. The undefeated general in court, Yang Jinrong, makes a bold statement regarding the lawsuit he faces the day after tomorrow, vowing to imprison the plaintiffs and their lawyer. It is well known that Yang Jinrong never speaks in jest. Surely he must have complete confidence. What could possibly instill such formidable assurance? Let us wait and see. In response to the lawsuit, Yang Jinrong issued a statement asserting he would send the opposing party's lawyer and judge to prison as well. Yang Jinrong: when did I ever say I would send the judge to prison? You twisted my words and added your own embellishments, didn't you? At that moment, Meng Jiaoqi and Xiao Anren's families simultaneously issued their latest response. The accompanying photo and lengthy text were highly contentious. Both families donned black clothing, mourning garments. Kneeling before two coffins, two young mothers held the gray portraits of Meng Jiaoqi and Xiao Anren, weeping inconsolably, filled with grief. The text elaborated on how Meng Jiaoqi and Xiao Anren were once bright and cheerful young princesses, adored and free-spirited. Throughout their lives, they had never broken the law. Even when crossing the street, they would take care to avoid danger. Yet, these two blossoming young women met with tragic ends due to Yang Jinrong's drainage ditch. It was a sorrowful tale that asked the primary victims' families. They were not suing Yang Jinrong for money. They merely sought an explanation for their daughters. The emphasis lay in that final sentence, after reading their response. Yang Jinrong couldn't help but shake his head. You're not in it for the money. Yet you were the first to request a freeze on the funds in my bank account. Not for money. Yet you're demanding $5 million in compensation. Others who claim not to seek monetary gain generally ask for a symbolic amount or a public apology. Who else would demand $5 million outright? Having scrolled through Douyin too much, do you really think $5 million is trivial? Yang Jinrong refrained from further comment and simply awaited the court date that, of course, he still needed to prepare adequately. Yang Jinrong never engaged in battles unprepared. He called Yin Yin. You busy? Did you just get in a fight at the wedding? Are you calling me to prepare for a new lawsuit? Yin Yin teased. Yang Jinrong sensed an unusual tone in Yin Yin's voice. He brushed off the jest and inquired, do you know who the opposing party's attorney is for the upcoming lawsuit? I thought you had a new case. Yin Yin replied, becoming serious. We know their lawyer. We've gone up against him before. Who? Yang Jinrong pondered, as there were countless lawyers who had faced him in court. Since Lin Yuyu's second trial, every case had its own attorney. He couldn't possibly guess that Li Weiji, the esteemed lawyer. Yin Yin continued, I heard that after our last case against the black intermediary failed, he returned to Hong Kong to seek guidance from his mentor. Rumor has it that his mentor may come to Linhai to develop business that Li Weiji's mentor. Yang Jinrong hadn't anticipated that even lawyers would seek reinforcements. Yin Yin's tone grew increasingly serious, clearly indicating that Li Weiji's mentor held significant prestige in the legal community. That you're a law major. You should have heard of his name. The infamous Century robber case in Hong Kong was taken over by him. And after his involvement, the robber was acquitted in court. The bank robbery case involving that Century robber? Exactly. He shares the same surname, Li. Yang Jinrong felt a jolt of surprise that he never imagined he would someday face such a formidable opponent. Not yet, though. For now, he was merely contending with his apprentice. Who knew if he would ever have the chance to confront the master? After a moment of astonishment, Yang Jinrong regained his composure. Please provide me with detailed information about both of them. What are you planning? Yin was taken aback. Take it easy. This master and disciple duo is not to be trifled with. It was evident that she had come across the recent news stating Yang Jinrong threatens to send both the opposing party and their lawyer behind bars. She suspected that Yang Jinrong was planning something substantial. You are overthinking it. Yang Jinrong chuckled lightly that I have no inclination to send individuals who bear no personal relevance to me to prison. I merely seek to gather more information about them. To know oneself and one's enemy is the key to victory in every battle. A principle applicable across all professions that I will send it to you shortly. Yin reminded him. In 2 days, we will undoubtedly win this case, so there is no need to invite additional complications. Rest assured, I have never been one to instigate trouble, he replied. The two briefly discussed the case before hanging up. Almost immediately, Yang Jinrong received detailed information about the opposing lawyer, and he began to scrutinize the documents intently. Upon returning to his dormitory, he found his other 2 roommates absent. Yang Jinrong booted up his computer and, with swift keystrokes, entered a series of enigmatic codes, accessing a clandestine page. However, after his maneuvers, he did not obtain the information he sought. This Li Weiji and his mentor truly possess some skills, Yang Jinrong mused, slightly furrowing his brow. Never mind. My objective the day after tomorrow is not to imprison their lawyer. Suddenly, he recalled a sensationalist remark from an unscrupulous media outlet. Send the opposing party, including their entrusted lawyer and judge, to prison. The presiding judge for the upcoming hearing was none other than Liu Hao, the chief judge and vice president of the court, with whom he had previously crossed paths, driven by an inexplicable impulse. Yang Jinrong opened Liu Hao's dossier and began searching the dark web database. Yet, he felt a twinge of disappointment as most of the information he found proved to be of little use. After some time, Yang Jinrong resumed typing, now searching for information on Meng Jiaoqi and Xiao Anren within the dark web. Once he acquired the desired data, he shut down his computer and called Huang Wei. Huang Wei seemed thrilled. Jinrong, what can I assist you with? Just give the word. Help me find someone that I've already sent you the details. Okay. You can count on me that if they're alive, we'll find them. If not, we'll find their grave. Thank you for your efforts, by the way. What industry do you and Su Yinyang plan to enter? Hey, that's a secret. Rest assured, it's not illegal that we don't engage in unlawful activities. All right then. After hanging up, Yang Jinrong stretched lazily. Feeling that everything was in place, he awaited the court session 2 days hence, that as for the Temple Association matters. He was in no rush. 1 at a time. No cutting in line. Time flew and 2 days passed. Today was Friday, the day when the families of Meng Jiaoqi and Xiao Anren were suing Yang Jinrong for $5 million in damages. Moreover, the opposing party had obtained permission for a live broadcast of the trial, which elicited excitement among the families of Meng Jiaoqi and Xiao Anren. They interpreted the approval for live streaming as a sign that the court favored their side. In the morning, at the Lehigh District Court, Yang Jinrong and Yin arrived punctually. The plaintiffs, along with their entrusted lawyer Li Weiji, had already arrived and commenced the live stream. Due to Yang Jinrong not initiating his own broadcast, the opposing party stream quickly attracted a significant audience. The chat was abuzz with discussions. After such a long wait, the case was finally going to trial. The key point was, previously, Yang Jinrong had asserted that he would send both the opposing party and their lawyer to prison. The viewers, ever eager for drama, anticipated that today's live broadcast would witness Yang Jinrong triumphantly dispatching the opposing lawyer to jail. Wasn't it also said that he intended to send the judge to prison? That can't be true. The claim about sending the judge to prison was merely sensationalist nonsense fabricated by unscrupulous media. Regardless, simply witnessing Yang Jinrong dispatching the opposing lawyer would be a significant spectacle. However, I have heard that the opposing lawyer is no ordinary individual. Their capabilities should not be underestimated. A formidable opponent makes for an interesting case. Yang Jinrong already has a high probability of winning. And if the opposing lawyer is merely mediocre, what is the point? We could just wait for the replay and fast forward to the results. Why bother with the live stream? They're here. The judge has arrived. As the viewers engaged in their discussions, Liu Hao, the vice president of the court, entered alongside a panel of jurors, clad in the robe that symbolizes judicial impartiality, his gaze sweeping over both parties. Let us proceed to the mediation room. Before Yang Jinrong could utter a word, a middle-aged woman from the plaintiff's side spoke up. Judge, unless Yang Jinrong is willing to publicly apologize online and compensate us the amount we are seeking, we will not accept any pre-trial mediation. Liu Hao furrowed his brow slightly. He despised such discourteous behavior. Unexpectedly, Yang Jinrong interjected, Judge, I see no necessity for pre-trial mediation. Their unreasonable demands are not something anyone would acquiesce to. This statement only enraged the plaintiffs further, and they began to hurl insults at Yang Jinrong that my daughter has passed away. She was so young and deserved a beautiful life, yet your negligence caused her unfortunate accident. Yang Jinrong, doesn't your conscience ache at all? The reason we applied for the live broadcast is to have thousands of netizens weigh in on our plight. Do you not bear any fault in this? We merely seek justice. The courtroom erupted in a shocking exchange. Your negligence led to their deaths. Initially unfazed, Yang Jinrong's eyes turned cold upon hearing these accusations that he regarded the two families. What fault do I bear? Did I crash into them? Am I capable of controlling their motorcycle from a distance? Meng Jiaoqi's mother, Shui Yufeng, emotionally pointed at Yang Jinrong. They imitated your maneuver of turning using the drainage ditch after witnessing you, which led to the accident. That if you had not demonstrated that technique in front of them, they would not have faced such a tragedy. The audacity of their lawsuit against Yang Jinrong stemmed from previous similar cases. In one instance, a child imitated an animated series, jumping from the 12th floor with an umbrella, resulting in a tragic death. In another case, a child used a jump rope as a safety line while climbing outside the 8th floor, ultimately falling to their demise. The most outrageous incident involved a child imitating a television show and using a chainsaw, leading to severe injury. Parents of these children had sued the animation production companies, and in every instance, they had emerged victorious. While the courts did not hold the animation companies entirely accountable, they were required to provide some compensation, indicating that the party being imitated bore some responsibility. This precedent inspired Shui Yufeng and others to sue Yang Jinrong. Indeed, if they had not imitated your maneuver, how could such an accident have occurred? Xiao Anren's father, Gan Xinghua, spoke with a booming voice. As if the louder he spoke, the more justice would align with him. These exchanges fell squarely within the live stream's frame, and viewers eagerly shared their opinions that I must clarify. I am neither a fan of any party, nor do I support anyone. I am analyzing from a neutral perspective. Yang Jinrong's maneuver indeed set a negative example that if he had not acted recklessly, Meng Jiaoqi and Xiao Anren would not have imitated him. I believe it is fair for Yang Jinrong to bear part of the responsibility. Rationally speaking, assigning Yang Jinrong 50% of the blame is not unreasonable. That I detest those influencers who provide poor guidance. Their actions have led to countless children being misled. As a public figure, Yang Jinrong should not engage in such reckless driving behavior. Exactly. He fails to consider how many others might imitate his dangerous maneuver, resulting in further tragedies. The self-proclaimed rational arbiters express their viewpoints, all seemingly neutral in their analyses. Yet numerous voices rose in rebuttal, asserting that Yang Jinrong bore no fault at all. First, although Yang Jinrong is a public figure, he was not live streaming at the time. He did not intentionally encourage others to imitate him, so there is no claim of negative guidance. Second, Yang Jinrong was pursuing a human trafficker at that moment, endangering his life to rescue a poor child. His actions were a heroic act. Saving a life is worth more than any legal repercussions. You should be commending the hero rather than exploiting the situation. Only those with children can comprehend the despair of losing a child to trafficking. The anguish of searching for a child for miles without success is beyond words. Who can understand the tragedies faced by these families? Even if we entertain the idea that Yang Jinrong did not instruct anyone to mimic him, Meng Jiaoqi's own lack of skill and her reckless bravado led to the accident. Does she not understand her own limitations? Is it not commendable to risk one's life to save a child? To chase down a human trafficker, nearly losing his life in the process. And now he finds himself unjustly accused and entangled in a lawsuit. If Yang Jinrong loses this case, who will dare to act heroically in the future? Do not blame society for being cold-hearted. It is the circumstances that force it. The overwhelming majority believe that Yang Jinrong bore no fault and supported him in taking no responsibility, especially among those who had children, who rallied behind him in solidarity. That in the eyes of the public, Yang Jinrong's elimination of several traffickers is tantamount to an indirect salvation of dozens of families. For any household with a child, who does not harbor a deep-seated hatred for human traffickers? Shui Yufeng spoke again, her tone resolute. Yang Jinrong, you are excessively cold-hearted. Our 2 young children lost their lives emulating your reckless driving. We see no trace of sympathy on your face. The presiding judge, she implored, please commence the trial promptly and deliver judgment upon Yang Jinrong. The father of Meng Jiaoqi, Wei Yanghua, vehemently condemned, if it weren't for your need to show off by maneuvering through the drainage ditch. Our children would not have followed your example, and this tragedy would have been averted. You must provide our family with an explanation today and apologize to us publicly. How old are your children? Yang Jinrong inquired unhurriedly. Shui Yufeng scoffed, 19. What of it? Yang Jinrong continued, according to our nation's laws, at what age does one reach adulthood? Shui Yufeng replied, 18. You are aware that your daughters are indeed adults? Yang Jinrong's gaze turned increasingly frigid. They possess criminal responsibility and must be accountable for their actions. Allow me to clarify the concept of criminal responsibility. It is the ability of an individual to recognize and control their actions. Do not bring forth cases of children imitating behaviors from cartoons as a comparison to this situation. Your daughters are not children. They are legal adults. Yang Jinrong's voice, though not loud, resonated with undeniable authority. The individuals present were momentarily rendered speechless, unsure how to respond. Their attorney, Li Weiji, quietly observed, not with indifference but with keen analysis, preparing for the forthcoming courtroom defense. Prior to this, he had conducted extensive research, scrutinizing all cases involving Yang Jinrong and Yin Yin, gathering valuable insights that, as the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall win every battle. Yang Jinrong chose to disregard him, focusing instead on the family members of Meng Jiaoqi and Xiao Anren, who had come to witness the trial. Her gaze was sharp as an eagle's, piercing through the crowd. I shall pose another question. Are your daughters afflicted with cerebral palsy? Are they intellectually disabled? What? Yang Jinrong, what absurd question are you asking? What do you mean by that? The moment these words escaped her lips, the others erupted in anger. They directed their ire at Yang Jinrong, exclaiming, You are insulting our children. You must apologize immediately, in front of the presiding judge and all the online viewers, for your slander against our children. Yet Yang Jinrong showed no inclination to apologize. She remained composed, stating earnestly, what I refer to as cerebral palsy is simply its literal meaning, without any intent to insult. Since they are adults, they cannot claim to be mentally impaired or disabled. They must bear the consequences of their actions. Upon uttering these words, her opponents found themselves at a loss for rebuttal. Was it truly not an insult? How could Yang Jinrong articulate cerebral palsy and intellectual disability so matter-of-factly, devoid of any offensive undertone? It sounded as if she were merely using legal terminology, utterly devoid of malice. Furthermore, who is truly leading whom astray? Is it I, who pursued traffickers in a desperate attempt to save abducted children? Or is it your daughters, who have committed countless violations in a mere 6 months? Yang Jinrong's words struck like thunder, leaving the families of Meng Jiaoqi and Xiao Anren utterly stunned. They were at a loss for how to respond, having never fathomed that their seemingly obedient children could engage in such a multitude of illegal activities. It was inconceivable. Shui Yufeng, her face a mask of disbelief, shouted, "I know my daughter best. She is terrified of even ants. She would feel guilty for stepping on one. How could she possibly commit such numerous infractions?" Yang Jinrong's voice was cold as she demanded, "Then explain how these photographs came to be. Photos can be digitally altered." Shui Yufeng, struck by a sudden realization, declared, "You must have photoshopped these images to slander my daughter. These so-called illegal photos are certainly fabricated. Your aim is to tarnish her reputation. Photoshop? Why not accuse me of using AI face swapping?" Yang Jinrong dismissed her with a wave of her hand. "This is a court of law. Who would dare present photoshopped images here? Even if the photos are merely for illustrative purposes, the court will verify their authenticity. However, I do not intend to use these images as evidence for defense. I wish to reveal to the online viewers that the actions of Meng Jiaoqi and Xiao Anren are reprehensible, serving only as a cautionary tale. For eventually, their reckless behavior will lead to tragedy." Nevertheless, Yang Jinrong's indifference was interpreted by others as a sensitive nerve struck, leading them to challenge her. "Why the silence? Are you avoiding the issue? Have you been cornered? You dare to slander our children, who have already lost their lives due to your misguided actions. Does your conscience not ache? Presiding judge, look at this. This is the true face of Yang Jinrong. We demand that she be arrested for slander and imprisoned." The relatives of Meng Jiaoqi and Xiao Anren voiced their accusations against Yang Jinrong, who saw through their facade. They would never admit to any wrongdoing, instead shifting the blame onto others. Their daughter's upbringing explains everything. The relatives continued their tirade, unrelenting in their condemnation of Yang Jinrong. Silence. If either party has new demands, they may present them once the court is in session. Presiding Judge Liu Hao glanced at his watch. "Since you are unwilling to accept pre-trial mediation, let us prepare to commence the trial." The originally allotted 2 hours for pre-trial mediation now seemed entirely unnecessary. Liu Hao, accompanied by law enforcement, approached the bench and began to read the court proceedings. Before long, the trial officially began. The audience in the live stream eagerly anticipated this moment, particularly Yang Jinrong's fans, who had been deprived of witnessing her courtroom appearances for far too long. That it has begun. My educated guess is that Yang Jinrong will not bear any responsibility, as Meng Jiaoqi and her companions are intellectually capable adults, possessing criminal responsibility. They brought this upon themselves. You may not have witnessed the earlier live streams featuring Meng Jiaoqi and Xiao Anren. And while I acknowledge that my words may seem disrespectful to the deceased, I cannot help but recount the circumstances that at that time, I cautioned them with a simple, "It's dangerous," only to be met with their scornful retorts of "dangerous my foot," and promptly banished from the live stream. That I can attest to the truth of what has been said, for I was present. Alas, good advice falls on deaf ears. However, they too paid the ultimate price for their actions. Let us show some restraint in our words. The deceased deserve our utmost respect. I believe it is best not to cast further blame. To speak frankly, I can empathize with the profound grief of these two families. Having lost a daughter in her prime, especially a sole child, the agony is akin to a noose, a pain only those who have endured it can truly comprehend. That I suspect the presiding judge will ultimately determine that Yang Jinrong bears a modicum of responsibility, awarding a nominal humanitarian compensation. Yang Jinrong, being so affluent, should, both in reason and sentiment, offer some compensation, which would not be excessive. The audience members expressed their opinions in unison. The overwhelming majority believed that Yang Jinrong was wronged and should not bear any responsibility, nor should he be liable for so-called humanitarian compensation. However, a small faction of viewers contended that since Yang Jinrong possessed wealth, it would be appropriate for him to provide some humanitarian compensation. The barrage of comments in the live stream did not impede the proceedings of the court trial. The necessary legal processes had been duly followed. The statement and investigation phase concluded swiftly. Both parties' attorneys presented their claims. The presiding judge informed both sides of their rights and obligations. Ultimately, presiding Judge Liu Hao spoke, allowing the plaintiff's attorney to address the court after a lengthy period of silence. Li Weiji, who had been quietly observing, finally stood up, adjusted his suit and tie, and began to speak. Based on the pertinent evidence, we submit our demands, requesting the court's support. Our first demand is that Yang Jinrong publicly acknowledge that his method of driving through a drainage ditch while turning is exceedingly dangerous. And he must issue a public apology to our client and the deceased Gan Anren, the name of Xiao Anren, and Wei Xiaoli, the name of Meng Jiaoqi, on his personal social media platforms. And keep this apology permanently pinned. Our second demand is that Yang Jinrong pay a total of 500,000 RMB in death compensation to Gan Anren and Wei Xiaoli, pay a total of 160,000 RMB for the funeral expenses, the budget, as the body is still in the morgue and has not yet been buried, as well as 32,000 RMB for the burial plot. Additionally, we demand 40,000 RMB for our client's mental distress, along with 40,000 RMB to cover our attorney's fees and various litigation costs. Upon the announcement of these demands, even the court's bailiffs could not help but widen their eyes in disbelief, staring incredulously at the plaintiff's party. Could it possibly be any more outrageous? Thankfully, the presiding judge and the panel had reviewed the complaint beforehand. Otherwise, they too would have found it hard to believe. Yang Jinrong and Yin maintained an unusually stoic demeanor. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream erupted with comments, expressing their shock upon hearing these absurd demands. What the hell? So, Yang Jinrong saved a child and did nothing else, yet is now burdened with a debt of 5,880,000. This is utterly ridiculous. I can understand death compensation, but why should Yang Jinrong also compensate for burial expenses? None of these 5 claims hold any water. If the court supports these demands, I foresee a future where no one needs to work anymore. Just hop on a motorcycle, find an intersection, and mimic car driving techniques. If you fall, just sue for compensation. Damn it. These two families are truly disgusting, proclaiming that the lawsuit isn't about money. Forget about compensation. Even the first demand is absurd, and I have never witnessed such an outrageous moral coercion. Demanding a permanently pinned apology. These people are truly despicable. The more I meet such individuals, the more I appreciate dogs. Once these demands were laid out, even those previously supportive of Yang Jinrong compensating a portion of the amount fell silent, fearing that their comments might lead to a $1 million counterclaim that it was akin to high jumping in a restroom. Simply absurd. On the bench, the panel had already reviewed all pertinent evidence. After the plaintiff's lawyer concluded, the presiding judge remarked that the evidence presented by the plaintiff does not establish a direct correlation between Wei Xiaoli and Gan Anren's deaths and Yang Jinrong's peculiar driving method. The court hereby dismisses the plaintiff's demands. Should new evidence arise, it may be presented promptly. Presiding Judge Liu Hao then glanced at the defendant's seat, inviting the defense to speak. Yin rose and succinctly stated, "Your Honor, the plaintiff's so-called demands are utterly nonsensical, and we shall not concede to any of them. Furthermore, adhering to the principle of rigor, we have conducted extensive inquiries and gathered relevant evidence, proving that the individual known as the streamer Meng Jiaoqi has never obtained a motorcycle license. This constitutes unlicensed driving." Upon hearing this, the audience was taken aback. What? This is impossible. Wei Xiaoli's parents, Wei Yangbua and Shui Yufeng, sprang to their feet. Shui Yufeng scoffed, "Your Honor, this is slander, blatant defamation. My daughter obtained her license the moment she turned 18. I personally took her to register for her driving test. How could she possibly be driving without a license?" Wei Yangbua also wore a scornful expression, saying, "If you were going to fabricate reasons, you could have chosen better ones. To concoct the claim of unlicensed driving is laughable. Let me tell you, my daughter attended a driving school owned by a friend of mine, and she passed all her tests on the first attempt. My friend himself told me that among all his female students, my daughter was the most outstanding. Moreover, my daughter's license was verified by the Traffic Safety Department on the day of the accident. It is a legitimate license. The couple's unwavering certainty provided some solace to Gon Amren's family. If it were indeed unlicensed driving, their efforts today would have been in vain. Yet, Yin Yin continued, your daughter's license is indeed authentic. However, she cheated on both the Theory Exam 1 and Theory Exam 4. The instructor who assisted her in cheating has been apprehended by the authorities and has confessed to his illegal activities, listing your daughter among those involved. Yin Yin provided relevant evidence, stating, according to the regulations regarding the acquisition and use of motor vehicle licenses, candidates found cheating will have their exam qualifications revoked, their scores invalidated, and they will be prohibited from applying for a license for 1 year. But if a license is issued and subsequently found to be fraudulent, it will be annulled, and they may not reapply for 3 years. Yin Yin stated calmly, thus, your daughter is implicated in unlicensed driving. Your claims are baseless. I refuse to accept it. I cannot believe my daughter would cheat on her driving test, Wei Yanghua exclaimed angrily. This is all fabricated, right? Your Honor, please have her arrested for malicious slander. Bang! The gavel struck. Silence. Presiding Judge Liu Hao addressed the situation, indicating that the panel would verify this matter. The jurors quickly contacted the relevant authorities for confirmation. Shortly thereafter, they received a response. Upon inquiry with the relevant departments, it was confirmed that Wei Xiaoli is indeed suspected of illegally obtaining her driving license and has been charged with unlicensed driving. The evidence is compelling that we have requested cooperation from the Traffic Safety Department, and they will deliver the documentation to the court within the hour. As presiding Judge Liu Hao concluded his statement, the audience in the live stream erupted in excitement. What? Unlicensed driving? I never anticipated that there would still be cheating on Theory Exam 1 and Theory Exam 4. The second and third exams test driving skills, while the first and fourth exams cover traffic regulations. No wonder Meng Jiaoqi exhibited reckless driving behavior. She must have cheated on those exams. When doubts were raised about Meng Jiaoqi's license, she had publicly engaged in a heated argument with viewers, vehemently asserting her possession of a valid license, nearly bringing viewers to tears. One could only wonder what methods Meng Jiaoqi employed to elicit assistance from her instructor for cheating. Could it have been a single act of inappropriateness? If this were true, Wei Yanghua might very well suffer a heart attack from rage, having sent his daughter to a friend's driving school, only for that friend to have taken advantage of her. Goodness, what a breach of propriety. Ahem, let us refrain from making light of the deceased. The live stream comments scrolled rapidly, while the courtroom was equally in an uproar. The revelation that Wei Xiaoli had obtained her license through cheating was indeed destructive. Who would have imagined such a convoluted turn of events? Unlicensed driving, carrying passengers while speeding, and weaving between lanes. These are all infractions that stack up, making it almost inevitable for an accident to occur. As discussions ensued, Gon Amren's parents glared angrily at Meng Jiaoqi's parents. Just moments ago, they had united against Yang Jinrong, but now they found themselves at odds. Gon Amren's father, Gon Xinhua, pointed an accusing finger at Wei Yanghua, exclaiming, "Is this the daughter you raised, Wei? Without a license, she brazenly lured my daughter onto your motorcycle. She caused my daughter's death. And our families will not rest until this is resolved." Gon Amren's mother, Jing Hongji, could no longer contain her grief, weeping uncontrollably while cursing, "Wei Yanghua, Shui Yufeng. It is your daughter Wei Xiaoli who has caused my Amren's death. You must compensate for my daughter's loss. May you never find peace." Presiding Judge Liu Hao recognized the volatile atmosphere and declared a 15-minute recess, assigning personnel to help calm Gon Amren's parents. The brief intermission passed quickly. The Traffic Safety Department also delivered evidence of Wei Xiaoli's cheating during her driving tests. Once the presiding judge presented the evidence, Meng Jiaoqi's family members appeared visibly distressed. While Li Weiji remained unperturbed, seemingly confident in the outcome. The presiding judge announced the continuation of the trial. Defendant, you have filed a counterclaim against the plaintiff. Please articulate your demands. Yin rose and addressed the judge. In our counterclaim against the plaintiff, we assert that the plaintiff, without any evidence or an official judicial ruling, has brazenly disseminated defamatory statements about my client, Mr. Yang Jinrong, across the internet, resulting in significant reputational damage. This egregious behavior has repeatedly placed him on trending lists across major online platforms, creating a profoundly detrimental impact that we therefore seek compensation of $400,000 for the reputational harm suffered by my client, Mr. Yang Jinrong, and demand the retraction of such damaging statements. Furthermore, the plaintiff's malicious application for asset protection has led to the freezing of my client's sole bank account, causing considerable inconvenience in his daily life. Thus, we seek an additional compensation of $20,000 for these losses. All legal fees, litigation costs, travel expenses, and related consultation fees incurred by our side should be borne by the plaintiff. Our demands are clear and straightforward, particularly with respect to the first point, which is substantiated by compelling evidence. The internet is awash with reports of Yang Jinrong being sued by the family of Meng Jiaoqi, which has drawn a wave of moral condemnation against him. Branding this heroic figure, who sought to rescue others, with malicious labels such as reckless and misleading. At that moment, the plaintiff's attorney, Li Weiji, requested to speak. With permission granted by Lu Hao, he began, while it is true that Yang Jinrong engaged in reckless driving to save someone, he subsequently received a substantial monetary reward from the Public Security Bureau and a City Hero Medal. This raises suspicions about his motivations for the rescue, which seem to diverge from the nature of public service. Our client merely sought to present a fair and just narrative online, devoid of any defamatory language. How can there be claims of reputational damage? Li Weiji continued. Moreover, according to our investigation, the so-called human trafficker that Yang Jinrong purportedly battled was, in fact, Chen Jingma, the bodyguard of Zhao Haiba, a former rival of Yang Jinrong, that we have reason to suspect that Yang Jinrong's act of saving was merely coincidental, with a true intent of pursuing vengeance against Chen Jingma. In the process of this pursuit, he not only exceeded speed limits, but also employed dangerous driving techniques that led to the tragic deaths of Gan Anren and Wei Xiaoli. With Li Weiji's argument, Yang Jinrong's image swiftly shifted from that of a noble savior to that of a self-serving individual. It was no surprise that the audience in the live stream began to alter their perceptions of him, as many believed that no one in this world acted with pure altruism. Thus, Li Weiji's assertions resonated with the sentiments of the majority, prompting several netizens who had previously supported Yang Jinrong to unfollow him. The presiding judge reviewed the evidence presented by Li Weiji and, after some contemplation, nodded slightly. However, upon raising his head, he declared, while these assertions hold some truth, they do not substantiate the plaintiff's claims. This court hereby maintains the dismissal of the plaintiff's demands. Subsequently, Yin and Li Weiji engaged in further exchanges of new evidence and courtroom arguments that Li Weiji's prowess was undeniable, a fact that Yang Jinrong had anticipated, after more than 2 hours of defense. The proceedings reached their conclusion, with Yin emerging slightly ahead. However, the presiding judge ultimately delivered a ruling that furrowed Yang Jinrong's brow. The defendant, Yang Jinrong, bears no direct responsibility for this incident. Nevertheless, after a comprehensive evaluation of both party circumstances, this court issues the following judgment. The defendant is to compensate the plaintiff a total of $240,000 in humanitarian damages, with no further financial obligations. The plaintiff, Wei Yangbua, Shui Yufeng, Gan Xinghua, and Jing Hongji, is mandated to issue an apology on various internet platforms regarding the impact on the defendant's reputation and to mitigate any negative repercussions. This case is hereby concluded. Should either party have any objections, they may appeal to a higher court. With a resounding bang of the gavel, the dust settled, leaving Yin utterly astounded by the final verdict. This marked the first instance of Yang Jinrong being ordered to compensate the opposing party since their engagement. The audience in the live stream expressed their disbelief, echoing sentiments of shock and disbelief. What? Yang Jinrong lost his first lawsuit. I never imagined I would witness such a moment in my lifetime after spending over 4 hours in the stream. The presiding judge's ruling raised questions about its fairness. How can such an act of opportunism warrant compensation? Many viewers felt Yang Jinrong had been unjustly burdened with a $240,000 compensation. This ruling only serves to embolden similar exploitative behavior, they lamented. As the livestream comments flooded with disbelief, the plaintiff's side wore expressions of joy. Their initial demand of over $5 million was merely a bluff. Yet securing the $240,000 humanitarian compensation was already a significant victory. They had won the lawsuit, attracting media interest that would elevate their public profile and enable them to profit from online traffic. Wei Yanghua's face lit up with delight. At that moment, even Gan Xinghua, who had previously turned against him, extended a hand in reconciliation. Both families radiated the joy of victors, and had it not been for the live stream, they would have celebrated vocally that Li Weiji, however, regarded Yang Jinrong with a cold demeanor, his eyes brimming with a sense of rivalry. Having failed in his previous case, he had now restored his reputation with this victory. Yet he found it perplexing that Yang Jinrong displayed no trace of defeat. Only a subtle smile that hinted at deeper thoughts. As the presiding judge prepared to depart, Yang Jinrong set his phone down and looked up at Judge Liu Hao, whose previous undefeated streak had now met its end. A knowing smile crept onto Yang Jinrong's lips. There's something you wish to convey? Judge Liu Hao inquired, furrowing his brow. Yang Jinrong replied, someone is looking for you. Just as Liu Hao was about to respond, several uniformed law enforcement officers from the prosecutor's office entered the courtroom in an orderly fashion. One of the prosecutors stepped forward, presenting an arrest warrant, addressing Liu Hao with a grave expression. I am Jiang Yang from the Linhai Prosecutor's Office. Liu Hao, Deputy Chief Judge of the Linhai District Court, you have been reported for serious violations of law and discipline. Following verification by the Linhai Discipline Inspection Commission, the Prosecutor's Office, and the Linhai Education Bureau, we confirm the allegations. You are under arrest. The prosecutor's calm voice reverberated through the courtroom like a thunderclap, leaving every individual in stunned silence. What? The judge is being taken to prison. The atmosphere was electric with disbelief. No one could fathom such an occurrence. The law enforcement officers were equally astonished, whispering among themselves in shock. How could this happen? I've worked in the court for over a decade and have never witnessed a judge being arrested during a trial. Such an event was unprecedented, even on a national level. With the trial still ongoing, the judge was apprehended. Many speculated that Yang Jinrong must have orchestrated this turn of events. Was his influence truly that formidable? Had the judge's mere decision against him led to such a drastic outcome? What kind of person was he, wielding such power in the international metropolis of Linhai? As concerns rippled through the courtroom, Gan Xinghua began to panic. Stealing a glance at Yang Jinrong, he noticed the latter's face remained impassive, as if he had anticipated this development. Did this imply that Yang Jinrong was indeed behind the judge's arrest? Would they too face repercussions? After all, they had committed no illegal acts. Wei Yangbo lowered his voice and remarked, moreover, this case is one that the presiding judge ruled in our favor. We have not employed any illicit means. Have we? Will our recent judgment still stand? Shui Yufeng inquired with a hint of concern. At this juncture, are you still fixated on that meager sum? Jing Hongji nudged her husband, Gan Xinghua. Why don't we extend an apology to Yang Jinrong? Forgo the money and avoid offending him. We can let this matter rest. What are you saying? Why should we abandon the money? Shui Yufeng retorted, her frustration evident. Just because Yang Jinrong wields considerable influence, does that mean he can simply renege on our rightful compensation? If necessary, we shall appeal to a higher court. If that fails, we will. Before Shui Yufeng could finish, her husband, Wei Yangbo, interrupted. Oh, women, with long hair and short sight, do you grasp the implications of this? If Yang Jinrong can manage to imprison the presiding judge, what do you think he could do to us? Shui Yufeng scoffed. Is there truly no law? Hush, cease your chatter. Came a collective sense of unease from the four, that they found themselves at a loss for how to proceed. Not just them. Even Li Weiji was equally stunned, gazing in disbelief at the arrest warrant in the prosecutor's hand. Such an unprecedented occurrence in his years as a lawyer in Hong Kong. Having fought countless cases was beyond his comprehension. Was Yang Jinrong truly of royal lineage? Li Weiji felt as though he were facing an unprecedented challenge. Had he known, he should have sought Yang Jinrong's favor to become his client. Such a powerful alliance could have flourished in the inland. Unfortunately, Yin Yin from Juina Law Firm was a formidable woman, and he likely could not outmaneuver her. That moment, the nearly 1 million viewers in the live stream erupted in shock. A collective frenzy. I thought this was a joke. I never imagined it would come to pass. He is really going to imprison the presiding judge. This is outrageous. The notion of incarcerating the presiding judge alongside a hammer wielder during a trial was nothing short of sensational. It would surely top the headlines. Truly, Yang Jinrong had turned himself into a trending topic. Wow, this is enlightening. I do not regret skipping work to watch this live stream. Simply riveting with twists and turns aplenty. Wait, I always wondered why the Education Bureau was among the 3 departments. What does that imply? Blind monk, you have unearthed a vital clue. Could it be that Yang Jinrong's parents possess immense power and have repeatedly extricated him from such predicaments? With this lawsuit seemingly lost, then, you catch my drift. Astonishment swept through the online community as they absorbed this staggering revelation. Initially, netizens perceived the phrase "send the hammer wielder" in as a mere jest, a facet of internet humor. Yet today, that jest had morphed into reality, leaving millions aghast. This is absurd. If Yang Jinrong lacks connections, I simply cannot believe it. If he can imprison the hammer wielder, who in the future could he not imprison? I am utterly distraught. I just broke up with my girlfriend and cannot even cry, fearing my wife might hear. It's unbearable. I simply wish to know what crime the presiding judge has committed to warrant public arrest. The key point is, this is being live-streamed. The only presiding judge being arrested live nationwide. The barrage of comments flooded the screen like a tidal wave. Various media outlets, already tuned into the live stream, hastily began editing footage to disseminate this momentous news across the nation. Soon, news about Yang Jinrong sending the presiding judge in would inundate the internet. In the courtroom, the words "you are under arrest" struck Lu Hao like a bolt from the blue. His pupils constricted, a wave of shock and terror coursing through every fiber of his being. No, comrades, you must have made a mistake. How could I be at fault? Over the years, I have diligently refrained from accepting any bribes or gifts. I have never abused my power. As Lu Hao's heart raced, he gritted his teeth in defense. Could it be a case of mistaken identity? You cannot arrest the wrong person. Lu Hao felt as if he were losing his mind. As the vice president and presiding judge, he had always tread carefully, never issuing an unjust ruling. Even during colleagues' gatherings, he would decline every invitation, and at any unavoidable banquet, he abstained from alcohol and cigarettes. Comrades, are you truly mistaken? Other jurors, shocked, attempted to speak up for Lu Hao. Yet Prosecutor Zhang Yang remained resolute. There is only one Lu Hao in the entire Linghai judicial system. Do you think I would be foolish enough to confuse identities? Zhang Yang, holding the arrest warrant, fixed a cold gaze upon Lu Hao. You know precisely what you have done. Curiosity enveloped the room. What had Lu Hao done? The million viewers in the live stream shared the same burning question. Did I? Lu Hao's scalp tingled as he mumbled, I have done nothing wrong, that I have served diligently, never acted with bias or corruption. And I have no shame regarding my position. Shame? At that moment, another group entered the courtroom. Among them was a weary-looking man clad in workman's attire, who, upon seeing Lu Hao, fervently demanded, Lu Hao, think carefully about the heinous acts you have committed. This group included law enforcement from the Public Security Bureau, as well as Huang Wei, When Lu Hao recognized the man in workman's garb, he froze in place. "You are Lu Yonghao." Stunned, Lu Hao stood rooted to the spot. The instant he saw the man, memories from 2 decades ago flooded his mind, recalling the event that had haunted him for the past 20 years. "Lu Hao, you exploited your family connections to usurp my college entrance examination results and illegitimately entered the political and legal university." Lu Yonghao's gaunt face was filled with rage as he seethed. "Do you have any idea how miserable my life has been since you stole my identity to gain admission to university? I should have been the only college student from our village, yet I became the subject of ridicule. I should have attended the political and legal university, completed my education, and sat in the position of presiding judge. It should have been me." Tears streamed down Lu Yonghao's face. After being wronged, his life had been irrevocably shattered. His family, already impoverished, had endured hardship to support him through high school, hoping he would one day attend university. Yet, who could have anticipated that Lu Yonghao, despite passing the entrance exam for his dream school, would be usurped? He lost the chance to change his life and his family's fate, with his records tampered. He could not retake the exam. Lu Hao's identity theft had effectively destroyed Lu Yonghao's entire family. Gasps filled the courtroom as the crowd absorbed this revelation. Who would have thought that presiding Judge Lu Hao had gained admission to university through identity theft? The millions of viewers in the live stream were equally astonished. Such cases of identity theft had been common 2 decades ago, yet no one could fathom that a presiding judge had achieved his position through such deceit. This was absurd. It was as if a thief had used stolen money for a police fund. Utterly ridiculous. The very thought was terrifying. A presiding judge who had ascended through identity theft. Could such a person be fair and just in adjudicating cases? The most alarming part was that, after all these years, no one had uncovered this scandal. Truly, it was a lawless state. By the way, what connection does this have with Yang Jinrong? How could there be no connection? Look at the young man beside Lu Yonghao. ISNT that the brother from Yang Jinrong's previous incident. As the realization dawned on the viewers, they collectively inhaled sharply to AT that moment. The perception of Yang Jinrong shifted in the minds of many netizens, rendering him increasingly formidable. The fact that he could unearth a 20-year-old incident was chilling, truly terrifying. From now on, any court handling cases involving Yang Jinrong would have to tread carefully. The presiding judge was consumed by apprehension, worrying whether he had ever engaged in any unlawful or unethical conduct that might lead to Yang Jinrong seizing upon his vulnerabilities and dragging him down into the mire. "I am sorry. I was wrong." Lu Hao found himself utterly unable to refute. His actions could no longer be concealed. Once his myriad misdeeds were laid bare, he became a shadow of his former self, utterly despondent. "You were wrong. You have shattered the fate of our entire family, and in the end, all we receive is a mere apology." Lu Yonghao wept, his visage contorted in rage, roaring, "What right do you have to utter such words? How can you still show your face here?" His hatred for Lu Hao was palpable. The college entrance examination was their family's sole opportunity to alter their destiny, that he had gained admission to his dream university, only to be usurped by an imposter. Thud. Lu Hao collapsed to his knees. That as he prostrated himself, he pleaded, "I was wrong. I will give you my house and my car. Consider it compensation that I implore you. Forgive me. Forgive you." Lu Yonghao gritted his teeth, his voice dripping with venom. "Do you have any idea how I have endured these past 20 years? Do you know what transpired in our home after I lost my chance to attend university? Do you understand the depths of despair our family has plunged into because of you? My grandmother, unable to withstand the whispers of our village, suffered a heart attack and passed away in the very month of my exam results. My parents, in their desperation over my failure to gain university admission, sought redress and were repeatedly detained. Ultimately, my mother succumbed to humiliation and took her own life. My father is now afflicted with a lifelong ailment. And I, defying fate, what can I do? I can only toil on construction sites, earning money to treat my father's illness. Lu Hao, your actions over the years are unforgivable. Day and night, I have pondered where in this life I have offended the heavens, leading to such injustice, robbing me of my only chance to change our fate. And I have constantly thought that if I ever encountered you, I would ensure you understand. Lu Yonghao's words dripped with hatred. At this moment, he lunged at Lu Hao, mounting him and raising his fist, which came crashing down upon Lu Hao's face. Thud! Thud, thud, thud! In a frenzied burst, Lu Yonghao unleashed a flurry of 5 or 6 punches upon the helpless Lu Hao, venting the inexhaustible reservoir of his fury. 20 years of pent-up anger erupted in that instant. Lu Hao was utterly incapable of defending himself against the onslaught of fists fueled by 2 decades of wrath. He was soon left bloodied and dazed, writhing in agony and crying out in pain. "Stop him!" Zhang Yang swiftly intervened. Several law enforcement officers from the Public Security Procuratorate quickly restrained Lu Yonghao. Pulling him away from Lu Hao lay on the ground, gasping for breath, while the now separated Lu Yonghao's eyes blazed with fury, glaring at Lu Hao. "I do not want your money. I want your demise. I want you to rot in prison for the rest of your life. Compensation for my house and car? No." Lu Yonghao would rather perish alongside Lu Hao than ever consider forgiveness. He was over 40 years old, having endured 20 years of suffering, harboring 20 years of hatred. How could he entertain the notion of accepting compensation? Just then, the president of the Linhai District Court rushed in and he quickly conferred with Zhang Yang and the others. "Lu Hao, you claim you have not engaged in embezzlement or corruption." Wang Yang suddenly turned to the now-assisted Lu Hao, his expression grave, his voice resonant as he questioned, "Then how do you explain the 100 pounds of gold bars discovered in your home?" Hiss! Upon hearing the prosecutor's words, everyone present inhaled sharply. 100 pounds of gold, each pound consisting of 500 grams, totaling 50,000 grams, based on a valuation of 350 yuan per gram. That equates to a staggering 17,500,000 yuan. The law enforcement personnel from the Linhai District Court could hardly contain their astonishment. What had Lu Hao just claimed? That he had never engaged in embezzlement or bribery. Unbeknownst to us, our superior had amassed such a fortune. 100 pounds of gold. I could scarcely lift that much. How on earth did he manage to hoard it? It was utterly unbelievable. I had visited Lu Hao's home. It appeared rather simple and modest, comprised of an old 80-square-meter unit assigned by his workplace, yet hidden within were 100 pounds of gold. Even in a television drama, one might hesitate to portray such a scenario. It was simply preposterous. Those law enforcers had worked alongside Lu Hao for some time, yet none had detected any signs. This illustrates just how deeply Lu Hao concealed his transgressions. Had today's events not unfolded, it is likely that even upon his retirement, his pension would have gone unexamined. "Take him away!" Zhang Yang gestured for the officers to escort Lu Hao. Click! A brand new silver bracelet was firmly placed upon Lu Hao's wrist before the eyes of all present. "Now, on behalf of the Linhai District Court, I hereby announce that today's verdict is rendered null and void." The president proclaimed from the bench, "A new trial will be scheduled for a later date. This case cannot be adjudicated based on Lu Hao's previous verdict." Upon hearing this outcome, the crowd was no longer surprised. They had already been rendered numb by the recent revelations concerning Lu Hao. Anything that followed elicited little reaction. Subsequently, Lu Hao was taken away. Lu Yonghao was also escorted back for further investigation. "Yang Jinrong, you have formally reported Lu Hao for identity fraud. Although this has been verified, you must accompany us for further inquiry." Zhang Yang addressed Yang Jinrong. Upon hearing this, the individuals who had previously speculated whether Yang Jinrong had orchestrated this affair, including Meng Jiaoqi and Xiao Amren's family members, fell silent, their gazes towards Yang Jinrong now imbued with caution. It truly was Yang Jinrong who had orchestrated this. They could not help but feel a wave of trepidation wash over them. They were indeed alarmed. The court session concluded today, but the case was far from over. Yang Jinrong approached Shui Yufeng and the others, stating, "My conditions for your appeal remain unchanged. The next court session will determine your outcome." Shui Yufeng was reluctant to accept this, yet dared not speak further. Gan Xinghua and the others were also in a state of unease, yet remained silent. Yang Jinrong departed with the public security procuratorate personnel, while the others hastily exited as well. Online, this bizarre case spiraled into a frenzy, dominating trending topics. Headlines proclaimed, "Yang Jinrong takes on a lawsuit," shocking the nation, embezzling 100 pounds of gold, an unprecedented major corruption case. Meng Jiaoqi and Xiao Anren's families suing Yang Jinrong. The case is not yet resolved. The court announces a new trial date. Let us anticipate the developments. Before leaving, Yang Jinrong issued a stern warning. The conditions for counterclaims will not change, demanding 400,000 in reputational damages. Let us await the outcome. As for Liu Yonghao's compensation issue, it remained unannounced. One wrong turn leads to another. Naturally, many of Yang Jinrong's supporters grew concerned about his safety, given the multitude of enemies he had made. Each of them was formidable in their own right, and most had not faced long sentences. Once they were released from prison, or perhaps even before, their relatives might seek retribution against Yang Jinrong. However, Yang Jinrong remained unfazed. The following day, the Linhai District Court announced the date for the retrial. It was set for the morning 3 days hence. Yang Jinrong continued to uphold his original counterclaim conditions, with no alterations. 3 days swiftly passed, and the day of the retrial arrived. This time, the Linhai District Court did not permit live streaming. Yang Jinrong and Yin Yin arrived at the court first, with Li Weiji arriving almost simultaneously. Mr. Yang Jinrong, if the opportunity arises, you can entrust the case to me. I will ensure you can navigate various cases effortlessly. Standing on solid ground, Yin Yin glanced at Li Weiji, calmly stating, "Lawyer Li, isn't your attempt to garner business a bit too?" However, before she could finish her thought, a scream pierced the air. Someone was about to jump off a building. This interrupted Yin Yan's words, and everyone turned to the source of the sound. There, on the roof of the Shangri-La Hotel across from the Linhai District Court, stood a small shadow at the edge, poised to leap. It was Yang Jinrong's, eyes sharpened like an eagle's, Meng Jiaoqi's mother, Shui Yufeng. 120. Live streaming a suicide attempt. Online fundraising. Yang Jinrong made an entrance, his words sending a chill through the crowd. "Please don't jump, subscribe." Shui Yufeng. "It truly is her." Li Weiji was utterly astonished, staring incredulously at Yang Jinrong. How could you see the jumper's face from this distance? Li Weiji's keen eyesight could barely distinguish the figure on the opposite rooftop. Merely a dark silhouette, devoid of any discernible features. How was Yang Jinrong able to identify the jumper as Shui Yufeng? Was it possible that inlanders possess superior vision compared to those from the island? A more astonishing revelation has come to light. The vision of those from the inland regions appears to be remarkably acute, akin to that of a powerful telescope. Li Weiji glanced up towards the other side at Yin Yin, inquiring, "Lawyer Yin, can you see clearly as well?" However, Yin Yin disregarded him, instead producing a Huawei phone, activating the camera, and adjusting it to an ultra-zoom setting. With a click, a photograph was captured that it was indeed Shui Yufeng. Upon catching a glimpse of the individual in the photo, Li Weiji was further astounded. It was none other than his client, Shui Yufeng. Could it be that Yang Jinrong truly has the ability to see such a great distance? Rubbing his eyes, he lifted his gaze once more to the rooftop of the hotel, yet still discerned nothing. Li Weiji then retrieved his Apple phone, hoping to emulate Yin Yin and photograph the figure atop the building, only to discover that his latest model lacked the ultra-zoom capability found in domestic inland phones. He lamented the loss. Li Weiji mused that he ought to acquire a domestic phone, or perhaps seize the opportunity to ask Yang Jinrong for a remedy to enhance his vision. He had long heard of miraculous traditional Chinese medicine practitioners in the inland regions, capable of treating even cancer. Today, it seemed, there would be no continuation of the court session. Yin Yin shook his head. stating that such extreme actions would undoubtedly incite public discourse, compelling various parties to concede under the pressure of public opinion that I understand your point. Yang Jinrong replied, aware that it was highly probable the Public Security Bureau and the court would, succumbing to public outcry, seek us for mediation. The age-old tactics of women crying, causing a scene, and threatening self-harm have merely evolved in modern times into writing online complaints, issuing warnings of depression, and threats of suicide. What surprised Yang Jinrong, however, was that Shui Yufeng, at her age, would resort to such strategies. Previously, he had thought such maneuvers were the domain of younger individuals, yet here was a woman in her 40s adept at leveraging the internet. Could it be that someone was advising her from behind the scenes? This possibility crossed Yang Jinrong's mind. Meanwhile, someone was indeed preparing to leap from the rooftop, and below, on the street, a crowd had gathered, eager to witness the spectacle. Passers-by craned their necks, shielding their foreheads with their hands to gaze upward. "Another person is jumping," they exclaimed. The frequency of such incidents has been alarming lately. Alas, the pressures of modern society are immense. Just the other day, a young girl jumped because her landlord refused to return her deposit and humiliated her. The youth today are so fragile, unable to bear the weight of their thoughts, leading them to such desperate acts. The previous incident with that young girl was indeed tragic. She had not afforded the firefighters a chance to intervene before she took the plunge that if one fears death, why fear the judgment of others? Were it me, I would take them down with me. A voice in the crowd declared that I witnessed the entire ordeal of that young girl. The landlord was truly despicable. The girl had just graduated and was struggling in this bustling metropolis. She only requested the return of her deposit, having already sublet her room to a new tenant in accordance with the contract. Yet the landlord adamantly withheld those 5,000 yuan and even chose to insult her at night. Ultimately, the landlord faced no repercussions. What do you suppose this latest leap is all about? Surely it cannot be another case like the last girl's? Pressured to jump, we can ascertain that those who forced her must be vile. Just as Yang Jinrong and Yin Yin approached, they were met with a cacophony of discussions. Almost unanimously, the crowd condemned the individual who forced her to jump, branding them as heinous. Each voice clamored for retribution against the yet-to-be-identified culprit, wishing nothing less than a fate devoid of rest for them. They longed to tear the perpetrator apart with their own hands, to physically assault those who had driven the individual to such desperation. There was scarcely a thought to investigate the details of the situation or an interest to uncover the truth. "I know who the jumper is," a voice rang out from the throng. "Quickly, everyone, open your phones and search for Meng Jiaqi's family member. The first live stream is from the jumper. Is that for real? A live stream of the jump?" Gasps echoed through the crowd. The masses are ever swayed by the tide, rarely thinking independently. Most prefer to follow the crowd. Whatever the majority asserts, they accept as truth. Lo and behold, it's true. Yang Jinrong's immense influence led him to employ illicit means to overturn a judgment he was destined to lose, even imprisoning the presiding judge. Isn't that the sensational news that swept across the internet just days ago? The presiding judge was imprisoned for ruling against Yang Jinrong. It turns out he wields tremendous power, oppressing the common folk. But that can't be right. The authorities issued such a detailed announcement. Moreover, Yang Jinrong is hailed as a hero in Linhai City for having eliminated several human traffickers. Still a hero, aren't you aware? Among those he killed was a former assassin from the Tianjin group. It was merely an act of revenge on his part, but the authorities have glorified it into a heroic narrative. One can only imagine the extent of Yang Jinrong's influence, capable of such dominance in an international metropolis like Linhai. It is no wonder Yang Jinrong appears to be a rich second generation. Which wealthy individual isn't devoid of compassion? Those with conscience cannot amass wealth. Only the unscrupulous prosper. Yang Jinrong must be one of those unscrupulous types. The discussions continued unabated, with the majority of voices condemning Yang Jinrong. Perhaps due to their own dissatisfaction with life, They finally found an opportunity to vent their frustrations, as if Yang Jinrong had stolen from them personally, unleashing their anger upon him. Envy of the wealthy drove their ire. Meanwhile, in the Douyin livestream, Meng Jiaqia's channel had already attracted over 100,000 viewers. The streamer was Jing Hongji, the mother of Xiao Anren. On the rooftop, she held her phone aloft, pleading with Shui Yufeng, who was poised to jump. "Mommy, please don't do anything rash. We have the law on our side. We believe the authorities will surely provide justice for us." "Justice?" Shui Yufeng exclaimed, her emotions running high. "Who can provide us with justice? The presiding judge has already ruled in our favor. We are willing to forego all other compensation, accepting only the meager humanitarian sum of several thousand yuan per family." Yet Yang Jinrong remains unsatisfied. He uses his power to imprison the judge. What do we, the common folk, have to fight against him? He wants to let us live. He is forcing me to jump from here. I will leap from this 33-story rooftop. It is all his doing. Shui Yufeng's voice echoed across the rooftop, where a significant gathering had formed, including hotel security, the manager, and her husband, Wei Yanghua, among others.